Rebuild World Chapter 76, Ruin Exploration with Cheryl and her gang. Cheryl was doing her job inside her private room when suddenly a call came in from her information terminal. When she heard that particular ringtone, she quickly grabbed her information terminal and answered that call as fast as she could, as if she was trying not to make the caller wait for her at all. "It's Cheryl. Akira here. Do you have some time now?" "Of course. No matter whether it's early in the morning or in the middle of the night, feel free to call me anytime." Cheryl answered back with a big smile and high spirit. Akira was obviously weirded out by that. I see. Yes, there's no need to hold back. So how can I help you?" If only Akira said that he just wanted to hear her voice, Cheryl would immediately ascend to heaven, but she knew well that was not possible. It was nothing more than a pipe dream, and as expected, Akira did not call her just because he wanted to hear her voice. "Well, let's say that if I'm offering to escort some of your gang members to Higuraka Residence Ruin, what would you do?" Cheryl tried to process that sudden invitation from Akira. She tried to think if there was any other meaning or any hidden signals behind Akira's words, and if there were any, then how she should react in that situation. If that was a demand or a command, then Cheryl would have to reply back with a yes. But that was an offer. "If there's no need to give a quick answer, is it okay if I ask you the details?" "Well, even if you say so, it's exactly like what you just heard. It's really fine if you don't want to go. If you have no wish to go at all, I have no wish to force you either. After all, even though I'll be escorting you, we're still going to the dangerous wasteland. So it's not like I'm going to force you or anything." That's not what I meant." Cheryl then asked Akira a lot of questions and finally understood the situation. To summarize, it was just an offer from Akira to explore Higuraka Residence Ruin. Akira was planning to take and escort some children from Cheryl's gang to Higuraka Residence Ruin in order to collect relics there. There should still be a lot of valuable relics for Cheryl and her gang members in that ruin. If they could bring those relics back, it would earn them quite a lot of money. Although it was somehow still suspicious, that was a very tempting offer for Cheryl, so she decided to take up that offer in the end. "I understand. If that's the case, then I'll be taking that offer if it's really okay with you, Akira." Akira sounded a bit surprised as he replied, "Are you sure? Although I'll be your escort, it's still the wasteland. It's dangerous, you know? I think that the possible benefit of going outweighs the danger. Not to mention this kind of offer is a rare chance and we do need money too. So I can't afford to pass such a rare chance to earn money." "I see, you're right. All right then." Cheryl noticed that there was a slightly weird change in Akira's voice. Her gang needed money, thus she decided to go to the wasteland even though she knew of the dangers. Although Akira felt like there was another reason why Cheryl decided to accept his offer, he chose not to ask any further. After Cheryl confirmed when and where to meet, and the number of the people that she would bring, she thanked Akira. "Well, then we'll be in your care. Thank you very much for giving us this precious chance. I'm the one who came up with the offer, so there's no need to be that grateful. Later then." Later then. Akira then ended the call. The moment he did that, Cheryl's happy face immediately turned serious. She then asked herself the question that she put aside back then, but even so, she still could not answer that question even now. So in the end, why exactly did Akira give me this offer? Is there any kind of profit that he could get from us accepting this offer? I don't understand at all. No matter how much Cheryl tried to think about it, she always ended up with the same conclusion. This offer would only bring Akira a huge loss. Escorting Cheryl and her gang to that ruin without accepting any payment would incur him a huge loss in the first place. For hunters like Akira who could pay 10 million orm like it was nothing, even just staying at home for a whole day doing nothing would need them to spend more money than what Cheryl and her gang could afford. Thus, those hunters would only accept a request to take a lot of slum children, who knew nothing about living in the wasteland, only if that request offered a huge amount of reward money. A hunter on the level similar to Akira would have explored Higuraka Residence Ruin before, and any relics left in that ruin would be those that were not worth the expense for him. Even if he carried as many relics as possible from that place with the help of her gang, and even if Akira could sell those relics at a good price, the money would not even be close to enough to pay a hunter like him to escort those children. Is it some kind of training? Or maybe a practice run? Is he planning to see how useful we are in the case when he needs our help in the wasteland? But if that's the case, he could just tell it to me straight, right? I really have no idea what Akira is thinking. Even after that, Cheryl still spent some time trying to figure out the reason behind Akira's offer. But in the end, she could not come up with any good guesses. It was because she actually noticed, albeit vaguely, the real reason behind that offer in the middle of her conversation with Akira. Although Akira didn't explicitly tell her not to ask him that question, it was enough to stop Cheryl from digging any deeper. It was not like she could do anything about things that she did not understand. But it was true that it was a tempting offer for Cheryl. As such, she thought that she had to try her best to get the most out of this opportunity. Cheryl then decided to push aside all her questions for now and moved on to decide who she would take with her to Higuraku Ruin. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Eventually, the day when Akira escorted Cheryl and her gang to the Higuraku residence ruin to gather relics came. Cheryl brought her subordinates to their meeting place that was located on the border between the slum city and the wasteland. They were waiting for Akira there. As the meeting time came closer, all the children that Cheryl brought with her to go to the wasteland started having mixed feelings. Cheryl looked excited as she was thinking of her plans for the day with a big smile. What should we do about the relics that we'll gather? Should I look for some place to sell them? Or should we open a stand to sell them ourselves? After all, I don't think we'll find any relics that Katsuragi-san would buy in that ruin. I need to find another way to exchange them into money. Even if we get lucky and end up finding some expensive relics, it's not like we can just keep the money without sharing them with Akira. I need to find a way to exchange those relics for a good price even if we only find cheap relics there. Cheryl mostly thought about what she should do after coming back from that ruin. She did not worry about going out to the dangerous wasteland or exploring the dangerous old world ruin at all. It was because she was simply happy to be able to go out with Akira even if it was to the wasteland. In contrast to that, Ario's expression was filled with fear and worry. It's not like Cheryl is sending me to gather relics because I saw her naked back then, right? My assumption is not wrong, right? It's not like she is just sending me to die, right? Please someone tell me that I'm right. As one of the armed children from Cheryl's gang, Ario had a gun with him. But it was just a cheap handgun bought from Katsuragi-san, and he did not have much ammo in his reserve either. It was not a weapon that people would normally use to fight against monsters. Ario was almost killed in the wasteland before. Thus, he actually did not want to go out to the wasteland again if it could be helped, while on the other hand, he could not go against the command of the boss of the gang. As well as for the sake of his girlfriend, Alicia, he could not afford to go against Cheryl's order and get kicked out of the gang. Even if Akira did say that he would escort them, Ario had no idea how far Akira would go to protect the gang's members. But one thing was for sure, Akira would prioritize protecting Cheryl more than him. Thus, when the push came to shove, he would have to do something about his situation himself. But again, when it even came to that point, then he would be in a situation where he could do nothing about it anymore. Ario could not clear his worries. For the sake of his girlfriend, Alicia, he resolved himself to go out and swore to return back alive. So he decided to ward off his fear of going to the wasteland by telling himself that it would be okay with Akira escorting him. Nasha looked around her and checked how the other children were doing. The only person who was relaxed in that situation was Cheryl. Although each kid was showing a different level of anxiousness, it was obvious that all of them were worried. Leaving Cheryl aside, none of them had come to that place out of their own volition. Although I know that they would push the jobs that they don't want to do to me since I'm a new member, to think that they'll send me to the old world ruin to gather relics right off the bat. But again, what's going on here? Even the boss and the other gang's high officers are here too. I just don't understand what's going on with this gang. I at least need to gather more information before I contact Alna. There were a lot of peculiar things about Cheryl's gang, but even so, it was a good enough gang for Nasha to put her hopes on. She thought that she had to get on Cheryl's good side so it would be easier for her to help Alna join this gang. That was why she resolved herself to come. Akira arrived there in his vehicle a bit sooner than the meeting time. He then finished simple greetings with Cheryl's gang before heading to Higuraku residence ruin. He attached a pull cart behind his vehicle and was sitting on the driver's seat. Cheryl sat next to him, while the rest of the children were on that cart. Although the back seats were empty, Akira did not allow anyone to sit there. It was because it would be a hindrance when he wanted to use the CWH anti-material rifle or the DVTS minigun that were mounted on his vehicle. There was someone who was about to sit there, but Akira sent him to the back cart. Akira had bought that cart after seeing how useful it was during the ruin exploration with Elena and Sarah. Since he was planning to carry a lot of relics in the future, he decided to buy a big cart. Because of that, there was still a lot of space even after all the children from Cheryl's gang got on that cart. But still, sitting in that cart was nowhere near comfortable. A boy by the name of Sebla, who was sitting next to Nasha, voiced out his complaints. Seriously though, he doesn't let anyone else sit there other than Boss Cheryl. Huh? Is he saying that the cart is enough for us? Damn it, that damn boy getting ahead of himself, although he was just another slum kid like us not too long ago. It was not like Akira explained anything when he sent the other kids to the cart. That was why Sebla interpreted his order as a disparaging treatment to show them their difference in position. Say, do you know that Akira guy? When Nasha asked him that, Sebla's annoyed expression loosened. It was because he realized that she was a new member who did not know much about Akira. So in short, she was someone who might join him in badmouthing Akira. Sebla answered back as if he had found a good place to vent his displeasure. Well, it's not like I know him on a personal level, but I have seen him during the days when he was still living in the slum city back alley. Since he was living near where I sometimes saw him when he went to the food distribution place. So I somehow remember his face. He went to the food distribution place although he was a hunter. He just started working as a hunter recently. Up until that point he was more or less the same as us. I bet he just found some expensive relics out of luck that allowed him to get good equipment and that he's just doing well lately thanks to his luck. Is that so? I heard that he's a very strong hunter though. I'm sure it's just a bluff. He just got lucky and got himself a powerful weapon. Anyone can be strong if they have a powerful weapon. Even for that incident with Shijima's gang, I'm sure he just used his gun to threaten the underling that Shijima sent here. Seriously speaking, does he look that strong to you without his gun? Nasha took another look at Akira and tried to reconfirm it. It was indeed true that Akira looked strong when he was with his weapons, but when she imagined him without those guns, he did not look that strong at all. Now that you mention it, that's kind of true. Right. Sebla smiled, but his face quickly returned back to being annoyed. Sebla looked at Akira and all of his equipment. An augmented suit to enhance his physical power, a strong-looking vehicle to explore the wasteland, the powerful-looking CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun, and finally the 2 million orum per box medicine inside the rucksack on the backseat of his vehicle. They were all the equipment that supported Akira. He looked at those weapons that made Akira appear strong, equipment that made others envious and jealous. Damn it! How much money do I need to get those guns? If only I can get them too, I'll be able to become a strong hunter just like him. If I become one, then the boss would fawn over me too and I'll be able to do anything I want with her body. Damn it, I bet he has done all kinds of stuff with the boss. He did take a bath with her the other day too after all. I still remember those guys that got kicked out of the gang just because they took a peek when Cheryl was in the bath. Why is he that special although he just got a little lucky? Sebla's complaints somehow sounded as if he was chanting a curse which could be easily interpreted as picking a fight with Akira and Cheryl. Yikes, I asked the wrong person. Nasha slowly moved away from Sebla when he was not watching. After all, she did not want to get roped into trouble. Akira was driving slowly so as not to rock the cart too much. He also picked a level route to Higuraka Residence Ruin to reduce the rocking. But because of that, he took more time going to that ruin than usual, which of course increased the possibility of encountering monsters on their way to the ruin. While driving his vehicle, Akira was constantly checking the data on his goggles. Suddenly he turned on the auto-drive function of the vehicle's control unit and pointed his rifle outside the vehicle. Akira! It's a monster! Akira swiftly replied to Cheryl, who was sitting on the driver's assistant seat. Cheryl quickly turned to the direction where Akira was aiming, but she could not see any monsters there. Where exactly is this monster? Just use that binocular. It's integrated with my information gathering device, so you should be able to easily spot the monster. Cheryl picked the binocular that was lying near her and tried to look for the monster. She followed the indicator shown in her enhanced vision to look at where the signal was coming. Thanks to the automatic readjustment function of that binocular, which worked in tandem with Akira's information-gathering device, she was able to quickly find the monster that Akira mentioned. She could see a big carnivorous beast running toward Akira's vehicle with a speed that did not fit its size. As she saw the large legs that supported that monster's huge body kicking the ground, she could somehow hear its stamping sound that she should not be able to hear from such distance. Akira started shooting at that monster with his assault rifle. But none of his shots hit its mark. He kept on shooting at that monster although he could not hit any of his shots. That monster eventually got close to Akira's vehicle. The children in the cart noticed the monster when they heard the gunshots. They quickly peeked out their heads from the cart to look for the monster. Since that monster was raising a cloud of dust while running toward the vehicle, they could easily find it. Also, it was already close enough to be spotted with naked eyes. The children in the cart started to make a ruckus. "Oh aye. It's getting closer and closer. Can he hit his shot? Isn't this getting bad?" That monster was running faster than the vehicle, and it did not slow down even though Akira was shooting at it. The children who started to panic moved to the other side of the cart except for Ario. Although he was pointing his gun at that monster, he was also making the same scared expression as the other children. Akira let out a sigh and put down his assault rifle. He then moved to the back seat of the vehicle and aimed the DVTS minigun at the monster. He calmed himself down and pulled the trigger. The minigun showered that monster with bullets, so many that it didn't matter even though Akira missed some of his shots. Those bullets pierced through the monster's skin, tore its flesh and crushed its bones. It splattered its meats and blood around before falling over and stopped moving. Akira sighed and returned back to the driver's seat. It took some time before the children in the cart started making another ruckus. "Whoa! He just killed that huge monster like it was nothing." As expected of a hunter. All the children then started raising their voices at the same time after they were released from the fear of that monster. All of them were smiling except for one person. It was Sebla. He couldn't hit that monster when he was using a normal rifle. The amazing one is that weapon. I can do that too if I had that gun. Sebla's complaint was drowned by the voice of the other children celebrating, so no one heard him. Cheryl welcomed Akira with a smile. "That was amazing, as I thought. You're really a powerful hunter, Akira. It's really reassuring to have you escort us." Cheryl directed her wonderful smile filled with amazement and praise to Akira. But just like usual, Akira's reaction was very bland. Or more like it was worse than usual. Akira's expression showed no change as he said, "Well, I'll at least do my escort work properly." For some reason, it seemed that Akira did not want to be thanked. Cheryl understood that from how he reacted. "All right, I'll be relying on you." Although Cheryl was surprised by that, she decided not to ask any further to avoid making Akira's mood worse. Akira did not say anything as he kept driving the vehicle. There was an awkward silence between him and Cheryl, who was sitting in the assistant driver's seat. It was not a mood that could be fixed by simply throwing some random subject to talk about. Moreover, it was not like Akira was in a situation where he could afford to engage in silly talks. He was focusing all of his attention to monitor his surroundings for any monsters, and he had no plans to divide his attention for anything unnecessary. In the middle of that awkward mood between Cheryl and Akira, Alpha was smiling as if it did not affect her at all. "Akira, you're too tense. If you don't calm down, it'll only unnecessarily shave your stamina. You know?" "I know." Just like usual, Alpha was relaxed. But in contrast to her, Akira replied swiftly while pouting. Since Cheryl took the assistant driver's seat, Alpha was sitting on the door on the other side of Akira. She let her legs flap freely on the outside of the vehicle as she lightly turned her body around to Akira's direction. "It seems that you're having a hard time there. Just tell me anytime you think that you can't take it anymore, okay?" Akira was escorting Cheryl and the other kids without Alpha's support. Although he might still be able to see and hear Alpha, she did not give any type of support to Akira at the moment. She did not enhance his views as she usually did, nor did she help with his aiming. There was also no aiming correction support from his augmented suit. And Alpha did not give Akira any instructions at all. But more than that, Akira had to search for enemies himself. If he let his guard down, he felt like he would be ambushed by monsters in no time. Thus, he could not relax much, which slowly shaved his focus and stamina. This time, Akira was going to gather relics in the ruin as well as to train. To be more precise, the training was his main aim. The last time he went to explore ruins without Alpha's support, it was with Elena and Sarah. At that time, he was able to finish the exploration without encountering any monsters. But if his performance was to be strictly evaluated, then the only word that Alpha could come up with was embarrassing. Alpha thought that it would be bad to let it stay like that, thus she sent Akira for another training. And that was today's relic hunting. His duty was to simply escort Cheryl and the other children to the ruin and return back alive. Alpha thought that Akira needed to get used to the situation where he had no support from her. It should at least be to the point where he would not endanger himself from being way too nervous when he was in such a situation. The reason why Alpha chose Cheryl's gang as the target for the escort was because Cheryl and the other children were complete beginners when it came to exploring the wasteland. Thus, unlike Sarah or Elena, they would not be able to protect Akira. And also, even if Akira failed and they ended up killed, it would not affect his conscience much. If Alpha told Akira to invite Sarah and Elena for such a purpose, he would be super angry. In the worst-case scenario, it might cause considerable damage to his trust in Alpha. She herself understood that very well. Because of all those reasons, Alpha decided to use Cheryl's gang. And in order to convince Akira, she put an excuse that it would give Cheryl and her gang some profit too. She also told Akira to cancel the plan if Cheryl refused his offer. But Cheryl accepted it. After all, just like Alpha explained to Akira, it was a delicious offer for her. Akira was always putting his life on the line as a hunter, and Cheryl's gang was reaping benefits from it. So it should be alright to put Cheryl's gang in danger from time to time as a compensation to that. After all, if Akira died, then Cheryl would lose her position anyway. That was why Alpha thought that it was okay to put Cheryl and her gang in danger in order to train Akira. Alpha adjusted her explanation to Akira to make him agree with her thoughts, and as she planned, he unconsciously began to think like that too. If Akira had shown even the slightest refusal when Alpha manipulated him, she would have categorized Cheryl's gang as a threat. Had Akira put that much care for Cheryl's gang, he might even place himself in danger in order to help them. So in the worst-case scenario, there might be even a need to exterminate Cheryl's gang. The lesser Akira was emotionally attached to the people around him, the better it was. Alpha planned all of this to ensure that she will have the biggest influence in his action. In order for him to accomplish her request, in order for her to accomplish her goal, and in order not to repeat the mistakes that she made in the past, Alpha kept adjusting her plans behind her usual ever-present smile. Cheryl's gang's profit, Akira's profit, and Alpha's profit. Alpha might be the only existence there who fully understood that these three interests were mixed in today's ruin exploration. Akira glanced at Alpha and complained, "In that case then I'll do that right away. Can you change into something else that won't disrupt my focus?" Alpha was wearing a bold swimsuit with a small amount of fabric. It was a swimsuit with a lot of laces wrapping around her body to secure the few pieces of fabric in their respective places. That extremely risque swimsuit only served to boost Alpha's charming body. On the other side of Alpha, there was Cheryl, who was wearing prim and proper clothing. Thus it made Alpha's swimsuit even more disturbing for Akira's focus. Alpha smiled and said, "Nope. Don't let yourself get bothered by something unnecessary. Just focus on the important information. This is also a part of your training, you know? If your focus is disturbed by my appearance, then it means that you're not focused enough." That might be true, but still. When Akira made that pause, Alpha quickly turned her body around like a gymnast. Thus her body wrapped in that risque swimsuit was facing Akira right now. Her chest was right beside him. Alpha got her face close to Akira and said, "Don't just sit there, another one is coming." Another monster was running towards him. Akira quickly confirmed its position from the data shown in his goggle. Akira turned on the auto-drive function, stood up, readied his rifle, and aimed at that monster through the aiming device in his goggle. Although that monster was only a small dot when seen with naked eyes, he was able to properly aim at that monster. Akira stabilized his grip with the help of his augmented suit, but since the ground was not smooth, the vehicle was swaying up and down and disrupting his aim. while on the other hand that monster was running as fast as it could towards Akira. It would be nigh impossible to hit that monster's weak points in such a situation. It was even hard enough to accurately shoot at that monster in the first place. Predict the moves of your target. Consider the lag between when you pull the trigger and when the bullet reaches your target. Feel the swaying of the vehicle and adjust your aim accordingly. There's no need to rush yourself, just calm down and take your aim. Even if you might miss your shot because of your bad luck, don't think that you can hit your shot because of your good luck. Don't rely on luck and aim properly. Akira listened to Alpha's instruction and pulled the trigger. The bullet flew past right beside that monster. He frowned and asked, "That's a miss, what did I do wrong?" "That was simply because you did not take a good enough aim. Now try again, but do it more carefully." "Even if you tell me so, if I take too long to aim, that monster would move outside the view of the aiming scope, you know? If you can slow down your time perception right before you pull the trigger, you should be able to take a far more accurate shot though." "I'm already trying to do that." Akira was still doing his time perception compression training until now, but he still could not use it freely. If he could do that, it would boost his shooting accuracy. As that monster came closer and closer, Akira was able to hit its oversized body. But as long as he could not hit any of its weak points, the bullets which hit that monster were barely affecting it. The children in the cart started making a ruckus again. That was it. Akira put his rifle down and moved to the back seat to aim his CWH anti-material rifle at that monster. He then readied his stance and pulled the trigger. The powerful piercing bullet that flew out from his CWH anti-material rifle pierced the torso of that monster and immediately killed it. As that monster fell to the ground and the vehicle moved further away, leaving that monster's corpse behind, the children in the cart started to raise their voices once again. Although Akira encountered some monsters again after that, he eventually was able to arrive at the Higuraka residence ruin safely. Rebuild World Chapter 77, Taking Shelter from the Rain. Cheryl and the other children immediately started gathering relics when they arrived at the Higuraka residence ruin. The Higuraka residence ruin was one of the ruins near Kagomayama City that were once frequented by a lot of hunters. But the current Higuraka residence ruin was already emptied from any expensive relics. It had little worth in searching for relics, so hunters normally would not go there just to hunt for relics. But with that being said, there were still some relatively cheap relics left in that ruin. And so, Cheryl and the other children were there to collect those kinds of relics. Although those relics were not worth bringing back home for the hunters, they were still precious relics for Cheryl's gang. The ruin was filled with relics that those children of the slum city could never find in the back alley of the slum city. If they had any cheap means to go there, those people of the slum city would happily travel to the ruin to collect relics. So in short, that ruin was like a treasure box for Cheryl's gang. Of course, if they had to pay Akira for escorting them there, Cheryl would have still ended up with a deficit, but she did not have to worry about that problem this time. They had already decided beforehand how they would gather the relics. First of all, they would stay in the cart until Akira parked the vehicle near the entrance to one of the buildings. Then Akira would go in first to scan the building for relics, and to clean up any monsters inside it. After that, the children from Cheryl's gang would go into that building to carry any relics inside it to the cart, while Akira would patrol the area for any monsters. Once they were done emptying the building, Cheryl would contact Akira through the information terminal to meet up before moving to the next building. As Akira was patrolling the area, he suddenly stopped as he watched the relics that were carried into the cart. The cart was filled with all kinds of relics. There were curtains with holes, broken beds, cracked kitchen utensils, old furniture that had their shape distorted, and also small relics with mechanical parts inside them. Akira stood there staring at that pile of mismatched relics. Alpha found that weird and asked Akira, "Akira, what's wrong? There are no expensive relics in that pile, you know?" "Nah, I just remembered that I was also gathering those kinds of relics not too long ago." Akira felt slightly nostalgic, but Alpha quickly cut that short. "Nothing has changed even now. Then you used to go to dangerous ruin to hunt for expensive relics, now you are going to a more dangerous ruin to hunt for more expensive relics. The only difference is the degree of risk involved." "Well, that's kinda true now that you mention it." As Akira looked at the pile of relics in his cart, it reminded him of his past self. Although he felt like he had come a long way since then, after Alpha pointed it out, he realized that what he was doing right now was not that much different from his past self. The only difference was that the back alley slum city had turned into a relatively safer place for him, and stuff that he could find there was relatively not worth the time for him right now. So right now, in order to gain more profit, he chose to go to a more dangerous place and get more expensive relics. That was the only difference between the current him and the past him. Akira still encountered some monsters inside Higuraka Residence Ruin, but he was able to handle them just fine. Thus, Cheryl's gang was able to gather relics without facing any particular trouble. With more and more relics piled inside the cart, the sitting space for the children from Cheryl's gang shrunk. After they finished collecting relics from one of the buildings there, Akira returned back to his vehicle and asked Cheryl, "Cheryl, how long are you planning to stay here for today? I don't mind staying here until the sunset though, but it seems we're running out of free space in the cart. I have no complaint if you want to let them sit on the top of the relics, but I won't care if any of them trip and fall off the cart, okay? Also, I might have to pace the vehicle if we encounter a monster on our way back home, so don't blame me when that happens." Cheryl went to check the cart, and as Akira said, the cart was more or less filled with the pile of relics that they gathered that day. But since it was a very rare chance for her, Cheryl wanted to take back as many relics as she could. After all, she might not get any more chances to go to the Higuraka Residence Ruin again. Cheryl did not know what she should do so that Akira would accept if she asked him to escort them again. Thus, as long as she did not know how to get Akira to accept her request, she thought that she would not get another chance like this. Cheryl looked hesitant. She then said to Akira, "Let's go for another one before going home. I think it should still have enough free space for one more building." "All right." Akira then went back to the driver's seat. Cheryl sat next to him on the driver's assistant seat. As he was about to turn on the vehicle, suddenly a water droplet fell in front of him. Akira raised his head and looked up. The sky above him had already turned cloudy before he even realized it. "Rain, huh? The weather forecast said that we'll have a clear day though? As I thought, I can't really trust a free weather forecast, huh? Akira, we should move." "HM? I can just go to that building over there to take shelter from the rain." Akira turned his head to glance at Alpha. The moment he confirmed Alpha's expression, he quickly turned on his vehicle. Cheryl, who was sitting in the driver's assistant seat, could feel the G-force as Akira stepped on the pedal. The children in the cart lost their balance as they quickly grabbed on the cart railing. As the whole cart swayed, some of the relics from that pile toppled over. The usual smile on Alpha's face was not there. It only meant that Akira was in a situation that might endanger his life. Akira drove the car following the instructions shown in the navigator of the vehicle's control unit. His destination was a big mansion located deep inside that ruin. It was the same mansion where Alpha told him that he was someone who could connect to the old world domain. "Akira? What's going on?" Cheryl was surprised when Akira suddenly paced the vehicle. But Akira only signaled her with his hand that he had no leeway to answer her question. After all, it was not like he had the answer to that question anyway. "Alpha, what's going on?" "I'm sorry to rush you like that. But don't worry, it's not like we were about to get attacked by a swarm of monsters again." "I see. So then why did you rush me?" "It's to make you move out from the area with the same level of signal interference as the colorless mist as fast as possible. If we had stayed in that area, there's a good chance that monsters might ambush you. You also need to find a place where you can take shelter from the rain as soon as possible. If it's because of the rain, can we not pick one of those buildings around here? I'm sure you want to avoid a situation where you're surrounded by monsters and forced to fight them in a small closed space, right? You need a big place where you can fight optimally. That big mansion would be perfect for that. And even if it's filled with monsters, you can secure one of the empty rooms for Cheryl and the other children, and it would be an easy job for you to clean those monsters from that building." As Akira was talking with Alpha, the rain was getting stronger and stronger. Akira noticed that the effective scanning range shown in his goggles was growing narrower because of that. Whoa there, this small rain has this much effect. If a small rain has this much impact, what would happen if it's heavy rain? In the worst-case scenario, your information-gathering device would be completely useless outdoor, and there might be some effect even when you are indoors. According to your prediction, How bad will this rain be? To be honest, I don't know for sure. That's why I urged you to get out as soon as possible, assuming the worst-case scenario. Akira frowned. Cheryl looked worried when she saw his expression. Akira then noticed that Cheryl was worried about him. I'll save the details for later, but we're basically heading to a safer place, so don't worry. Cheryl replied back with a smile. I understand, we'll be in your care. Just that short explanation from Akira was enough to make Cheryl regain her calm. Originally, Akira and Alpha planned to continue their training until Akira escorted Cheryl's gang back to Kagomayama City. But now with this sudden turn of events, although he planned to rely on Alpha's support as little as possible, Akira himself had no plans to keep that up and unnecessarily put Cheryl's gang under more risk. Alpha, let's end the training here. I'll be relying on your support again. Roger that, I'll take the wheel. The moment Alpha took control of the vehicle, it obviously moved much stable than before. Akira stood up from the driver's seat and moved to the back seat. Up until now, Akira operated the control panel and set the vehicle on autodrive before he moved to the back seat. But he did not do it this time. Cheryl, who noticed that, panicked and asked Akira, is it okay to leave the steering wheel? It has a self-driving function, so it's okay. Don't you need to set to autodrive mode using the control unit terminal? It's alright. It's one of those advanced control units. Akira did not hesitate when he said so. Because of that, he was able to convince Cheryl. And since there was really no problem with the driving, Cheryl easily accepted his explanation. Alpha smiled teasingly and said to Akira, Yep, that's right. It's an advanced control unit after all, so you should make your explanation more convincing than that, you know? It's alright. Maybe. Akira thought to himself in secret that he should be more careful next time. He took out the camouflaging sheet that he usually used on his vehicle and threw it to the children in the back cart. Just use that for now. Akira shouted as he set up the folded roof on his open-roof vehicle. The children from Cheryl's gang expanded the camouflaging sheet to protect the relics and themselves. As for Akira, the vehicle that he was driving was equipped with a foldable roof. Although it still depended on how strong the rain was, they would at least be able to avoid getting completely drenched because of the rain. They eventually arrived at the mansion that they were heading to. The mansion that Alpha picked was a big mansion complete with a parking lot. There were leftovers of dead monsters scattered around that mansion. There were also metallic wreckages scattered here and there. Those might be what was left of the defensive equipment of that mansion. Of course, those already turned into broken scraps after enduring the harsh weather of the wasteland. Akira parked the vehicle near one of the entrances of that mansion. Akira removed the DVTS minigun and CWH anti-material rifle from his vehicle and carried them with both of his hands. Both of them were heavy rifles. The only reason why he could carry them around with one in each hand was because of the quality of his new augmented suit. Of course, it was completely a different problem whether he could use them with only one hand, since he had to deal with the recoil of those rifles. But with the help of Alpha's support, it should be no problem at all. When Akira saw some of the children from Cheryl's gang about to enter that mansion before him, he quickly stopped them. Don't go in there before me, step back. But when Akira stopped them, they sounded super annoyed as they replied, What the heck? Just let us in already. The rain had gotten pretty heavy, so Akira understood their feeling of wanting to get in that mansion as soon as possible. But he could not let them do that since he was working as their escort at the moment. I don't mind if you want to meet the monsters that might have taken shelter from the rain inside that mansion before us. When he said that, the children from Cheryl's gang flusteredly moved away from the entrance. After Akira made sure that everything was safe around the area, he gathered all the children from Cheryl's gang in a big hall. The hall was so big that it still had a lot of free space even after everyone gathered there. The hall was almost empty. It was because the hunters had already taken out all of the relics from inside that place. Since the mansion looked luxurious, a lot of hunters in the past must have thought that there must be some expensive relics inside and decided to take out everything from within that mansion. Akira then gave them an order. We'll stay here until the rain dies down. I'll go ahead and check the safety of all the rooms. Since it's dangerous, don't go outside this room without my permission. Cheryl, give me a call if anything happens. I understand. Cheryl bowed and saw Akira off as he left that room. Akira started scouting all the rooms around the area, starting from the closest rooms from where Cheryl's gang was staying. He had come to that mansion before in the past, but for some reason the air inside the mansion felt different this time. Alpha, don't you think there are too many dead monsters here? Oh. It's true that there are more dead monsters compared to the last time we came here. The vibe is also different. The vibe. The last time we came here, remember that there was a dead greedy crocodile corpse, right? I think some hunters had killed that crocodile. Putting that aside, there seem to be more monsters in this area. They might have originally come here to feast on that dead crocodile. Either that or they originally might have been staying away from this place when that greedy crocodile was still around. I see, so there's something like that too, huh? I thought that this was a safe area the last time we came here, but it seems that it's not exactly the case now. Or was it actually this dangerous right from the beginning? Don't worry, looking at the dead monsters in this place, it seems that there are no dangerous monsters in this area. You should be able to deal with them with no problem. Not to mention that I also picked a particularly safe place for Cheryl and her gang, so there's no need to worry. I see. Akira slightly relaxed after hearing that. But then Alpha changed her tone and warned him. Akira, if you're too tense, it'll only make you get tired quickly. I did tell you about this before, right? This offer will also profit Cheryl and her gang as well as give you a good chance for training. Although it's dangerous, Cheryl would be able to bring home some relics with her. They'll properly profit out from this too. So there's no need for you to be overly conscientious about it. Akira understood that and was trying to not be too tense. Although there were some parts that both he and Cheryl felt awkward about, both of them agreed to do the ruin exploration. But even so, he still felt slightly guilty about it. This time, when Akira came to the ruin for training, he brought some people who would definitely slow him down to explore an old-world ruin. His duty was to make sure that they would return back alive. It was a training to increase his fighting capability. So in short, Cheryl and her gang were there only to be used for his training. Akira himself understood that Cheryl and her gang were going to get something out of this ruin exploration too. But at the same time, it felt like he just used sweet words in order to bait Cheryl and her gang out to the dangerous wasteland. But to be more precise, this also showed the fact that Akira had little trust in his own ability. Simply put, Akira thought that he did not have enough ability to make sure that everyone from Cheryl's gang would be safe under his protection. After all, if he was strong enough to the point that he was confident that he would be able to make sure of the safety of Cheryl's gang in the wasteland, then he would not feel guilty as he is now. Alpha smiled and said to Akira, "If you can't stop yourself from getting bothered by it, then you should work hard to become strong. If you become strong enough to the point that you think it will be a piece of cake to escort Cheryl and her gang, then this kind of training will be just you giving them free help. At that point, it would not be you baiting them to get out to the dangerous wasteland using sweet words, but instead you'll be just simply spoiling them. I'm sure you won't feel guilty in that case, right? Don't worry, I'll properly give you my support until you can get that strong." You're right. This will all get resolved if I become strong enough. Not to mention that I'll be able to finish that request from you too. Akira lightly smiled when he said, "I'll look forward to that." Alpha also replied back with a smile. After Akira made sure that the mansion was safe, he put down his rifle on the floor and took a short rest. He peeked the outside of the mansion through a window. Far from slowing down, the rain was stronger than before. He then tried to check the situation outside using his information gathering device, but the scan range was already so small that it was basically useless. Akira then thought of something and asked Alpha, "By the way, why does rain have the same effect as the colorless mist?" There are many theories out there. The most widely accepted theory says that it's because the thick colorless mist in the sky gets mixed with the water droplets and fall down to the ground during a rain. If that's true, then we won't be able to move out for some time even after the rain stops, right? I can't really say for sure until the rain stops. There are also cases where the situation quickly comes back to normal once the rain stops, but there are also cases that it gets worse instead. Are you sure that theory is correct? Like I said, there are many theories out there. There are many things that humans don't understand, you know? Akira was obviously not fully satisfied by that answer, but he decided to stop digging any deeper. The children from Cheryl's gang were doing all kinds of things to pass the time. Some of them were even playing trump card using the deck that they found among the relics. Cheryl left everyone behind and went to Akira's place. Is it okay if I sit beside you? Akira looked up to Cheryl. She was smiling at him while trying to figure out his mood. I'm in the middle of my escort duty right now, so just don't cling on me. It'll slow me down if anything happens. And also don't sit too close. Although Cheryl took her gang to Higuraku Residence Ruin because of the offer from Akira, it was still recognized as a formal request in the Hunter office. Thus the record of this request will also be shown in Akira's battle record in the Hunter office website. The reward from that request was 10,000 orum. Including the brokerage fee for the Hunter office, it would be 20,000 orum. Since the request wasn't submitted as an individually designated request in the Hunter office site, it was possible for a completely unknown hunter to take that request too. But such a possibility was highly unlikely. It was the lowest possible reward for a request that was submitted in the Hunter office as an individual request which was not from a company or an organization. Not to mention the transportation would be handled by the hunters, the ammo expense would be paid fully by the hunter, the escort targets were just small children who knew nothing about fighting, the request would take a whole day, and to top it off the reward payment would be given only after the request was finished. If hunters fled to take this request, it would be very suspicious. Although it was to be expected, there was no other hunter who took that request except Akira. And just to be safe, after Akira finished the administration work to take that request in the Hunter office, the request was closed, thus preventing other hunters from taking that request. The reason why Akira took the exploration as a formal request through the Hunter office was to strengthen his resolve. Since it was a formal request, it put him under more pressure to fulfill his duty of protecting Cheryl and her gang. It was a form of his determination as well as a way to convince Cheryl that he would not abandon her just because he did not get paid for escorting her. That was why Akira said that he was in the middle of a job and hence it would be stupid to let Cheryl cling on him while he was working. I understand. Cheryl then sat one person's space away from Akira. She was relieved that it seemed Akira's mood was at least better compared to when they were outside. The rain is not slowing at all, isn't it? Yeah, the weather forecast said that it would be a clear day though. Well, it was from a free weather forecast, so I guess it's not really that accurate, huh? It might as well be because it's a weather forecast for Kagomayama City, and not Higuraku Residence Ruin. That makes sense then, it's not like those people in the inner wall care about the weather in the wasteland after all. It would be bad if it doesn't rain at all, so it's a good thing that it rains from time to time. With the humid atmosphere and the wet ground, the air feels much more gentle. Well, it's all good that it rains from time to time, but I hope that it will not rain when the weather forecast that I checked said that it won't rain. I just hope that the tire won't get stuck in the mud. I guess I'll have to pick another route to go back home. Cheryl was only talking about her impression of the weather, while Akira was talking about what he should do to adapt to the rain. Both of them were basically talking about the same thing but focused on two different subjects. Akira noticed Alpha was smiling as she watched that exchange. What? It's nothing. Look there, Cheryl is wearing the clothes that you gave her the other day. You know? After Alpha said that, Akira took another look at Cheryl's clothes. He did not really remember it, but it was actually one of the dresses that he gave to Cheryl. Cheryl noticed Akira's gaze. She then smiled and said, "This is one of the dresses that I received from you. How does it look?" There were a lot of parts on that dress that did not really fit Cheryl's body. But because she was used to that kind of dress and because of some adjustment that she made, it did not look weird on her. It was the result of her skill on how to use a dress as well as the trial and errors that she did beforehand in front of a mirror. As for the underclothing, the old world underclothes was, for some reason, very flexible and stretchy. Thanks to that, even a petite girl like Cheryl could use them comfortably. Although they do have a sexy design, it was not like people would be able to get a peek as long as she did not do any crazy stunt. And since she planned to only let Akira see them, Cheryl did not have any problem with them. Cheryl herself was actually hoping to get some light compliment, something like, "They look good on you." She thought that she should be able to at least get that since she received that dress from Akira. That was why she asked Akira for his opinion. Akira stared at Cheryl. He then frowned and looked a bit troubled. After a small pause, He hesitated and said, "Well, I think it's okay." I see." Although Akira gave a vague response, Cheryl was somehow able to keep up her smile when she said that. There was an awkward silence between them. After that, Akira suddenly spoke something that sounded like he was confessing his sin. "Well, to be honest, those are clothes that I found in the ruin. It's just that I didn't check them when I gave them to you, so some of them might have a weird design. Well, if you find them having strange designs, you don't have to use them, you can just throw them away, you know?" Akira did not have any sense of fashion at all. He had no problem using a piece of cloth as long as it had no tears or holes. Even now, he always wore his augmented suit outside. Thus there was no occasion where Akira could train his fashion sense. There was also a time when Akira was doing close combat training with Alpha. At that time, Alpha would change her dress into a battle outfit from the old world, and it was a suggestive dress that was much more seductive than being naked. When he saw that, it made him really doubt the fashion sense of the old world peoples. The dresses that Akira gave to Cheryl were old world clothing, so he thought that some of them might have a weird design just like what he once saw from Alpha. Of course, since he more or less had already gotten used to the old world design, he was not able to tell apart those clothing from others, and so he was worried if he had given some dresses with a weird design according to the current standard to Cheryl without knowing it. Cheryl, who noticed that Akira suddenly looked worried, carefully picked her words to reply to him. After listening to Akira's story, Cheryl more or less understood the situation. She then smiled to reassure him and said, "I'm using this dress since I really like it, so please don't worry about that." "Is that so? It's all good then. So, well, yeah, it looks good on you." Akira thought that everything was good as long as the one using it was okay with it. "Thank you very much." Cheryl smiled happily after she got the reaction that she wanted from Akira. Rebuild World Chapter 78, Extra Guests. The rain continued. It was not getting worse, but it was not letting up either. Akira regularly went outside the room and checked the surroundings. He was checking the situation around the mansion while keeping close distance to the main room, so he could quickly return back to where Cheryl was in case he spotted anything. His information-gathering device was also working just fine as long as it was indoor. Up until now, he had not met any monsters looking for a shelter from the rain yet. Akira then thought, "I hope that this situation would continue." Alpha smiled bitterly. "When you say it like that, it sounds as if you're raising your death flag. You know? Nothing will happen. This is easy, we just need to wait for the rain to stop before going back home." That in itself also did not sound good. Okay, I just need to shut up, right? In contrast to Alpha, who was smiling teasingly there, Akira pouted. After Akira went back and forth from the main room several times, he spotted Cheryl looking displeased. It was rather obvious that Cheryl was in a bad mood, but the moment she noticed Akira, she immediately welcomed him with a smile. Maybe because she could not fully hide the displeasure inside her, her smile somehow looked slightly awkward. As Akira was about to sit next to Cheryl, he asked Ario, who was standing near him, "Did something happen?" Ario glanced at Cheryl. Cheryl looked back at Ario while smiling, but her eyes were telling Ario not to say anything unnecessary. Ario did something that angered Cheryl a few days ago, so he couldn't afford to make it worse. While on the other hand, he also could not afford to worsen Akira's mood either. Akira was a dangerous person who would kill without any hesitation. There was even an occasion when he dragged the corpse of the person that he killed to the base of the gang that person was affiliated with. But Akira was harmless as long as he was not hostile. Unless the children of Cheryl's gang told themselves that, they would need extra courage to even talk with Akira. That was the Akira that Ario knew. Although it should be fine for now since Cheryl was basically having him under control, Akira was still a dangerous person. Ario carefully answered Akira's question as not to worsen both his and Cheryl's mood. "There was a little dispute, but it's already over." "I see." Akira only said that before he sat next to Cheryl. Ario was relieved that he was at least able to avoid worsening Akira's mood. He then glanced at Cheryl, who was still smiling at him. It was not like Cheryl was obviously glaring at him, so Ario thought that she was not angry and it should be fine, or at least that was what Ario prayed. Since Cheryl's heart leaned on Akira and as he was now back beside her, she returned to her normal self. Akira, who saw that change, thought that it was not something bad. So he just decided to stop thinking about it. As Akira was taking a rest there before the next patrol, Sebla approached him. Cheryl's mood quickly turned sour again. Sebla then said to Akira, "I have something I want to talk with you." "No, you don't. Now get back to your place." Cheryl interjected and glared at Sebla. "I'm talking with Akira here. I'm the boss of the gang and I'm telling you to get back to your place. You're just a proxy in the end, aren't you? No matter how you look at it, the real boss here is Akira." Cheryl and Sebla were glaring at each other. There were some children in Cheryl's gang who thought that Cheryl was just a proxy for Akira. Most of the members who joined recently had a strong impression about it, while the senior members of the gang were much more afraid of Akira than Cheryl that they chose to carefully observe the situation as it developed, thus prolonging the misunderstanding about Cheryl's actual position in the gang. So in short, they thought that if they could appeal to Akira, then they could ignore Cheryl's opinion. Although that was true, there was no mistaking it that it was a bad choice of action. Akira was basically just helping Cheryl as an individual. He was not helping Cheryl's gang in particular. As such, if anyone from Cheryl's gang came directly to Akira to appeal to him, Akira would flatly reject them. Akira sighed and said, "So what is it?" Since it seemed that Akira was willing to hear what he had to say, Sebla snickered mockingly at Cheryl. Cheryl glared at Sebla even more as she stepped back. It was because Akira was saying that he was willing to listen to Sebla. Sebla then continued, "Well, since the rain is not letting up at all, I just thought that it might be a good idea to search the mansion while waiting for the rain to stop." Akira was just silently looking at Sebla, waiting for him to continue, while on the other hand, Sebla was waiting for Akira's reply. So they were just looking at each other silently. Sebla's smile vanished, and right when he started looking confused, Akira opened his mouth. "So then, like I said, it's a good idea to search for relics in this mansion." Akira sounded exasperated as he said to Sebla, "No, I'm in the middle of a job and that is to make sure of Cheryl's and the other children's safety. Don't tell me you haven't noticed it." Sebla then annoyedly replied to Akira, "So you're basically our bodyguard, right?" "That's not right. When I say other children, it means the children who view Cheryl as the head of the gang. So it doesn't include the children who won't listen to her." Sebla's face twitched. Akira was basically saying that he wouldn't protect him. So Sebla quickly changed to provocation. "What? Are you scared or something? Or like, you have no confidence at all?" Yeah, I'm scared and I don't trust my own skill." Akira just flatly took in Sebla's provocation as if it was nothing. Sebla was taken aback. Cheryl, who was also listening at that exchange, was surprised. Akira then continued, "The monsters are scary, that's exactly why they're called monsters. You don't even know that? And also, I have priority on who I'm going to protect. First of all, I need to make sure of Cheryl's safety before protecting the people who are with her. But even after I can be sure that Cheryl and her gang is safe, I have no plans to worry about the safety of the people who try to pick a fight against the monsters on their own volition." Not only was Akira mocking Sebla's futile action, he was also saying that he put Sebla's safety as his last priority. As Sebla obviously winced back, Cheryl was smiling happily since Akira said that he would prioritize her safety. Akira looked annoyed as he continued, "If you want to go search the mansion, you can just go ahead and do that. I won't stop you. My job is to protect Cheryl and her gang. So stopping you from killing yourself is not included in my job description. So yeah, you can go ahead and do whatever you want." After he heard Akira's straight answer, Sebla gave up trying to have Akira protect him while he searched the mansion. But he still wanted to go search the mansion. Since they arrived at the mansion, Sebla kept thinking that he might be able to find some expensive relics inside such a luxurious-looking mansion. And if he did find some and sold them in secret, he would be able to buy some powerful weapon and live a better life working as a hunter. As there was someone who had realized all of Sebla's crazy dream right in front of him, he was caught in an even crazier dream. Sebla went silent and thought. He then lowered his request and pointed at Akira's assault rifle. "To then at least lend me that gun." Sebla himself had no plan to search the mansion unarmed, So putting it in another way, he would search the mansion if he could get himself a rifle. As far as he could recognize, other than Akira's equipment, he did not think there was that much difference between him and Akira. Akira looked obviously exasperated as he said to Sebla, "What the heck are you saying now? There's no way I would lend you my rifle. But it's not like you're using it right now. Are you for real? Do you really think that is enough of a reason to lend you my rifle? Are you sure you're okay in the head?" There was no reason for Akira to lend Sebla his rifle. In his mind, lending his rifle to Sebla was equal to losing his rifle for nothing. Not to mention, Sebla might point that rifle at him, which was basically worse than simply losing his rifle. When Akira got his calm back, he started to doubt Sebla's sanity. "Listen here, you're basically still barely included as one of the people that I have to protect. That is if you don't do anything crazy. If you keep bugging me like this, I'll have no other choice but to think of you as an obstruction to my job and remove you from my escort target. If you understand, then get lost. You're bothering me." After Akira gave him a strong rejection, he looked away from Sebla as if he had lost interest in him. Sebla looked frustrated and stood staring at Akira for some time before he returned to the opposite side of the room. He then sat down leaning his back against the wall, bent his head down and started mumbling. Cheryl appeared happy. She was smiling in delight as she was so thankful that Akira took her side. She looked at Sebla, who was walking away, as she felt a sense of victory. The rain was still pouring down. As Akira was patrolling the area, Alpha suddenly moved in front of him and pointed her finger outside the window. "Akira, over there." Akira peeked outside the mansion. Thanks to the vision enhancement from Alpha, his vision zoomed into the direction where Alpha was pointing her finger. She was pointing at a vehicle that was heading in his direction. "The other hunters, huh? I just hope they won't cause any trouble, but..." Akira felt that his hope would get betrayed and his bad premonition would happen. That was why he stopped there. He then headed back to the room to inform Cheryl and her gang about the hunters. Not too long after Akira and Cheryl's gang took shelter from the rain in that mansion, another vehicle was also heading to Higuraka Residence Ruin. It was a closed-roof car that was designed to explore the wasteland. A big symbol of the rental company that owned that vehicle was painted on the side of that vehicle. There were 3 hunters in that vehicle. Guyver and Colbert were sitting on the back seats while Dale was driving the vehicle. Guyver said to Dale, "Say, isn't it better if we just head straight to Kagomayama City? Didn't I tell you before that we can't do that in the middle of this rain? It would be fine. We've put some distance between us and that ruin. I'm sure that dangerous-looking monster must have lost us by now. We might still meet it again on our way back, you know? Not to mention that this car is a rental car, so its auto-drive function might get activated when it receives damage. When that happens, it'll return back to the city on autopilot and I won't be able to control it. What would you do about it if that happens? In the worst-case scenario, this vehicle might even bring that monster back to the city with it, and I'm sure the city defense squad would blow that monster together with us the moment they spot it." "You're just overthinking it." When Guyver brushed Dale's worry as him overthinking it and laughed at him, Dale quickly turned at him with an annoyed face. Then Colbert joined their conversation as he asked Dale, "So why Higuraka Residence Ruin? You remember that big mansion inside the ruin, right? I'm thinking of taking shelter there. It's not like we have to go to that particular mansion, right? If you just want to take shelter while waiting for the rain to stop, we can just pick a random building around this area. We don't know how long this rain will stay. So if it's possible, I want to take a good rest in a big room rather than in a cramped space like inside this vehicle." Good grief. When he heard that snide remark from Colbert, Dale held himself back while telling that this would be the last time he went out to the wasteland together with both of them. That damn mediator. Picking these dumb guys for me. I'll definitely file a complaint later. Deep inside his heart, Dale kept cursing the mediator who introduced Guyver and Colbert to him. Dale, Guyver, and Colbert did not go on an expedition together normally. They were all just registered under the same mediator and so they were just temporarily on the same team. In the Eastern District, there were several companies that acted as mediators between hunters. They would introduce hunters with other hunters depending on the requirements set by those hunters. These requirements included a lot of things such as the level of danger of the ruin that they wanted to explore, the type of request that they were willing to take together, the way to divide the reward, their equipments, hunter rank, battle record, and even age, gender, and personality. Most of the hunters in the Eastern District were utilizing such mediator service. It was because a good mediator company often only introduced reliable and trustworthy hunters. After all, these mediators would not accept hunters with bad records. For example, those hunters who always lose their team members in the wasteland for some reason, or those hunters who are known to increase the risk of the exploration for other hunters in the team. These hunters would get rejected when they tried to register their names in those mediator companies. It was the same for the hunters who got a lot of complaints after they were introduced to the other hunters. With such a process of elimination, the hunters who were left were usually trustworthy and reliable ones. In the case when the company was requested by the city management to send hunters for some requests that had something to do with public image, it would prioritize those hunters who had good personalities due to their track record. In order to prevent the hunters with powerful weapons from turning into bandits, the corporate government usually put a requirement on certain requests that the hunters had to be registered with a mediator company and must have a relatively good image. Dale usually worked alone and only formed a team temporarily with the help of a mediator company. He had a hint and was looking for a particular ruin that might earn him a lot of money. Although he was able to get the information about where that ruin was through his connection, he did not get the information about the monsters around that ruin. Because of that, he thought that it would be a bad idea to go there alone and ended up asking the mediator company to introduce him to some hunters. And those hunters were Guyver and Colbert. Result-wise, Dale's expedition ended up as a failure this time. They were not able to get their hands on any expensive relics, and when they decided to just go back home, they encountered a powerful monster and had to escape that ruin in a hurry. Dale believed that it was Guyver's and Colbert's fault that they failed. This Guyver guy can't even properly scan the area for monsters. He was just loitering aimlessly in the ruin and got detected by monsters because of that. And that Colbert didn't even try to hide it when he was about to abandon us. It would have been much better if I had come here alone. I'll never work together with these two again. But all this was from Dale's point of view. Both Guyver and Colbert thought that Dale was too scared to make any swift decision, which made their expedition a total failure. In all actuality, it might be just a matter of compatibility between their personalities, but putting that aside, all of them still felt awkward after that failure. As Dale parked the vehicle near the mansion, he noticed Akira's vehicle. He took a good look at Akira's vehicle. Someone's here first, huh? Well, it's raining cats and dogs here. No wonder another hunter would come up with the same idea. Guyver glanced at Akira's vehicle as he was putting on a camouflaging sheet on their vehicle. It's packed with relics though. I wonder where all these relics came from? It was obvious that the tray was packed with a lot of relics, but because it was covered with a camouflaging sheet, Guyver could not really see how many relics were in it. I bet it's from this ruin. Colbert suddenly interjected in, but when Guyver heard that, he replied back as if he was mocking Colbert. There are only garbage relics left in this ruin, you know? There's no way someone would even go as far as preparing a detachable cart just to carry relics out from this ruin. Colbert annoyedly replied back. Then where do you think all of those relics come from? Like hell if I know. Guyver snapped back at Colbert. They then checked the area around that mansion. There were dead monsters around the area, but there was nothing suspicious. They then noticed Akira by the end of a hallway. Akira was standing near the entrance of one of the rooms. He was watching the surroundings with CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun in his hands. He also noticed Dale and the other hunters the moment they came in sight. Akira walked a few steps toward them before opening his mouth. I'm sorry to tell you this, but can you take any other room? We're using this room to take shelter from the rain. Dale raised both of his hands, trying to tell Akira that they were not hostile. Calm down, we're also hunters. We're only here to take shelter from the rain on our way back home from the ruins. Are you also on your way back from a ruin? Just so you know, I have no plans to cause any trouble. Guyver and Colbert lowered their guns. When he saw that, Akira also lowered his guns. He then said, I'm also a hunter, but I'm here today for an escort request. If you have no business with us, I hope that you would take shelter somewhere else. Since Akira wanted to reduce any unpredictable factors, he hoped that Dale would take his friends somewhere else. But Dale did not step back. Don't say that. This must be some kind of fate. Let's at least share information. Dale wanted to have someone to talk to about his expedition, or to be more precise, he wanted someone that could help him vent his stress by complaining about Guyver and Colbert. Moreover, making connections was essential for hunters, and that was doubly true when it came to a hunter like Akira who was nice enough to be there as an escort and not for hunting relics. Thus Dale wanted to make some connections with Akira if it was possible. Guyver threw a friendly smile at Akira. I don't mind if you want to exchange relics too. You know? Moreover, if you're here as an escort, it's your employer who will decide to meet us or not, right? Guyver could not forget about the relic pile that was on Akira's cart. He thought that if he could somehow ask the owner of those relics to exchange some of it, he might be able to see what kind of relics were in that pile. Akira hesitated for a bit. He then decided to ask Cheryl. After all, getting more connections with the other hunters might be a good thing for Cheryl. That was why Akira decided to ask her rather than making his own decision. I'll go and ask then, wait here for a sec. After saying that, Akira went back to the room where Cheryl and her gang were. Cheryl heard about the situation from Akira, and decided to meet with Dale and his friends. Akira was a bit surprised by that, but since Cheryl decided to do so, he had no plan to criticize her at all. He then let Dale and his friends into the room. After that, Dale and his friends introduced themselves to Cheryl and continued talking with her. While they were doing that, Akira was just standing silently next to Cheryl with both Sivuch anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun on his hands without lowering his guard at all. Among the three of them, Dale was the one who was talking the most with Cheryl. From their conversation, it felt like they could get along well with each other. Cheryl smiled while listening to Dale. It was as if her eyes were sparkling, showing her interest in what the other person had to say. She enthusiastically encouraged Dale to continue his story, sympathized with his complaints, and praised his hard work. She already understood how much effect her beauty had when talking with others. That was why she thoroughly took care of her skin and hair every day. She was also wearing an old-world dress that looked expensive and was using it skillfully as if she was familiar with such dresses. While on the other hand, since the other children present were only wearing clothing that was a bit better than most of the children in the slum city, it boosted Cheryl's appearance even more. Cheryl continued her silly talk with Dale while trying to convey that she was not hostile. Because of that, Dale could not stop venting his stress from his failed expedition that day. As a result, their conversation dragged longer and longer. Dale, who seemed to be interested in Cheryl, stopped boasting about himself and asked about her and her gang. So then, are you some kind of representative or something? Yes, I'm the representative of a small gang in the lower district of the Kagamayama city. Or more like, I'm the head of that small gang. That's a pretty impressive feat considering that you're still so young. What's the name of your gang? It's still a small gang, so we don't have a name yet. Not to mention that it'll attract more attention if we have a name, and it might cause needless conflict. We're trying to lay low and avoid any problem right now. I see. It sounds rough. Not at all compared to the hard time that the hunters have when facing the monsters out in the dangerous wasteland. Our problem is not that bad. We don't have anything that can be compared to the rewards that the hunters get from hunting monsters or from selling relics. By the way, what kind of relics did you find lately? Well, let's see. Dale tried to remember the relics that he sold lately as they continued their conversation. Say Alpha. This might be just my imagination, but... Akira, who was standing silently next to Cheryl, was a bit surprised and somehow a bit terrified, but he tried his best not to show it outside as he asked Alpha for a confirmation. Cheryl is trying to probe information out of those hunters, while keeping her own information a secret. I agree with you about that point. I think that she's doing it intentionally. I thought so. The conversation between Cheryl and Dale was mostly about Dale's team. Although the conversation shifted to about Cheryl from time to time, she was always able to subtly steer the topic back about Dale and his friends, and it seemed that Dale did not notice that at all. Dale and Cheryl talked about a lot of things. When the topic was about the ruin, they would talk about the monsters that Dale had encountered or about the relics that he had found in the past. Although all of them were information that a hunter would not normally share with the other hunters except when they were getting paid. Thanks to Cheryl's sympathy and praises, Dale started blurting out those information for free. And even after that, Cheryl would still occasionally show her sympathy or throw some praises exactly when he was expecting for them. Thus Dale just could not stop himself. As he was watching Dale continue blurting out those sensitive information, Akira tried to remember all of his exchanges with Cheryl, and asked Alpha. I didn't leak any information when I talked with Cheryl up until now, right? Don't worry. I'll properly warn you when you're about to make that blunder. I see. Well, the only sensitive information that I have is about you, so I guess it should be okay, huh? Oh. Well, Akira, you sometimes lowered your guard and turned at my direction. So she might think that you have a weird habit of looking at a random direction when you're deep in thought, but that's all. Wait, that's because you always wear strange clothing, you know? Is it still my fault? It's not like I'm saying that it's your fault. And also, it's so rude of you to say that. If you keep saying something like that, I'll start using even weirder clothing to train you. Alpha was smiling invincibly and teasingly at Akira. I'm sorry, please don't. Akira quickly apologized. He did not want to see Alpha in any super strange clothing that would even take him by surprise. As Dale was boasting about his adventurous story to Cheryl, Guyver was keeping distance while silently observing them. Guyver was surprised when he entered that room since the scene inside was so much different from what he was expecting. He thought he would find hunters resting inside the room. Since there was only one vehicle with its cart filled with relics, judging from that, he expected to find at most 6 hunters. He also thought that Akira was guarding the entrance since he was the weakest among those 6 hunters. Some hunters preferred to work as a paid mercenary to accompany other hunters to the wasteland, while any relics that they found during their expedition would all be owned by their employers. Guyver thought that Akira was one of those hunters, but what he found inside that room was a beautiful young girl who employed Akira and the other small children in shoddy-looking clothing. It did not seem that there was another hunter except Akira inside that room. Those children did not even seem like they could handle a fight well. While Dale was talking with Cheryl, Guyver scanned the room and lightly checked all the children in the room. He also kept his eyes on Akira whilst trying to figure out Cheryl's situation from what he heard from their conversation. After Guyver finished checking everything there, he then interjected in Dale's and Cheryl's conversation. Can I say something for a bit here? I have a suggestion. This must be some kind of fate that we met each other here. We're both on our way back from hunting relics. So how about we exchange relics? Although we don't have that many, we got ourselves some good relics, you know? There were not that many hunters who would sell all of the relics that they found in the ruins to the hunter office. So in order to adjust the relics that they collected according to the type of the relics preferred by the merchants that they sold those relics to, hunters sometimes exchanged relics between each other. Usually, Guyver's suggestion was a profitable one for both sides. But Cheryl looked apologetic as she declined that offer. I'm really sorry. The relics that we gathered are nothing more than cheap relics. I don't think we have anything worth exchanging. Oh, don't worry. Every merchant out there has a different preference. Your relics might not be worth much if you sell to the merchant that you frequent, but they might fetch a good price with the merchant that we frequent. Don't worry about the price. It's not like we have to exchange anything if we don't find anything worth exchanging. But it would take some time for us to unload the relics. I'm the one suggesting it, so we'll help out too. We're planning to head back to the city as soon as the rain stops, so it might be a bit hard time-wise to unload them and load them again immediately afterwards. Although Cheryl was trying to decline his offer, Guyver kept pressuring her. Even though Dale found it weird that Cheryl was trying to decline the offer, because he liked her more than Guyver, he took Cheryl's side. Whoa there, it's not like you have to press her to do that, right? Well, that's true, sorry about that. After Dale interjected, Guyver quickly apologized. The reason why Cheryl refused the offer to exchange relics was to avoid having Dale and his friends looking down at her gang after seeing the cheap relics that her gang had gathered. Cheryl noticed that Dale and his friends were misunderstanding her position. It seemed that they thought her to be the head of some kind of a big gang. Basically, they thought that Cheryl was someone with quite a load of money. To be honest, Cheryl was just the head of a small gang and she did not have much money. Normally, she would not even be in that place. It was all thanks to Akira, who provided the transportation means and guard escort, that she was able to come to that place. Moreover, Akira paid for all the expenses for their expedition. Although Cheryl did pay some amount of money as a request reward to him, it was just a small portion of what he had paid in order to prepare for the expedition. And, in the end, the money that Cheryl used to pay Akira was the money that she got thanks to him in the first place. If Dale and his friends noticed that the pile of relics in the cart was nothing more than just cheap relics and Cheryl and her gang were nothing more than just powerless and penniless children of the slum city, they would treat her and her gang differently. In the worst-case scenario, they might even start attacking her gang. That was what she thought. Cheryl was immensely relieved that she had coaxed Dale. Thanks to that, she was able to maintain the trio's misunderstanding, although it was still unclear whether it was a good or a bad thing. Rebuild World Chapter 79 Hunters in Debt. While they were waiting for the rain to stop, Guyver suddenly said to Dale, "It's so boring that we have nothing to do here, so I'm going to look for relics around here for a bit." Dale looked surprised and asked Guyver, "You do know that there are no expensive relics left around this place, right?" "It's fine, I'm just going to search for relics to pass the time. Moreover, there are dead monsters around the area, so I might find some equipments left by the hunters that those monsters killed." "I see. Well, it's up to you." Although he said that, Dale cursed Guyver deep inside his heart. "Agay. Damn hyena." There were all kinds of hunters out there. Dale was someone who thought that it was rude to salvage equipment from the dead corpses of the other hunters. It would be fine if it was something that he stumbled upon by pure chance. But if he started to go to the wasteland to intentionally salvage equipment from the dead hunters, Dale believed that it would only be a matter of time before he started to hunt for equipment from the still-alive hunters too. Dale thought that Guyver would leave the room right after that, but instead, he went to the other side of the room, to a group of Cheryl's gang's members. He then started speaking with them while mostly focused on Seblet. "I'm going to search the mansion, you guys want to come?" Everyone there looked surprised when Guyver said that to them. Dale quickly interjected, "What the heck are you thinking you're doing?" Guyver replied back flatly without a trace of hostility. "What? I'm just inviting them to search for relics. I'm telling you that you shouldn't bring them with you without Cheryl's permission. Or more like, do you think they can hold a fight in the first place? It's not like I'm forcing them to come. Moreover, I don't expect them to help me fight monsters. I'm inviting them to help me carry relics. I'll do the fighting." "Ah, are you worried that we might cause a dispute when dividing the loot? I'll just give them the relics if they're just cheap relics. Like I said before, I'm just looking for a way to spend time." The children that Guyver invited glanced at Cheryl's direction. Although Akira's expression did not change at all, Cheryl, who was beside him, obviously looked a little angry. They wanted to search for relics in that mansion, however. They hesitated to take Guyver's offer since it might cause Cheryl to get even angrier at them. But that was excluding one person who had already annoyed Cheryl beforehand. Sebla cautiously asked Guyver, "Are you seriously going to give the relics to us?" Guyver smiled and replied, "Yeah, I have no interest in cheap relics after all." "All right then, I'll come with you." As Sebla stood up, Guyver's smile widened. Guyver was about to bring Sebla with him without Cheryl's permission. Looking at that, Cheryl was making an unpleasant face. Dale was determined to stop Guyver if it was needed, so he asked Cheryl, "Are you sure you don't need to do anything?" "I won't stop him, but I won't take responsibility either." Cheryl answered briefly without any change in her expression. It was obvious that she had already given up on Sebla. She did not mind if Sebla died after going with Guyver. She also planned to leave him behind in case if the rain stopped and he had not returned. Of course, even if he returned back to the city after that, Cheryl planned to kick him out from the gang. And if Sebla caused any trouble for Guyver, she had no plans to listen if Guyver came to her to complain, nor she planned to apologize to him. Guyver and Sebla then left that room. For some reason, Cheryl looked slightly relieved. Now that Guyver was no longer in that room, Dale quickly vented his irritation about Guyver by complaining about him to Cheryl. After Sebla and Guyver left that room, rather than starting to look for relics around that mansion, they quickly moved to another room away from where they were. After Sebla entered that room, Guyver checked his surroundings before closing the door. Guyver then pulled a battered chair and sat on it with its backrest to his front. He then reached to his back and signaled Sebla with his head to take the other chair. Well, just take a seat. Sebla looked confused as he obediently took a seat while Guyver just kept smiling at him. Guyver actually invited Sebla to come with him since he knew that Sebla also wanted to look for relics in that mansion but did not have the ability to do so alone. And to top it off, he seemed to be displeased with Akira and Cheryl. This was because Sebla was unconsciously looking down on Akira and Cheryl. He thought that Akira was only a boy who got a little lucky, which allowed him to buy powerful weapons, while Cheryl was only a girl who got ahead of herself after getting Akira's support. That was why Sebla was not really scared even when Cheryl and Akira were next to him. And although Akira was someone who might kill him in a single snap of a finger without any hesitation, his hatred and prejudice toward them dulled his sense of danger. While on the other hand, unlike Akira, Guyver, who was in front of him right now, was simply a stranger with enough strength to kill him. He was someone that Sebla just met, so he did not know anything about the other person. That was why Sebla felt a little scared. But in order to hide his fear, he asked Guyver, "Hey, aren't we going to look for relics?" "Well, just calm down for now." Guyver was still smiling at him, but that smile did not even have the slightest trace of goodwill. "There's one thing that I want to ask you. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. I just want to know your honest opinion about those guys." From the start, Guyver had no wish to search the mansion for relics at all. He was only interested in picking a random kid to gather more information about Cheryl and Akira. He was actually having some problems with money. To be more precise, he had a huge debt. Although the deadline was closing in, he still had no idea how to pay his debt. Today, he had actually lost his hope of repaying that debt. He had bought expensive information about a certain ruin where he might be able to discover expensive relics, and so he was planning to find some expensive relics today to pay for his debt. Although that information came from a questionable source with questionable accuracy, it was enough for him to place his bet on that information. Although there was a lot of frauds like that, fortunately enough, Guyver hit a jackpot. He got the information of several unexplored ruin sites where he might be able to find expensive relics. Guyver was winning his gamble up to that point, but then bad things happened to him. The information that he bought did not mention anything about the monsters in that ruin. When they encountered a strong monster, they had no other choice but to run away. If it was not for the other hunters, who did not expect to find those monsters and ended up dividing the attention of those monsters, they might not have been able to escape from that ruin alive. In the end, they ended up bringing back only a small number of relics, and of course they still had to divide those relics among themselves. Basically, it was not even close to enough for repaying his debt, even if he took all of those relics for himself. Lending money to the hunters in the Eastern District was a dirty business. After all, the hunters did not have any stable income. They might even die anytime without notice. And since they were armed, there were cases where they even lashed back and refused to pay their debts. So in short, any companies in the Eastern District that offered loans to those hunters had prepared themselves with enough power to forcefully collect the money that the hunters borrowed from them. Guyver was desperate for money in order to avoid getting sent to the infamous hellish workplace to return his debt. So he was now trying to get some information out of Sebla, who looked a bit scared of him. Of course, he expected to get slightly inaccurate information out of Sebla about Cheryl and Akira. But even so, it was enough to get the information that he wanted. Guyver's desperation of money had already twisted his mind. Because of that, he strongly wished that the relic pile behind Akira's vehicle was filled with expensive relics. Rather than deciding based on the information he would get from Sebla, he already made a guess that they were indeed expensive relics. That was why he started to gather more information in order to confirm his guess. Right from the start, Guyver already thought that Cheryl was on her way back from another ruin. And that ruin was an unexplored ruin, and the information about which had not spread among the hunters. He thought that Cheryl was trying to secretly carry out relics from that particular unexplored ruin. There were two ways to make sure that certain important information would not leak to the public. Either only tell the people that one absolutely trusted, or make sure that other people who also knew that information are dead. Guyver thought that it was the former case for Akira. According to what he heard from Cheryl, it seemed that she placed a lot of trust in Akira. That was why she only took Akira to escort her. While the other children were the latter case. Guyver was sure that the other children were the children of the slum city who had no idea of the value of the relics that they gathered. And even if she killed those children once they did their job, it would not cause any ruckus at all. Basically, they were the perfect expendable pawns for secretly carrying out relics. That was why Guyver was sure that Cheryl was there to secretly carry out relics from an unexplored ruin. But unlike what he expected, according to Sebla's information, those relics were gathered from Higuraku Residence ruin. Although that took him by surprise, Guyver quickly returned back to his sense and made another guess to make everything click together. He guessed that Cheryl used Higuraku Residence ruin as a hidden stow, or maybe a delivery place for sensitive relics that should be handled carefully. Guyver thought that Cheryl did that to disguise those relics as cheap relics. According to Sebla, Cheryl was the one who decided which building to loot and what relics to take out from each building. And if she used Slum City's children to help her and also prevented them from knowing what they were carrying, then everything would make sense. Moreover, if the relics on the cart were really cheap relics, then there was no need to even put on a camouflaging sheet on top of it. So it must be those relics that would give Cheryl profit even after deducting the price of the escort, transportation, and the ammo expense. Among all the children in that room, Akira and Cheryl had obviously better equipment than the rest of the children. Cheryl's dress also seemed to be an old-world dress which was way better than the common dress. So basically, she must be someone who had enough money to buy old-world dresses. Even though Cheryl brought with her an escort, Guyver refused to believe that she would intentionally go out to the dangerous wasteland herself if it was not for something that was worth that risk. Guyver's twisted money sense because of the debt that he was shouldering caused his guess to lean more towards the direction that the relics on Akira's cart were expensive relics. Say Sebla. Was it again? I'm Guyver, I forgot to tell you my name before. So then Sebla. Sebla was overwhelmed by the ominous vibe from Guyver. What? Guyver was still smiling at Sebla as he continued. It was obvious from his voice that he had made his decision. I have a good idea, wanna listen? Sebla was completely drowned in Guyver's ominous aura. ******. Nothing in particular happened as Akira continued waiting for the rain to stop. Not too far from him, Cheryl was talking with Dale and Colbert. Akira was standing there as Cheryl's bodyguard, while the children from Cheryl's gang were doing various things to pass the time. Then suddenly there was an explosion followed by gunshots. Although those sounds were drowned in the rain, the hunters inside that room quickly reacted to that faint noise. Akira quickly covered Cheryl and scanned his surroundings, while Dale and Colbert quickly went to the window to check the source of that sound. The moment Dale saw what was happening outside, he immediately shouted, "Our vehicle?" Dale and Colbert panicked. Akira calmly and carefully checked outside the mansion. He could see a vehicle moving away from the mansion. Akira checked that vehicle with his binocular. It was not his vehicle. "It's your vehicle, huh? No one is in that vehicle, you know?" Dale shouted as he was obviously shocked by that sudden turn of events. "The auto-drive home function, huh? But that's impossible. It should still have enough armor plating on it." Dale's guess was correct, but it did not stop the vehicle from moving away from the mansion until it eventually vanished into the rain. Not too long after that, Guyver returned back with more stuff than when he left the room. Dale quickly ran to him. "Guyver, our vehicle's auto-drive activated and it went back to the city." In contrast to Dale, who was panicking, Guyver looked completely calm. "Yeah, I know it was the monster." "Ha! A monster attacked our vehicle." "Well, it's because we just left it there in the open after all." "What do you mean?" According to Guyver's explanation, he encountered a monster when he was passing near their vehicle. Although he was able to repel the monster back, it caused enough damage to activate the auto-drive function on their rental vehicle, and Guyver was too busy facing the monster to stop their vehicle. It seemed that the explosion and the gunshots were from him fighting that monster. Guyver unloaded the stuff that he was carrying on the floor. "Fortunately, I was able to save the relics and our ammo reserve and equipment." Dale frowned, but his expression quickly turned grim. "What exactly were you doing back then? If you could save all of this stuff from our vehicle, you should have had enough time to kill the monster, right?" Guyver turned to Sebla and said, "This guy said that he wanted to see our equipment. That was why I took these out of the vehicle. And as I was showing it to him, the monster suddenly came at us, you know? So it's not like we were taking them out while fighting that monster." But even so, You should have been able to protect our vehicle. Guyver hesitated as he glanced at Sebla again. Well, I know that it's my fault, but I can't really protect the vehicle while also protecting this guy. So I ended up fighting that monster while using the vehicle as our cover, you see. It was also because I was caught off guard since I couldn't detect that monster thanks to the rain. Sebla looked apologetic and said, I'm sorry. He then bent his neck so deep that no one there could see his face. Because of that, Dale chose not to reprimand him any further. Since he thought that it was not a good thing to strongly blame Sebla in front of Cheryl, Dale just clicked his tongue and decided to hold himself from asking him to take responsibility. But it did not change the fact that they lost their vehicle now. In that situation, in contrast to Dale, who was making a grim face, Guyver looked completely calm. It caused Dale to become even more annoyed. You look pretty calm there, you know? How can you stay calm like that? We just lost our only means to return back home. You know? Guyver smiled lightly and said in a relaxed tone as if he was trying to calm Dale down. Just calm down. It's true that we lost our vehicle. But fortunately, there's still one vehicle left in this place, remember? Guyver then turned to Cheryl. Dale and Colbert followed suit and looked at Cheryl too. Cheryl's expression stiffened. Dale then apologetically asked her. Well, that's how it is. So can you please give us a ride back to the city? Guyver too smiled and asked Cheryl. You'll basically get 3 more hunters to escort you for free, so I think it's not a bad proposal, right? We can even drive the car for you if you want. It's hard to fight monsters while driving the vehicle for your hunter there, right? That was not a bad offer for Cheryl, but she then glanced at Akira to check with him. Being the escort was Akira's job. If Akira seemed to have any objections, Cheryl would have to come up with some kind of explanation to reject that offer. Akira did not change his expression as he carefully said to Cheryl, We don't have much choice. Let's give them a ride. Cheryl then lightly bowed to Dale and his friends. Very well, Dale-san, Guyver-san, Colbert-san, we'll be counting on you on our way back. Just leave it to us. Dale confidently replied as the representative of that team. Akira kept his eyes on Dale and his friends. To be honest, he was against giving them a ride back to the city. Although it was true that they would have more hunters to help in case they had to fight monsters, it would also increase the unpredictable factors that he would have to handle. But with that being said, if Akira declined that offer and left them in the wasteland, they might even start a fight. So to be honest, it was not like he had any other choice as he reluctantly agreed with their offer. Alpha, what do you think? You definitely need to keep your eyes on them. Thought so. Akira also figured that all of his good predictions would betray him, and any of his bad premonitions would come into reality. Which in that case, he had to prepare himself to face it. If he knew that his bad premonitions were accurate, then he could reduce the possible loss by getting himself ready to brace for it. If he did that, he would not sustain much damage even if it really happened. That was what Akira was telling himself in order to sustain his mental stability. In the middle of the rain outside the mansion, there was a vehicle that was traversing the wasteland without any driver inside it. It was Dale's vehicle. A part of its armor plating was crumbling down. Because of that, the control unit installed in that vehicle judged that the vehicle would be destroyed at this rate. As such, the autodrive function inside it activated and drove the vehicle back to the city on autopilot. The display of that vehicle's control unit was showing the reason as to why the autodrive function was activated. It based its results on the findings of the diagnostic device installed in the control unit of that vehicle. It was saying that the autodrive function was activated because of the damage caused by gunshots or explosion. The scanning device installed in that vehicle did not detect any monsters around when that happened. The display was also showing a warning that shooting at the unit might cause a misunderstanding, in which case the evaluation of the customer might be lowered because of that. The vehicle kept on heading towards the Kagamayama city, while displaying that message which no one read. It had been quite a while since Guyver returned back. Dale was checking the stuff that Guyver retrieved before their vehicle left. After checking the relics, he proceeded to check the equipment and the ammo reserves. His face suddenly turned grim. Hey, the decoy device is not here, nor the ammo. The decoy device referred to any type of device that could be used to attract monsters' attention. There were a lot of ways to use them in the ruin. They could be used to gather monsters in one place and then take them out all together in one go, or they could be used to sneak from the monsters as they gathered in a certain place. These devices used all kinds of means like sound, heat, smell, light, or vibration to attract monsters. Of course, if they were not careful when using the decoy devices, the hunters could end up attracting powerful monsters from the deeper part of the ruin. There were various ways to activate them. Some of them could be activated using remote activation or time set, or even by sensor trigger. Some of them could even be launched like a projectile. These decoy devices were of course much more expensive than a normal bullet. And the decoy devices that they lost were all owned by Dale. So no wonder his face turned grim. But then Guyver answered apathetically. They're not there? They should be still in that vehicle then. You didn't take them out of the vehicle. It's not like I took all the equipment out from the vehicle. I only picked out the equipments that boy wanted to see. Damn it. Those are expensive, you know? Dale was extremely frustrated. If he knew this would happen, he would have used all the decoy devices when he escaped from that ruin. Even in the middle of that rain, they should at least still have some effects. If he had used the decoy devices to fool the monster back then, he would have had no need to take shelter from the rain in this mansion. While Dale was still lamenting his loss, Guyver suddenly stood up and was about to leave the room again. But Dale annoyedly shouted at him, "Where do you think you're going? I'll patrol the area while looking for relics in this mansion. After all, there might still be some monsters around." But then Dale snapped back at him. "Isn't it because you roam around aimlessly that the monsters easily spot you? Isn't that also the reason why our vehicle got attacked?" Dale was basically blaming him for loitering around their vehicle and getting their vehicle attacked. Guyver just laughed it off as he said, "Even if you say so, there might still be some monsters around, you know? So it's better if we keep our guards up, ain't I right? Don't worry, I won't go near Cheryl's vehicle. After all, I too don't want to have to walk back to Kagomayama City." Guyver left the room after he said that. Sebla then followed behind him afterwards. When Dale saw that, he shouted at Guyver, "Are you seriously going to bring that boy too? This boy also feels guilty about what happened, and he's trying to make it up for that blunder. So just let him do it, will you? You just stay here and protect Cheryl and the other children. If you don't do at least that much, I feel like they won't give us a ride back home after all. Later then." Guyver then left that room together with Sebla. Akira kept looking at the door through which Guyver and Sebla exited the room. His bad feeling would not go away. "Alpha, can you check what that Guyver guy is doing from here? Unfortunately, they are outside my detection range. The rain really reduced my detection range after all. I might be overthinking this, but in case if they mess with our vehicle, would you be able to tell from here? If that's the case, then there's no need to worry. I'm connected to the control unit in your vehicle. Although I set the detection range to the minimum to conserve the energy, it would leave a record if anyone tries to approach it. You can look at that record from your information terminal. Although, you won't get the latest record unless you're within the data transfer range. Then it should be fine, huh? Are you suspicious of them?" "Yeah, I have a bad feeling about them. I always have a good sense when it comes to dangerous things, you see. There were times when I was saved thanks to that. Well, it's not like everything will be fine as long as I don't have any bad feelings, so I can't completely put my guard down too." "I see." Alpha thought that since Akira could connect to the old world domain, he might have been receiving some kind of information without him even realizing it. He then might have been analyzing and interpreting that information unconsciously and mistook it as his intuition. After all, if he could come up with something without any basis, that would be easily interpreted as an intuition. Although it looked like Alpha was smiling like usual, she was telling herself that she needed to be careful about that. Akira noticed that Alpha was staring at him, so he tilted his head and asked her, "What's wrong?" "HM? I was just thinking that you are being a bit too paranoid. It's true that it's a good thing to be careful of any possibilities, but it's impossible to consider all kinds of possibilities in the first place, not to mention that it would be highly ineffective too. You can just leave that kind of things to me. I have confidence in my calculation ability after all." "Well, that's true, I'll be counting on you then. Just leave it to me." Alpha smiled invincibly but gently to Akira. Oh. Rebuild World Chapter 80 Traumatized Hunter. A few minutes passed by since Guyver and Sebla went out of the room. While in the room, Dale was showing the relics that he gathered that day. Both Cheryl and her underlings were looking at those relics with full interest. Dale proudly told them the tale of those relics. Of course, the people during the Old World did all kinds of jobs, and it seems there were similar companies compared to the current age. It's still unclear whether they had those companies since they were also human like us, or it is because the people of this era are imitating the Old World people. Well, putting that aside, take a look at this relic. This is a Yasunabashi Corp logo. There were bad and good companies among the Old World companies. Yasunabashi was one of those good Old World companies, so people are willing to buy their products at a good price. If these people are not being careful, they would buy anything at a good price as long as it has this logo. Because of that, some bad hunters make counterfeits by affixing forged logo of Yasunabashi Corp onto some random garbage that they find. And it's not rare for relics exchange centers to get fooled by that. But of course, the relics exchange centers that properly examine the relics can quickly identify these fakes. I heard that it's easy to identify fake relics since this logo is printed with some kind of advanced Old World technology. After they discovered that, some hunters who got lucky and found an Old World printing machine started using that machine to print this logo. And that's how these relics fakers and the people from the exchange center are trying to outwit each other. Cheryl suddenly interrupted Dale, who was enjoying himself. I'm really thankful for giving us all of this information, but are you sure it's okay to share this info? Although Cheryl did intentionally encourage Dale to leak out information, she was rather worried since he just could not stop blurting information. Cheryl thought that she should calm him down first, and so she interrupted him there. After Dale calmed down a bit and looked back at what he said, he also noticed that he might have said too much. But after he saw Cheryl's worried expression, he quickly came up with excuses to balance out all the information that he gave. Well, it's not exactly a secret after all, so I think it's fine. Moreover, you can just take it as my payment for giving us a ride. I don't want to be left in the wasteland without any means to go back to the city after all. If that's the case, thank you very much for sharing them with us. Cheryl lightly bowed and smiled at Dale, who blushed and started talking again. Akira was observing them not too far away from them. He then asked Alpha while carefully trying to make sure that his expression did not change. That guy just blurted out secret information like it was nothing. So this is Cheryl's ability, huh? To be honest, it's a bit scary. If you ask me what exactly is scary about it, it's the way she makes that guy happily leak information. From Akira's point of view, the information that Dale was giving was valuable information. If Akira tried to get that information by normal means, it would take him a lot of money and time. Even the price of that information would put a dent on Akira's savings. But Cheryl was able to extract those information through simple conversation. No wonder Akira felt a bit scared of her. Alpha then told Akira her evaluation about Cheryl. She adjusted the way she said her evaluation in order to give Akira a warning at the same time. It's because Cheryl knows her strength well and she's using that to its fullest extent. She has the talent and now she's the boss of a gang. I'm sure she made a lot of effort to sharpen that talent. Akira, you should be careful about her too. You know? And of course this is not limited to Cheryl only. As you get stronger, more people will try to approach you to get some benefits out of you. It's fine if they'll also give some kind of benefits for you too, but I'm sure a lot of them are only going to leech off of you. Akira then tried to objectively evaluate himself. I understand. I'll be fine maybe, as long as they don't try to bait me with good food like those meals from that restaurant. There was an occasion in the past when Shirori invited Akira for a meal in a high-class restaurant. After having experienced the level of meal that completely destroyed Akira's view of food, he was not sure if he could keep his brain straight if he was baited with that kind of food. When something like that happens, he would have no other choice but hope that Alpha would stop him. Alpha smiled and said, "It seems that there's a need for you to earn enough money to go to that restaurant from time to time." Huh? That's very true. Akira sounded a bit optimistic when he said that. Suddenly Alpha's expression stiffened. Akira, who noticed that, quickly got his guard up. Akira, carefully peek out the window with your aiming device. Is it a monster? That's what exactly you're going to confirm. There's some noise triggered within my detection range. If it's not from a monster, then let's just forget about it. The current Alpha was almost fully reliant on Akira's information gathering device to gather information. Because of the rain, Alpha's detection range was greatly reduced, so in order to check more thoroughly, Akira had to do it himself using his aiming device. Akira readied his rifle next to the window and peeked outside through the aiming device. He followed Alpha's instructions to adjust the direction he was checking, and so he quickly found the source of the noise. That thing, huh? That's pretty big. Akira spotted a monster away from the mansion. It was obvious from the first glance that it was a carnivorous monster. Its fur that was drenched in rain looked heavy for some reason. That monster was sniffing around as if it was looking for something, but it did not seem that it had noticed Akira. It doesn't seem like it's heading this way, right? It seems that it's looking for something around that area though. I wonder if there's anything there? Although that monster had not noticed Akira yet, it also would not move away from the mansion. It kept on loitering around in the same area. It's keeping a distance that's bothering me. Is it a form of bullying or something? I don't remember doing anything bad to that monster though. Although they had to be careful with that monster, it was not like that monster was coming at him either. After Alpha said that implicitly, Akira calmed down a bit and replied with a light joke. Dale and Colbert were also watching the outside through the other windows. Dale was watching the situation outside without the help of any equipment, and so he did not find any monsters. He then asked Akira, "Did you find anything?" "Yeah, a monster. A big one. It's just loitering around that empty building over there." Dale pulled out his binocular and looked at the direction that Akira told him. "That monster, huh? You're pretty good to be able to spot that monster. You weren't really checking the outside while you're staying in this room, right? It's a high-tech after all." Akira lightly smiled when he said that. Alpha, who heard that, smiled smugly. Akira was basically saying that Alpha was high-tech, while Dale thought that Akira was talking about his equipment. Leaving his skill aside, he's basically saying that he has good equipment, huh? Is it because this boy is strong enough to protect Cheryl alone that she did not bring anyone else with her? Don't tell me that his body is a cyborg body. When he said that, does he mean not only his information gathering equipment but also his cyborg body? Or he means more about his own skill? From Dale's point of view, Akira's age and aura did not give any impression that he was a strong hunter. But his evaluation changed now that he knew Akira was able to find a monster sooner than him. How strong is this boy? If I know how strong he is, I can at least guess how much reward he gets from escorting these kids. Then from there I can guess how much money his employer Cheryl has. Well, I guess I'll get a chance to find out on our way back. Unlike what Dale expected, the chance to see Akira's ability would come way sooner than he thought. Colbert was also using the aiming device on his rifle to check the situation outside just like Akira. It did not take long for him to find the monster that Akira just spotted. The moment he spotted that monster, Colbert's face distorted with fear. His hand that was grabbing his rifle was slightly trembling. Very soon his trembling stopped, but his expression turned grim. His face was obviously showing a deep hatred toward the monster that his rifle muzzle was pointing at. Something snapped inside Colbert that made him pull the trigger of his rifle. Gunshots reverberated throughout the room. The bullets flew out from his rifle and accurately hit that monster. But it did not inflict any serious damage to that monster. That monster noticed Akira and the other hunters as it roared. It immediately started running toward Akira. Die! 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 Colbert kept shooting at that monster while cursing it. Due to Colbert's shooting skill, all of his shots hit that monster. After showering in those bullets, that monster started to move slowly. It eventually dropped down and stopped moving. But Colbert did not stop shooting at it with a desperate face. It took some time before he started slowing down and eventually let go of the trigger. Everyone in that room was directing their gazes at Colbert. Akira was just surprised by that sudden outburst, nothing more. But Dale was obviously looking angry as he was sending his gaze to Colbert. "Why did you do that?" Colbert shouted back at Dale with more or less the same volume. "Of course, because I want to kill it. It didn't notice us until you shot, you know? Are you going to wait until it attacks you? You kill them before they have the chance to kill you. As Dale and Colbert started to argue, a gunshot suddenly interrupted them. It was from Akira. Both Dale and Colbert immediately turned to Akira, who then calmly said, "Can you do that later? To be more precise, after you guys take care of the rest." After he said that, Akira started shooting. The bullet that he shot hit another monster that was running at his direction, and blasted that monster's head off to small pieces. Around the dead monster that Colbert just killed, there were already some monsters gathered around. Those monsters quickly noticed Akira and the other hunters as they rushed toward the mansion. Colbert quickly started shooting too. Dale clicked his tongue before helping out. Monsters of all sizes started to gather and formed a swarm as they rushed toward the mansion. Two-legged lizard, four-legged beasts, six-legged turtles, eight-legged horses. They had such a distorted form as if someone made them as a pure joke. Their body was half biological and half mechanical, as if they stopped midway from turning into a complete robot. The turtle monsters had a big cannon perched on their shell, and they directed those cannons at Akira. When Akira saw that monster, he could not help but get shocked. The heck is that? That's the Tachka turtle. We're lucky that they haven't reached adulthood yet. Their weakness is their cannon mouth. Don't just look at it, start shooting. Alpha operated Akira's augmented suit. Akira aimed the CWH anti-material rifle on his hand toward that cannon and pulled the trigger. Due to Alpha's advanced calculating ability, Akira was able to shoot the inside of the cannons of those turtles accurately. Those bullets then hit the ammo reserve inside those cannons and set the gunpowder within them to explode, taking out the Tachka turtle and the other monsters around it. As Akira saw the Tachka turtle explode into small pieces of flesh, he praised Alpha. That was nice, but still, to think that there's a dangerous monster like that in this place. Was this place always this dangerous before? Did this place really change that much just because that greedy crocodile got killed? Moreover, why are so many monsters gathering like this? Are they looking for a place to take shelter from the rain too? Akira's questions were understandable. Alpha did not see that coming. Or to be more precise, Alpha thought that the possibility of such a thing to happen was negligible. After all, if she had known that this would happen, she would have not recommended Akira to take shelter in that mansion. But leaving Alpha aside, Akira was not in a position to think about that. Alpha then told Akira to keep his focus on shooting the monsters. Let's put that aside for later. You'll have a lot of time to think about that question after you survive this swarm. That's true. Akira quickly took his aim at the next monster and pulled the trigger. The piercing bullet pierced through the trunk of an eight-legged horse as it fell down to the ground. The other monsters behind it then just trampled over its body and killed it. Akira and the other hunters had the upper hand there. Akira had the support from Alpha, while Dale and Colbert had brought with themselves pretty powerful equipment since they were planning to go to an unexplored ruin that day. Thus it was to be expected for them to have the upper hand against the monsters in Higuraka Residence Ruin, which had a relatively low danger level. They were able to clean up the monsters without any problem, including those monsters that normally should not be roaming around Higuraka Residence Ruin. Every time they spotted a strong-looking monster, they would focus their firepower and quickly take it out, and if the relatively weak monsters got close to them, Akira would quickly scatter them using his DVTS minigun. As his minigun spewed countless bullets at those monsters, due to Alpha's support, all of those bullets were able to find their targets. Of course, it was impossible for all of them to hit the monsters' weak points, but it was enough to deal severe damage to them. The minigun quickly turned those monsters into a mixed mess of flesh and mechanical parts. Dale saw that and was honestly amazed. So strong. Although we're facing this many monsters, he doesn't panic at all and calmly takes them out. His shooting skill is also amazing. It seems that he even knows the weak points of these monsters too. He only used one bullet to kill the Tachka turtles. It's obvious that he's not shooting these monsters randomly. He's carefully picking out which monster he has to kill first. He's really good. Since Colbert was screaming on top of his lungs while shooting at those monsters, from Dale's point of view, Akira looked ever so calm as he was shooting at those monsters without saying anything. Akira's shooting performance was due to Alpha's support. The reason why he looked so calm was simply because he had fought a bigger swarm in the past. It also showed Akira's trust in Alpha's support. He was silent because he was actually talking with Alpha through telepathy, so Dale could not hear it. But Dale did not know about that at all, thus he could only see Akira as a really skilled hunter. That difference between Dale's evaluation and Akira's real ability would cause Akira some troubles down the road. Cheryl was silently watching Akira from behind him. Even in such a situation, she still looked completely calm with her usual smile. Gunshots echoed through the room. The sounds of cannons from outside the window could be heard even inside that room. Colbert was still screaming on top of his lungs. The monsters could be easily spotted from inside that room. But even so, Cheryl's reaction was completely different compared to the other children that were panicking in that chaotic situation. Ario, who saw Cheryl's calm expression, approached her and asked her as if he was looking for reassurance. "Are we going to be okay? Don't worry, just calm down." Cheryl smiled as she said that to Ario. There was not even a shred of fear in Cheryl's smile. Ario calmed down a bit seeing how relaxed Cheryl was, although it was unnaturally so. He then mumbled to himself, That's right. Akira is strong after all." "Yep, that's why you should calm down too. Don't worry." Cheryl looked at the other children and smiled. The children who saw that calmed down a bit. They then started talking to each other as if to avert their attention away from the fear. "That's right. Boss is so calm there, so I'm sure it's going to be okay. Is that Akira guy really that strong? Well, I guess he really is, huh? But still, it's amazing how the boss is so calm even in this situation. I guess you have to be that good to be a boss, huh? Boss is amazing on her own, but Akira is extraordinary." A bullet flew into the room from the window from time to time. Every time that happened, all the children would scream and scatter to look for a place to hide. But even in that situation, Cheryl did not move at all. The children who were looking down on Cheryl realized their mistake when they saw the current her. They started to recognize her as not only a proxy of Akira but as the boss of the gang. The reason why Cheryl was unnaturally calm was because of her trust in Akira, and also because a part of her had actually already given up. Ever since that day when she asked for Akira's help and he decided to give her a helping hand, Cheryl was always under the mercy of Akira's support. Even right now, Akira was protecting her from the swarm of monsters heading to that mansion. This fact alone made her calm. Even if that level of calmness was like a tranquilizer, even if it had a similar effect to drugs, even if Cheryl knew that herself, she did not mind it at all. That blind faith and full reliance were what built up Cheryl right now. As long as she did not lose Akira, she might stay like that forever. The battle continued with Akira and the other hunters having the upper hand. They first prioritized taking out monsters with long-range weapons. So they started with killing the Tachka turtles and other monsters carrying big cannons, or at least rendering them unable to use their cannons. When they shot the head of the two-legged lizard that had its arms turned into guns, the lizard that had lost its control unit would lose control and shoot the other monsters around it. Their next priority was the monsters with weapons and other monsters that looked dangerous. These monsters mechanically, or more like instinctively, ignored the difference between their fighting power as they rushed toward Akira and the other hunters. The overwhelming number of monsters in that swarm was crushed under the rain of bullets. The already dead monsters in the front were being pushed and trampled from behind by the other monsters, thus turning them into unrecognizable minced meat. After they finished most of those monsters, the rest of the mechanical monsters that recognized the difference in their fighting ability started to retreat, while the biological monsters that started to feel fear also left the place. The rain had stopped by then, and there were no longer monsters detected around the mansion. Akira's battle eventually came to an end. The hunters did not suffer any fatal injuries. It was the best outcome. That was, of course, if they did not account for the expense of the bullets that they exhausted in that battle. After Akira finished that fight, Alpha smiled and showed her appreciation to him. "You did well. You were able to keep calm when facing such a level of a swarm. That was well executed. It's smaller than the swarm that I've faced in the past after all. Not to mention I have better equipment compared to back then. So I guess this is to be expected. Since you can say that out normally now, it shows that you've grown. And I'm glad to hear that." Akira looked pretty happy since Alpha praised him. Alpha made sure to note that reaction from him. Dale sighed, slowly sensing that the battle had ended. As he started to calm down, he also started to get angry at the same time. He then turned to the source of his anger. Colbert, this is your fault. If you hadn't taken that shot, we would have been able to avoid the fight just now, you know. Ha! What's so bad for a hunter to kill monsters? Colbert, who had not calmed down from that fight, shouted back at Dale. Although it felt like a fight would start there, the mood suddenly changed. Colbert suddenly calmed down and took a deep breath. He then looked down apologetically and said, "Sorry, caused you trouble there." Seeing how Colbert suddenly calmed down and honestly apologized as if he was a completely different person, Dale was so surprised that his anger immediately faded away. "I was scared, really scared. That's why I took that shot before I even realized it." Colbert told the others the reason why he suddenly shot at that monster. Akira found something weird as he asked Colbert, "Scared? Of that monster?" "Well, it did look like a big monster, but at that range and with your shooting skill, I don't think there was anything for you to be scared about." Unlike Akira, who was relying on Alpha's support, Colbert was able to shoot at that monster accurately with his own skill. Even after that, he was able to perform in that fight without slowing the others down. So Akira thought that as long as he had that skill, there should be nothing to worry about. Colbert glanced at Akira and started telling him the reason. "I almost got killed by a monster in the past, you see. Although I was able to survive it, I lost both of my arms. I sometimes still get nightmares from that time." Colbert looked at both of his arms with a distorted expression. Akira sounded sorry as he asked him, "Those arms, are they prosthetics?" "My left arm is prosthetic, but for my right arm I took a regeneration treatment to regrow it. To be honest, I want to regrow both my arms, but I don't have enough money. And with the maintenance that I should pay for the prosthetic, I just can't gather enough money. So, that monster looked just like the monsters that ate my arms, you see." Akira had an experience when he stuck his arm into a monster's mouth and shot his rifle from inside the monster. If he was late even by a few seconds, his arms would have been eaten by that monster. Bad things could happen to anyone. Akira felt a bit scared when he imagined it. He sympathized with Colbert, who went through that firsthand. Colbert took a deep breath and bowed. "I'm really sorry." Even after Dale calmed down and Colbert honestly apologized for what he did, Dale still could not lower his fist. Akira was in a good mood after getting praised by Alpha. He was also feeling sorry for Colbert. So he thought that he had to come up with something to change the subject. "Well, with that many monsters that we defeated, there should no longer be any of them left around. Not to mention that we got to kill monsters that might attack us on our way back in an advantageous situation. It's not really that bad. The rain has stopped too, so let's get ourselves ready to head back." Dale at least tried to confirm something with Akira. "Guyver and that boy from your envoy haven't returned yet though. Call them and tell them to get back as soon as possible. I'm sorry, but I prioritize Cheryl's safety. There's a good chance that all of those corpses outside might attract other monsters after all. So I have no plans to wait for them in case we can't contact them, nor to go out and look for them. If you want to stay here to wait for them, you can go ahead and do that. After I escort Cheryl and the other children to the city, I can return here again." Dale pulled out his information terminal and called Guyver. Although he still could not connect to the city's network, with the rain in that area stopped, he should be able to at least reach Guyver's information terminal if they were still inside the mansion. In case if he could not reach Guyver, Dale was thinking of just leaving him behind. Even Dale himself had no plans to stay behind in the dangerous wasteland to look for someone that might already be dead. Not to mention if a monster ate him, then he would not leave a corpse behind. Dale did not have the leeway to just look around the Higuraka residence ruin for a corpse that might not even be there. But his worry quickly vanished. It was because Guyver had returned to that room. The anger inside Dale from that needless fight was still lingering. So he vented his anger at Guyver. "Guyver, where were you when we needed extra hands?" Guyver just laughed lightly. "Calm down, it seems that you guys got attacked too." "Huh? So you too?" "Yep, we got attacked too. We somehow survived though. Then I noticed that the rain had stopped when we were done, so we quickly returned back to this room. I bet you guys are planning to go back to the city as soon as possible now that the rain has stopped, right? By any chance, were you planning to leave me behind?" Guyver jokingly asked that question, to which Dale annoyedly replied, Humph, yeah, if you were not back. Whoa, that's just too mean, you know? Guyver laughed when he said that. Although he was about to get left behind, he did not show any displeasure at all. After that, they finished all their preparations and left the Higuraka residence ruin to return back to the Kagomayama city. Around the area where the first monster that Akira spotted loitered, there were multiple small cylindrical objects scattered. Those were the decoy devices that Dale lost. The monsters that Akira and the others took out were gathered there because of those decoy devices. Rebuild World Chapter 81 The Result of Wrong Information. Guyver was sitting on the driving seat with Akira next to him, while Colbert and Dale were sitting on the back seat. As not to get in the way in case of a fight, Cheryl was sent to the cart together with the rest of her gang. Guyver offered to drive, saying that it was to make up for not being present when the mansion was attacked by the swarm of monsters. To be honest, Akira did not mind at all, but since Colbert and Dale were pressuring Guyver to do that, he ended up driving the vehicle. The vehicle was swaying left and right as it traversed the wasteland. There were wreckages scattered around the route that they were taking. With some of them not entirely buried under the ground, the vehicle shook as it bumped with those wreckages. The one who picked that route was the driver, Guyver. So Akira asked him, "Say, why are we taking this route? It's still better than getting stuck on a muddy road, right? This route should not have any muddy roads, but it's a little bit bumpy though." "Well, you're right, but still." Although Guyver's explanation was reasonable, Akira was not fully convinced by that. Akira then asked Alpha, "Say, Alpha, about that monster from before though." "Well, we do have time for that now, so let's talk about it. Don't you think that it's weird? I know that I have bad luck, but that swarm didn't feel like a pure coincidence. Let's assume that it was not a coincidence and someone intentionally gathered those monsters there. There are only two possible ways of doing that. Either that person runs around the wasteland to attract those monsters or by using a decoy device." Decoy device? Yep, that's a device to attract monsters. It's usually used to gather monsters in one place. Akira then turned to Dale and the others and asked them, "Say, did you guys bring decoy devices with you?" Dale, who did bring some before, answered that question. "I did, but I don't have it right now. Why do you ask?" "Ah, about that swarm of monsters, huh? So you did have them?" "I left them in our vehicle. So I lost them when our vehicle went back to the city on autopilot." "Well, even if I did have some back then, it was not a situation where you would use the decoy device, right?" "Yeah, you're right. Wait for a sec. It's possible that they got activated when our vehicle was attacked by the monster. It then might have dropped some of those devices on its way back to the city and attracted all the monsters around the route that it took to the city into that mansion. If that's the case, then there's nothing strange about the number of monsters that ended up coming there." No, that shouldn't be possible. No matter how unlucky we are, that's just too unlucky. It's not like anyone in this place has that level of bad luck, right? Dale laughed after he said that. Akira just kept his face looking out to the wasteland without saying anything. It was because he knew the answer to that question. He might be the unlucky person that Dale was talking about. Seeing how Akira was keeping silent, Alpha smiled teasingly at him. When Akira noticed it, he annoyedly jabbed at her. "What? Don't be angry. Even if that's true, you did survive, right? And that's all that matters. So in short, it was not that big of a trouble for the current you. You really got stronger, don't you think so too?" Yeah, I'll leave it like that." Akira was just sitting there looking out to the wasteland without saying anything. Guyver, who was beside him, was also driving without saying anything. Although Dale found that sudden silence a bit weird, he just decided to ignore it. Just like when he was leaving for the wasteland, Akira fixed his CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun back on his vehicle. At the moment, he only had his AAH assault rifle and A2D assault rifle with him. Guyver glanced at Akira's equipment. "Won't you at least let the children on the back borrow some of those rifles?" "Why should I? It's better to have more people equipped with guns if another swarm attacks us, right? If you think so, you can just lend them yours." "I'm doing that already, you know? I've lent one of my guns to that Sebla guy. You have those big weapons on the back, so it's okay to just lend them those assault rifles, right?" Akira peeked back at Sebla, who was in the back cart. It was true that he was holding a gun and some grenades. But even so, Akira did not feel any reassurance from seeing that. Akira then replied to Guyver. No. Why? They're my weapons. Even if we get attacked by monsters again, it's much more useful when they're with me. I see. Well, I won't force you. Akira did not get to encounter any monsters even after they got out from the Higuraka residence ruin. He prayed that nothing would happen until they reached the city. But it was quickly proven that his prayer would not come true. Akira, it's a monster. I guess it won't go that easy, huh? Akira turned to the direction where Alpha was pointing. He quickly spotted a monster running toward the vehicle. It was obvious from their distance that the monster was a carnivorous monster. It's closer than I thought. Blame the rain, there's still some effect left from the rain, so it's like we're still in a colorless mist. That's why I was late detecting that monster. As Akira's gaze was fixed in one direction in the wide wasteland, Dale and the other hunters found it weird and followed his gaze. Thus they quickly spotted that monster too. Guyver stopped the vehicle. Akira immediately criticized him. Why are we stopping? You won't be able to get a good aim while the vehicle is rocking, right? We can get off the vehicle and take a good aim on that monster now. After he said that, Guyver hopped off the vehicle. Dale and Colbert looked at each other before hopping off the vehicle too. Akira decided to stay in the vehicle just to be safe. Guyver kept his eyes on Akira, who did not hop off from the vehicle. He then shifted his gaze from Akira to the back cart. When he did that, Sebla hopped off from the cart and joined Dale and the other hunters. Whoa there, are you planning to make him fight too? Guyver laughed lightly and said, Isn't that exactly why I'm lending my gun to him? If you're worried, you can just hop off from there and help us too. Akira thought for a bit. Alpha, are there any other monsters? None. I'll let you know when I find any. Akira then hopped off from the vehicle. It was not for keeping Sebla safe, but it was to make sure that Sebla would not cause extra trouble. It was also to help take out that monster and get back to the vehicle as soon as possible. There were 4 hunters against 1 monster. So Akira thought that there was no need to take out his CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun. Thus, he just left them on the vehicle. Colbert readied his rifle and took an aim at that monster. Sebla just stood there in silence. Dale ignored Sebla. He just kept his eyes on the surroundings while making sure that he was not blocking Colbert's aim. Akira kept his eyes on that monster. He was ready to jump in to help if Colbert was having some trouble taking out that monster. Everyone there thought that they just needed to quickly take out their target and return back to the vehicle. But there was a minor difference in what they were calling as their targets. Guyver was being careful of Akira and the other hunters. He was observing them as if he was looking for an opportunity. He suddenly jumped away from that place. The other hunters thought that Guyver jumped out because of that monster's attack. Thus they immediately focused their attention on that monster. But the very next moment, a blinding light and deafening ring drowned Akira and the other hunters as they were thrown on the ground. For some reason, Akira was able to keep himself conscious. But because of that light and that loud ringing, he was severely dazed, thus preventing him from making any swift reaction. He thought that there was a monster nearby, so he felt the urge to get back on his feet as soon as possible and confirm his situation. Although he knew that well, he just could not do that. What was that? Alpha? Akira, get up. Quickly. Alpha shouted at him. Akira understood that it meant he was in a deadly situation. In that case, he had to get on his feet as fast as he could. He did not care about the reason for now, he just had to get on his feet. Akira understood very well that following Alpha's instructions as fast as he could was the best possible choice to fix his situation. So Akira, who was lying face down on the ground, slowly pulled himself back up. He was trying to get on his feet while still severely dazed. But in that situation, when he was still so dizzy, it would be almost impossible to make any quick maneuvers. He was still swaying left and right as he pushed his body against the ground, got on his knee and looked up. The moment he did that, he saw Guyver in front of him with the muzzle of his rifle pointing at him. Guyver's finger moved ever so slowly as he was pulling the trigger. He was staring at Akira full of killing intent. Akira was able to see even the slightest change in Guyver's expression. Akira could clearly feel his time perception stretched out as the passage of time from his point of view considerably slowed down. Move away from there. Akira did not wait for Alpha's instruction as he quickly leapt away from that spot. Guyver pulled the trigger. His rifle spewed out countless bullets that just sliced through the air right where Akira was just a moment ago, and hit the wreckage on their trajectories. The bullets made rattling sounds as they hit those wreckages. Akira instinctively scanned the area for his rifle as he leapt from that spot. He was in perfect sync with the movements of his augmented suit that was controlled by Alpha. Thanks to that, Akira was able to quickly reach out and grab his rifle. He then got on his feet, aimed at Guyver and pulled the trigger. But because he was still severely dazed, he was not able to hit Guyver at all. But even so, Guyver was taken aback by that swift move. He quickly jumped to the nearest wreckage and hid behind it. Akira's face turned grim. His consciousness was still not fully recovered yet. In the middle of that hazy situation, Akira asked for Alpha's help. "Alpha, I'm sorry but I can't get a good aim, can you help me with that?" "I'm already doing it. I'm already increasing your accuracy as high as possible in your current situation." "And my shot missed even after that, huh? Did that attack damage my augmented suit?" "That's not the problem. Although I'm controlling your augmented suit right now, I'm controlling it through your body. So if you lose your consciousness or have a hazy mind, my support will also get diminished. That's why you missed your shots." "I understand. I just need to recover. The medicine, where did I put my medicine? Did I leave it on the vehicle? Or is it inside my rucksack? Where did I drop it? Where is it?" Akira's still dazed mind started to veer off into something unnecessary. Thus Alpha quickly straightened that up. "Akira, calm down. I'll give you my instruction. You need to reposition yourself first." "All right." Akira followed Alpha's instruction as he repositioned himself. Guyver was still hiding behind the wreckage as he started cursing Akira. "Damn it. Not only did he evade my shot in that situation, he even started shooting back at me too. Huh. I thought he was just a normal boy with dangerous weapons. This is not what I expected at all. That damn brat. Giving me wrong information like that." After he listened to Sebla's information and decided to take the relics in the cart for himself, Guyver was determined to kill Akira and the other hunters. Guyver was the one who shot at Dale's rental vehicle and activated its autodrive function. There was a good possibility that Akira would move separately once the rain stopped. Thus Guyver took out the only means for Dale's team to get back to the city in order to come up with an excuse so that they could go back together to the city with Akira. And in case if Akira refused to give them a ride back home, Guyver was planning to get Dale's and Colbert's help to start a fight against Akira. The reason why Akira had to fight the monster swarm not too long ago was also because of the decoy devices that Guyver set near the area. Guyver took the decoy devices from Dale's vehicle and put them around the mansion after setting it to activate after a few minutes. He intentionally left the decoy devices in the area where those monsters would be able to easily spot Akira and the other hunters, and then he evacuated himself to a safe place. If Akira and the other hunters were killed by the monster, then he just needed to recover the relics from the vehicle later. Even if no one got killed, there was a good chance that the monsters would wound some of them, or at least exhaust their ammo reserve. Whatever it was, it would give Guyver some extra advantage when he fought them. Although none of them were wounded, it was at least enough to provoke Dale and Colbert. Guyver also included Sebla in his plan. Sebla was given a different role and had made him promise to help out. Then in order to win Sebla's trust, Guyver lent some of his equipment to him. Guyver had mixed a remote detonation stun grenade among all of those equipment that he lent to Sebla. Of course he did not tell Sebla about that. The reason why Guyver offered to drive the vehicle himself was so that he could select a situation where he would have the upper hand when he fought Akira and the other hunters. The reason why he suggested Akira to lend his rifles to the other children in the back cart was so that Akira would lose some of his weapons and to check if he still had some ammo left for his powerful CW anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun. To be honest, Guyver wanted to activate the stun gun after making sure that he was staying away as far as possible from it. But there was a good chance that the leftover effect from the rain might interfere with its activation, thus he could not stay too far away from that stun grenade. Then fortunately enough, Akira and the other hunters decided to stay close near Sebla, to make sure that he would not cause any trouble, and to give him support when needed. So Guyver did not even take a second guess before he activated the stun gun. And this was the aftermath. He could not kill Akira and he was forced to hide behind a wreckage. Guyver looked grim as he mumbled, "Is this because I trusted the information from that boy? Nah, I guess it doesn't really matter now. I just need to kill him and take the relics for myself. I still can fix this." Guyver had to take out Akira and the other two hunters while they were still dazed from the effect of the stun grenade. Once they recovered, it would be 1 against 3 and he would not have any chance to win. He made his decision and leapt out from behind the wreckage. Akira was still hiding behind another wreckage while waiting to recover. But he had no other choice but to cut that short, as Guyver was not the only threat present. They hopped off from the vehicle to take out a monster that was running in their direction. The monster had already gotten close to where Akira was, and he could not afford to let that monster too close to the cart attached behind his vehicle. He peeked out from behind the wreckage with his rifle ready on his hand, but his vision was still blurry and he still could not stand up straight. Since he was sure that he would not hit his shots on target, Akira changed his aim from killing that monster to just provoking its attention. Akira scattered bullets around that monster. Although none of them hit that monster, it was enough to attract its attention. That monster quickly moved behind a wreckage to take shelter from Akira's shots. Akira clicked his tongue. It was because even though he shot that many bullets, none of them hit that monster. He had hoped that at least some of them would get hit, even if it was by pure chance. With his luck, he might miss some of his shots even if he took a careful aim, but it was strange that he would not get a hit even if he scattered a lot of bullets at his target. Moreover, although that monster was not strong enough to charge at Akira while eating those bullets, it was also not that weak to just run away after such provocation. Akira had hoped that it was actually just a weak monster with a scary appearance, but that was not the case either. If it was a strong monster, Guyver would not have done what he just did. After all, if it was really a strong monster, even if Guyver was able to kill Akira and the other hunters, he then would have to face that monster alone. So in that case, Guyver would have waited until 4 of them killed that monster before activating the stun grenade. But unfortunately for Akira and the other two, that monster was not weak enough to just run away after that barrage, and it was not strong enough to make Guyver wait until they killed it. "Jump to your right!" Alpha shouted at Akira and moved his augmented suit at the same time. Akira did not resist that movement as he followed Alpha's instruction and jumped to his right. The moment he did that, a bullet passed through beside him. Guyver did not stop shooting as he aimed his rifle at Akira. Although Akira was still a bit dazed, he was able to quickly roll over and evade those shots thanks to his augmented suit. Guyver looked completely desperate. He never thought that Akira would be able to evade it. According to his experience, he should have been able to fatally wound Akira with that shot. Guyver's face twisted with terror, but he quickly overrode it with irritation and anger. He even evaded that. "I'm shooting from his flank, you know. Did he foresee that I'll do that? That's just impossible. Even if he somehow noticed my position from his information gathering device or something and predicted my shooting trajectory, there was no way he could measure my timing too. That must be just a pure coincidence." Akira started shooting back while peeking out from behind wreckage. Although he was aiming at where Guyver was, the bullets just flew randomly around the target without hitting their real target. As such, they were only enough to prevent Guyver from returning shots. Guyver noticed Akira's inaccurate shooting and said to himself, "Look at his shots, he doesn't know my position for sure. And he's not in a condition where he can aim properly. His previous evasion must have been just a pure coincidence. That boy is still dazed from the stun grenade." Guyver was mostly saying that to reassure himself, but his brave front was quickly cracked. But he got up sooner than Dale and Colbert. "It must be just a pure chance too. It's also by pure luck that he evaded my shot right after he got up." Guyver wanted to think that it was all just a pure coincidence. Although he did not know the reason behind Akira's actions, he didn't even try to think about it. It was basically the limit of his ability as a hunter. Akira got back to hiding behind wreckage and tried to recover. Although he was slowly recovering, it would still take a few minutes before he could get back to fighting normally. "Akira, over there." Alpha pointed her finger at something. Akira immediately turned to the direction that she was pointing and saw Dale and Colbert slowly getting back on their feet. Seeing that, Akira immediately shouted at them, "Guyver is trying to kill us. And the monster is also somewhere nearby. If you guys are not my enemies, then go and kill the monster. I'll deal with Guyver." But both looked confused. Akira did not know whether it was because they could not hear him since they were still recovering, or because they could not process what was going on, or because they were just feigning ignorance. Dale and Colbert noticed Akira. He was pointing his finger at the monster that was close by. Colbert, who saw that, quickly pointed his rifle at that direction and carefully checked the area for that monster. Dale quickly followed suit. "It seems that they'll take care of that monster." Akira let out a long breath. "All right then. It seems that I don't need to fight those guys. This is getting better, so then where's the other guy?" "He's over there." Alpha pointed in another direction and Akira's gaze quickly turned there. Thanks to his enhanced view due to Alpha's support, Akira was able to see Guyver's body outlined in red behind a wreckage. "This reminds me of how nice this function is. How exactly are you doing this?" "It's by using my advanced calculation ability to analyze all the information I gather around you. Right now, I focus on analyzing the data, especially around that guy." "Is it from the information gathered through my information gathering device?" "That's one of them. Of course, I'm also using the information from your information gathering device too. Other than that, I'm mostly using the information from your 5 senses. It's not an exaggeration to say that the human body is an amalgamation of information gathering devices." "I don't feel like I'm gathering that level of information though. Gathering information and understanding the information that you get is not the same. It's crucial to ignore the information that you don't need. If you try to analyze all the information that you receive from all of your 5 senses, it would quickly fry your brain." "And you're saying that you can do that, huh?" "Yep, that's the gist of it. But for some reason, there are sometimes people who could unconsciously pick out important information from other unimportant information and analyze them. These people usually have sharp intuition. I guess it's because they have a lot of chances where they can unintentionally hone that ability." "Intuition, huh? I guess it's the same as that bad feeling that I sometimes get from time to time, huh? I had a lot of opportunities to hone my intuition after all." Akira remembered his past and realized it. "Well, as for your good premonition that usually misses, I'll make it up for you so you don't need it anymore. So just hang around with me, okay? For example, let's see. First of all, I'm giving you my support even right now. This is the best example and it does help you a lot, don't you think so? Because of that, you're able to explore dangerous ruins, find expensive relics, and learn important information as well as fighting skills." "Well, you're right about that. Thanks. Other than that, you're able to monopolize this beautiful body created through an advanced calculation, right? Isn't that just wonderful, right?" Alpha took a pose as if she was showing her body to Akira. Akira glanced at her. His face was saying that he had no comments at all. Well, yeah. Akira stuttered as if he was evading that question. His answer was directed both to Alpha and to himself. "Wait there, that was a rather vague reaction. Is there anything that you don't like about my body?" "Not really, it's just your imagination." Akira was obviously playing dumb there. Those words were both for teasing Alpha as well as to dodge from having to seriously answer that question. Alpha smiled at Akira. It seemed that she had returned to her usual self. "Now then, since it seems that you've recovered enough to do some silly talk like this, how about we go and start our counterattack?" "Yeah, I'm more or less already recovered. Let's go." Akira had recovered from the effect of the stun grenade. So, in short, Alpha's support through his augmented suit had returned to 100%. He basically had recovered back to his usual condition. Akira's expression turned sharp. His mind changed from defending himself to aggressively attacking his opponent. He jumped out from behind the wreckage where he was hiding and made a beeline for Guyver. If Guyver came out and aimed at him, it would have been very dangerous. But thanks to Alpha's support, Akira could clearly see where Guyver was hiding. Although he had the choice of waiting for Guyver to peek out from behind the wreckage and snipe him the moment he did that, Akira thought that the other two might have some problem dealing with the monster behind him. Not to mention, the monster might attack Cheryl and her gang too. As such, Akira decided to quickly take out Guyver, and go back to protect Cheryl and her gang. Guyver was hiding behind a half-destroyed wall. In order to shoot him, Akira had to take a big detour and shoot him from the side or from above. Akira thought so as he asked Alpha while still running. Alpha, which route should I take? Left? Right? Above? Let's take a much safer route. Run straight at him. Straight at him? Do you mean shooting through the wall? This rifle is not enough to do that, you know? Akira was carrying an assault rifle with him. Both the magazine and the bullet were not of piercing type. As long as he did not have the CWH anti-material rifle that he had left in the vehicle, it would be impossible to shoot Guyver through that wall. It's no problem. Alpha just said that and smiled. Guyver was able to notice Akira, who was approaching him, both from Akira's footsteps and the signal detected from his cheap information-gathering device. His face distorted with fear as he readied his gun and looked left and right. His brave front had already completely crumbled down since his position was swapped from the hunter to the hunted. Where is he coming from? Which direction? Since he was hiding behind a half-destroyed wall, he could not climb it and shoot at Akira because he felt like he would be showered in bullets and drop dead the moment he did that. He could feel that Akira was already right on the other side of that wall. With his augmented suit, it was not impossible for Akira to jump over. Guyver thought that Akira would do that. Thus he readied his gun and shifted his focus to above him, waiting for Akira to show himself. Guyver's attention was completely focused on watching above him. He was ready to shoot anything that flew over him. But the next moment, the wall in front of him suddenly crumbled down. After Akira arrived next to that wall, he mustered all the power of his augmented suit to deliver a destructive kick on that wall. With the help of Alpha's support, the leg part of Akira's augmented suit turned hard the moment his kick touched that wall, thus increasing the destructive power of his kick. That powerful kick was enough to destroy the wall that was already withered because of the harsh environment in the wasteland. The wall crumbled down on top of Guyver, thus making him lose balance. He pulled the trigger on his rifle by accident and fell on his back. The bullet that flew from the muzzle cut through the air and flew away aimlessly. That sudden turn of events completely caught Guyver off guard. But his confusion immediately cleared up the moment he saw Akira pointing his rifle at him from the other side of the crumbled wall. He would be dead now. For him there was nothing more urgent than that. Akira did not hesitate at all as he pulled the trigger and released a barrage of bullets at Guyver. This boy is super strong. That damn brat. Telling me false info. In the last few seconds of his life, as he was on the death door, he cursed Sebla. Akira looked at Guyver's dead corpse, which was drenched in blood, with cold eyes. Is he dead? He's not a cyborg, so I guess he's dead for good. Nice, let's head back then. After receiving confirmation from Alpha, Akira quickly lost interest in Guyver and headed back to his vehicle. Rebuild World Chapter 82 Being a Good Hunter. Cheryl was overwhelmed trying to calm the children down. Loud explosions and blinding light that suddenly came out of nowhere. Dale and Colbert lying on the ground, Akira and Guyver shooting each other, and moreover, a monster coming running at them. There were numerous reasons for those children to panic. But Cheryl did not flinch, and she bravely forced everyone to shut up. However, there was a limit to how long she could continue to keep them quiet. After all, the sound of gunshots showed no signs of stopping any soon, which proved that the battle was still going on. The children were under great pressure and were close to breaking down. Cheryl scanned the situation and looked for Akira. Not too long after that, she saw Akira running toward her direction. He did not seem injured at all. She let out a relieved sigh. Akira is on his way back. I'll go and ask him about the situation, so wait here. After Cheryl said that to her gang member, she went to meet Akira. The other children also calmed down when they saw Akira unscathed. Cheryl jumped off the cart and went to Akira. While that happened, Sebla slowly pushed himself up. He was still all wobbly. Cheryl also noticed Sebla when she was looking for Akira, but she just ignored him. It was because she did not care whether Sebla was dead or alive. Akira was relieved when he saw that Cheryl and her gang were still okay. Now he just needed to wait for Dale and Colbert to kill the monster. Akira did think of helping Dale and Colbert, but he prioritized going and making sure Cheryl and her gang's safety first. If only he had not stepped off his vehicle, he would not have to face all the troubles that he just went through. Thus, he thought that it was sensible to be cautious at least now. He saw Cheryl walking towards him. He also noticed Sebla pulling himself up from the ground not too far from her. It seemed that Sebla was yet to recover from the effects of the stun grenade, so Akira did not put much attention on him. But that proved to be a wrong decision. The moment Cheryl passed beside him, Sebla suddenly reached for her arm and pulled her towards him. He then strangled her and pushed the pistol in his hand on her. "Stop, don't move!" Sebla yelled desperately at Akira. Sebla had mostly recovered from the effect of the stun grenade, but his movements were dulled because of the fear, confusion and panic. He had made a deal with Guyver to betray Cheryl and her gang. He and Guyver planned to kill Akira and the other people and share the relics among them. Sebla knew that it was Guyver who shot at Dale's vehicle. He also left all those devices around to attract the monsters, and he had always been looking for a chance to kill Akira and the other two hunters. Sebla did lose his consciousness when he was hit by the stun grenade, but he woke up relatively faster. However, he kept himself close to the ground while the confusion prevailed and utilized the chance to slowly check the situation around him. But he could not understand much of what was going on. He did hear gunshots, so he guessed that someone was fighting. He did not find Akira's corpse around, so there was a chance that Akira was still alive. Thus, he guessed that Akira was fighting against Guyver. That was all that he could make out of the situation. He then saw Akira return back alone. The moment Sebla saw that, his face twitched. There was a good chance that Guyver was dead at that point, but Guyver being alive or not was unimportant for him right now. He was more interested in knowing whether Guyver told Akira that he was planning to betray Cheryl and her gang as well as to kill Akira and the other two hunters. The reason why Akira glanced at Sebla was simply to check him. But to Sebla, who was in a panic, it seemed as if Akira found out from Guyver that he was also planning to betray him, and so he was coming to kill him now. Sebla was blinded by the terror of losing his life. Right at that time, his eyes caught Cheryl. He could not come up with anything else as he aggressively grabbed Cheryl's arm. He did not even think about the consequence of his action. As he tried to blackmail Akira by holding Cheryl hostage, Sebla's face was twisted with fear, and the hand which held the gun was also shaking. It was a very dangerous situation. Cheryl shouted at Sebla with full hostility. "Do you really know what will happen to you if you do this? Shut up. Just shut your mouth." Sebla shouted back at her as he prodded his gun. Akira then tried to calm Cheryl. "Cheryl, don't provoke that guy, it's dangerous. Just calm down and try to keep your mouth shut. Don't try to complicate things. Alright?" Cheryl was thinking of looking for a chance to break from Sebla's strangle, but after Akira told her that, she just obediently stayed quiet. Sebla felt that strange change in behavior from Cheryl. His face that was twitching in terror changed into a slight smile. That's right. Just shut up and don't do anything stupid." Thinking that he was getting the upper hand, his tension eased off a little. Hence, he was now able to reconfirm his situation. But once he realized that he was hopeless against Akira, who still had his rifles, his tension raised up again. Sebla's gaze quickly focused on the rifle that Akira was carrying. He then glared at Akira and shouted, "Drop your gun. Now!" Akira locked his gaze with Sebla, thinking about what could be done. But when Akira focused his gaze on him, Sebla flinched back and tensed up. Right before Sebla's nervousness manifested into action, Akira dropped his rifle to the ground. Alpha never imagined that Akira would drop his rifle. That was why she looked at Akira with a surprised expression. "Akira!" Akira did not answer her question. He focused all of his attention on Sebla. Cheryl was also surprised when she saw Akira drop his rifle, since she also thought there was no way Akira would do that. After all, she thought that he did not care too much for her. She was so happy that she was even close to crying. She did not expect Akira would even do something so dangerous as to drop his rifle in front of his enemy just to save her. While at the same time, she was also feeling so much guilt as she forced Akira to do something that dangerous. Cheryl was so filled with emotions as her eyes started tearing. Sebla smiled mockingly after Akira dropped his rifle. It showed that Akira was listening to his order. That caused him to calm down and feel that he had the upper hand. The figure of Akira standing there just looking at him seemed to Sebla as if Akira had given up and had no idea how to get out of that situation. Sebla had the choice of keeping Cheryl as his hostage and escaping from that place. But his fear and hatred toward Akira pushed him to take a more aggressive approach. Right now, Akira had no rifle with him, so he might be able to kill Akira now. As that thought passed through Sebla's mind, he couldn't let it go. His thoughts manifested as he pointed his gun at Akira, grinned, and pulled the trigger. But Akira was able to easily evade the bullet launched from Sebla's gun. Akira had placed all of his focus on Sebla. He was aware of the ever so slightest move that Sebla made when he tried to shoot. Sebla was moving in slow motion from his point of view. As such, Akira was able to correctly judge when and where Sebla would shoot from where he was aiming the muzzle, the slow motion when he pulled the trigger, and the slight change in his expression. Akira had stretched his time perception and was able to easily evade Sebla's shots. While Sebla's gun was away from Cheryl, Akira quickly closed the distance between him and Sebla. He then grabbed Cheryl with his right hand and pulled her away from Sebla, while his left hand got hold of Sebla's gun and sent Sebla flying with his right kick. Sebla did not even have the chance to express his surprise when he saw Akira evade his shots. His focus was immediately shifted to the pain on his stomach as he was thrown into the air. When Cheryl returned to her senses, she found Akira grabbing her right arm. Cheryl, who realized that Akira saved her, hugged him tightly. Sebla was still confused by that sudden change of events, and the pain in his stomach only made his confusion worse. He placed his hands on his stomach as he rolled around in pain. Akira looked at the gun in his left hand that he took away from Sebla. He then threw it away as if he had no interest in it. It was the gun that Guyver lent to Sebla, so there was no telling what kind of trap was installed in it. Akira walked back to his rifle and equipped it while Cheryl was still clinging on him. He then pointed his rifle at Sebla. Akira's eyes met Sebla's, who lied on the ground pale-faced. Sebla's expression greatly distorted as the pain in his stomach was slowly replaced with fear of death. Akira's expression did not change much when he saw that. He was about to pull the trigger, but he suddenly stopped. Akira turned to Cheryl, who was still clinging at him. "He's one of your gang members though. What do you want to do with him?" "Just kill him." Cheryl answered Akira's question without any hesitation at all. For her, there was no benefit in letting Sebla live. He took her hostage and tried to shoot Akira. Although she might forgive him for the former, the latter was simply unforgivable as long as Akira did not tell her to let him go. Akira looked at Sebla again. Sebla stared back at Akira with anger and hostility. It showed that he was already a lost cause. All kinds of things ran through Sebla's mind. The difference between him and Akira, although they were living in the same environment until not too long ago, and how they were so different right now. Sebla vented out his frustration, which sounded as if he was whining. "Damn it. You just got lucky. What's so different between us?" Akira, who was about to pull the trigger, stopped when he heard that. There was a moment of silence between them. He then answered Sebla's question. "Didn't you just say it yourself? That's true, it's our luck. You're just not lucky." After he said that, Akira pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through Sebla's torso. It took a few seconds before Sebla stopped breathing. Akira looked pitifully at Sebla's corpse. If he had not met Alpha, he would have been dead like that too. But Akira quickly scrapped that thought. Even if someone would have shot and killed him, it would have been because of a different reason. Not too long after that, Dale and Colbert also returned after they took care of the monster. Akira pushed Cheryl, who was still clinging on him, away, and she obediently concurred. Akira was still on his guard. It was obvious that Cheryl was crying up until just now. Sebla was lying dead not too far from them, and Guyver was nowhere around. All of these cues made Dale and Colbert frown. Both lowered their guns and walked to Akira. Dale took another look around and said to Akira, "I want to know what just happened first. Is it okay?" "Sure." Akira, Cheryl, Dale, and Colbert exchanged information to confirm what was going on. After Dale understood the gist of the matter, he mumbled, "That bastard. Doing something like this. But still, although it's weird to say this myself, that guy is pretty crazy to pick a fight against all three of us. Did he not think what would happen if his ambush failed? Was he so confident that his ambush would work perfectly?" Dale looked surprised and angry as he said that. He had explored an old-world ruin together with Guyver. Thus, he more or less knew of Guyver's skill. And according to his judgment, Guyver was average at best. Colbert interjected and answered Dale's question. That might be because of his debt. Debt? That guy has debt, huh? Yeah, I heard that it's a pretty big debt. I also heard that he was originally planning to pay his debt with the relics that we would gather today. Dale looked a bit pained as he said, "Don't tell me that he had no way of paying that debt as the deadline was coming close, so he got desperate. I guess he planned to take our relics and Cheryl's relics to amass a lot of money either for paying his debt or for running away from his debt. Huh. Now that I remember, he also rushed forward without checking for enemies in the ruin. I guess he really was that desperate." Dale tried to make sense of everything that happened that day with the new information he just received. But in the end, they were all just his guesses, and with Guyver dead, there was no way to confirm them. Akira then interjected. "We can do that later. Let's get to the vehicle and head back to the city." As they were about to head back to the vehicle, Colbert suddenly stopped them. Wait for a sec. It's kinda hard to say this, but there's one thing that I want to do." "What?" "If it's possible, I want to take Guyver's body back. I also brought myself a body bag so it won't get your vehicle dirty. So is it okay?" Colbert understood that what he was asking was something unpleasant for Akira and the others. As a matter of fact, Dale and Cheryl looked obviously annoyed. Dale looked at Colbert and said with displeasure, "Just leave him alone. Some monsters will take care of him in no time. That's a suitable ending for that guy, don't you think? Even though he's like that, I worked with him for a long time. Not to mention I have my trauma with monsters. So I feel bad leaving his corpse for the monsters." Akira thought that if it pained Colbert that much, then he could just dig a hole and bury the corpse. He found it weird since there was no need to bring it back to the city, thus he popped out a rude question for Colbert. "What are you planning to do with his corpse after bringing it back to the city? Are you planning to look for his family and give the body to them?" "No, I will hand it over to the Hunter office." If he had left his contact address when he registered his name, the Hunter office would at least try to contact his family, that is if he did submit his family information too. The Hunter office will take care of the corpse after that. By the way, in order to reduce the number of hunters who have gone missing, the Hunter office also recommends bringing Hunter's corpse to them. You know? That was one of the efforts to keep the hunters under control and make them stay ethical. It would also help the city management if they could tell which hunters went missing and which hunters were dead. Of course, they would assume the hunters who went missing were already dead, but it was not like they could actually treat those hunters as deceased. Those hunters would need to stay missing for a while, and there was a lot of administration stuff that needed to be approved before they were declared dead. But by bringing evidence that they were dead, such as their corpses, the city management and the Hunter office could bypass the administration stuff and cut short the waiting time. Colbert smiled bitterly as he continued. "Well, it's only recommended and not compulsory. But the Hunter office does suggest us to do that. If it's about profit, by doing something right like that, the Hunter office will have a better impression on us. Not to mention that law-abiding companies also include the personality of the hunters when they're looking to hire hunters. By taking Guyver's corpse back, we would not get treated like those hunters who tried to attack the other hunters on the same team, or at least it would lessen the chance for that. It's basically about karma." After listening to Colbert's explanation, Dale nodded. After all, it was something that concerned him too. Colbert then turned to Akira and Cheryl. "I can understand your opinion. So well, it's not like I'm doing this to make it up for you, but I'll give mine and Guyver's share of relics to you. They'll fetch you quite a lot of money if you sell them." Cheryl interjected. It was because although it would be just quite a lot of money for Colbert, it would be a huge amount of money for Cheryl and her gang. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I too messed up after all. I caused everyone trouble when we were back in the mansion. Even after we said that we would help escort you in exchange for a ride back home, one of my companions attacked you, and now I'm asking permission to go bring that person's corpse with us. It would be nothing strange if you're angry and decide to leave us here. So it would be great if you accept our share of relics so that it can at least reduce your anger." After he said that, Colbert glanced at Dale. Dale hesitated, but he then gave up and said, "All right, I know I'm also at fault here. I'll also give my share." Cheryl asked them again to confirm. Are you really sure about this? Yeah, I don't want people to just leave my corpse for the monsters when I'm dead after all. Dale smiled bitterly when he said that. Cheryl looked at Akira to ask for his opinion. So Akira said to her, I guess it's fine. You should take their offer while you have the chance. If Akira does not mind, then Cheryl had no problem with it either. She lightly bowed and took their offer. I understand if that's the case. I'll thankfully accept your offer. Thanks and sorry. Alright then, let me get this done fast. Just wait here for a few minutes. Colbert then went to retrieve Guyver's corpse alone. After he finished retrieving Guyver's corpse, they quickly continued their way back to Kagomayama City, leaving Sebla's corpse together with the corpse of the monster that Dale and Colbert killed. Although a lot of things happened, Akira was able to return back to the city safely. But of course, each of them had different opinions whether they could say that they really did return back safely. Akira stopped his vehicle near the city. It was somewhere around the border between the wasteland and the slum city. Dale and Colbert said their goodbyes before they went their separate way. Colbert carried Guyver's dead body to the city while Dale went straight to the lower district. Cheryl and her gang members went back to their base first without loading off the relics. She then told everyone who was left in the base to help carry all the relics in the cart to their base. Akira was sitting on the driver's seat while waiting for Cheryl's gang to finish unloading all the relics in the cart. Say Akira. Akira turned to Alpha, who was sitting beside him on the driver assistant's seat. Alpha was still in her swimsuit. Although she still looked weird in the middle of the wasteland, Akira, who was starting to get used to that, did not react any differently now. At least not until Alpha changed into another dress. Alpha asked Akira something that sounded trivial, but to her, it was an important question. It's about when you saved Cheryl. Why did you drop your rifle? When Akira was in the underground city, he did not drop his rifle even when Reina was taken hostage. Alpha would accept Akira's excuse even if he simply said that Reina and Cheryl were two different cases. But for the sake of her goal, it was imperative to keep Akira alive. If there was someone that Akira would sacrifice his own life for, Alpha would have to think of a way to handle that person. Akira proudly answered, I had a feeling that I would be able to evade his shots without trouble. No, that's not right, it was because I wanted to confirm it. Although I did that when I fought with Guyver too, the time with Sebla was the first time I was able to reproduce the feeling I had when I compressed my time perception. I guess the reason why I couldn't do that in my training with you was because deep down I knew my life was not in danger. But now that I was able to do it, I feel like I should be able to do it better next time. You didn't think what would happen if you failed. I bet you would move my body by controlling my augmented suit, right? You did that when Guyver shot me from behind, remember? Was it a situation where you couldn't do that? Akira's expression stiffened. If that was the case, then his life was really in danger there. Alpha looked at Akira, who was frowning, and said, There was no trouble about that. It's as you said, at that time I was about to move your augmented suit to evade that shot, but you suddenly moved on your own. Putting that aside, I think that's the reason why you could evade Sebla's shot. But that is not the reason why you dropped your rifle. Akira seemed uncomfortable as he said, I was able to kill him without any loss, right? But Akira suddenly seemed to realize something as he added, Well, it was because I was sure I would be able to kill him even if I dropped my rifle. That's why I did that. I thought that I could pick the option where I had a better chance of safely saving Cheryl. The situation was different compared with Reina in the underground city. If I wasn't sure that I would be able to do that, I wouldn't have dropped my rifle. Akira had no plans to get himself killed. Alpha knew that very well. As her worry was resolved by his answer, she smiled at Akira and said, It's all good if that was not a suicidal move. I think I don't need to remind you about this, but it would be bad for me if you die. The reason why I'm helping you is because it's an upfront payment for taking my request. So basically you have a debt to me. I have no plans of letting you go from that debt unless you finish my request, you know? I know. Although we had a lot of trouble this time, I think I'm growing stronger and stronger. I should have a better chance in finishing your request. I hope you're satisfied with this for now. Alpha and Akira were talking to each other while throwing jokes from time to time. As Akira was having a silly talk with Alpha, Cheryl's gang was transporting the relics from the back cart to their base. Since some of the relics were pretty big, Cheryl's gang was gathering quite a lot of attention. But there was no worry of getting attacked since people who saw them knew that they were transporting relics from a hunter's cart. Trying to rob them of those relics meant picking a fight against that hunter. Because of that, Cheryl's gang was able to safely transport the relics even when they went through a territory in the slum city that was owned by a different gang. Akira remembered his fight against Guyver and said to Alphutch, "But still, I'm glad that was a stun grenade. If it was a hand grenade, it would have been really bad." Well, the stun grenade itself was pretty dangerous though. Either it was because he didn't have a hand grenade, or it was because he thought that he might be in the blast range too. We're saved because of that though. And we were lucky that it was right after the rain stopped. Does it have anything to do with the rain? To be more precise, it has something to do with the colorless mist effect of the rain. The colorless mist effect reduced the intensity of the light and the sound, so the effect from stun grenade must have been considerably weakened. Although that's also the reason why it's hard to detect a monster in the middle of a thick colorless mist. If I have to give you an example, the DVTS minigun didn't make much sound when you used it, right? If there was no colorless mist, it would have made a very loud sound, you know? I see, HM, but I used that minigun before the rain started, right? And it wasn't that loud then? Colorless mist is ever present in the Eastern District, although the thickness level is different in each region. Is that so? That's the reason why the monsters can't detect us, right? Yep, that's correct. Akira was spending time by learning about what hunters knew directly from Alphutch. Not too long after that, Cheryl informed Akira that they had finished transporting the relics. Akira was about to turn the vehicle on and head back home when he suddenly realized something. Now that I remember, Colbert said all of those excuses and we ended up carrying Guyver's corpse back to the city while we just left Sebla's corpse in the wasteland. But when we separated, Colbert was not heading to the direction where the hunter office was. I wonder why is that? It's not like you know him personally and neither is he a hunter, so it's normal to leave Sebla's corpse behind like that. Moreover, when you said hunter office you meant that big hunter office branch, right? There are other smaller hunter office branches in the city, you know? Is that so? Well, I guess you're right. Since it was not something that interested him, Akira accepted her explanation and stopped thinking about it. After Colbert separated from Akira and Dale, he headed to the city alone. He then waited for someone to arrive. In about 30 minutes after Colbert contacted someone, a vehicle stopped close to him. It was a small vehicle designed to be used inside the city. A man stepped out from that vehicle. Colbert pointed at the body bag that was lying close to him. That man then opened the zipper on the body bag and confirmed that it was indeed Guyver's corpse. He smiled and turned to Colbert. "It's Guyver. Thanks for the hard work. Now that I've done my job, tell them to transfer my reward." "I know. Just wait for a sec here." That man then operated his information terminal and contacted someone. Suddenly, Colbert begrudgingly said to that man, "This is the last time I'm taking this kind of job. Okay? Please don't say that. Unlike this dead guy, we think that you're a good hunter and we trust you. It's not easy for us to get a hunter like you, you know? We'll give you a reward suitable for the job, okay? It wasn't worth the risk this time. You're lucky that I'm not asking for an extra reward for this job." "You are not satisfied with the reward? In that case, you should discuss it with the boss. We're just goons, so we can do nothing about it." "Oh, it seems that the reward is already transferred. Can you check it?" That man saw a message in his information terminal and conveyed the contents to Colbert. Colbert took out his own information terminal, checked his bank account, and confirmed the payment. The man then took the body bag and stuffed it in his vehicle's trunk. I know it's not easy working as a hunter, but it's not easy to work as a collector either. We have to go collect the dead body of people in debt like this, you see. That man was a debt collector sent by the company that lent its money to Guyver. Although Guyver did not know about it, Colbert was actually his observer. It was Colbert's job to watch over him and secure his body if he died. It was to make sure that he would not escape so that they could throw him to labor work in case he could not pay back his debt, and to quickly collect his body as soon as possible when he got killed. There were many private assets that could not be seized if the hunter was still in missing status, such as the hunter office bank account. The fastest way to seize those assets was by bringing the owner of the assets to transfer those assets, regardless of whether the owner was alive or not. In order to make sure that it was not the collector company that killed the person and brought the corpse to the hunter office to seize his or her assets, it was important to have someone else as a witness to testify that the person was actually killed in his line of work. The paperwork could be done faster if the witness was someone trustworthy with a good track record. With Guyver's corpse in their hands, it was easy to guess that the collection agency would seize all of Guyver's assets, including the money that he saved to escape from that very debt. Colbert laughed uncomfortably and said, "I know how hard it is to work as a collector. The guy who came to collect my debt ended up in the grave after all." "Oof, scary. It seems that you're in a very bad mood today. Well, I'll listen to your story on our way. Hop in." That man and Colbert then hopped into the vehicle and they went to the city. Rebuild World Chapter 83 The Way to Sell the Relics. Cheryl was in her private room, talking with Akira through her information terminal. "I understand. See you tomorrow then, I'll be waiting for you. Yes, good night." Akira then ended the call. Although she was smiling all the time when she was talking with Akira, her face immediately showed her tiredness the moment the call ended. She then let out a big sigh. "I guess Akira won't come here today, huh? That's just too bad." Her call with Akira was basically him telling her that he would not come to the base for today since it was already pretty dark outside. To be honest, Cheryl wanted to use that as an excuse to make him sleep over in the base again, but her wish was not granted. A lot of things happened that day and she was extremely tired both physically and mentally. Since her bathing time was around the corner, she decided to take a good rest while in the bath. After Cheryl grabbed her stuff to take bath and exited her room, she suddenly heard her gang members making noises. It seemed that Ario and the other children were excitedly sharing their stories from the wasteland. Since someone got killed, the story became even more intriguing for the other children. But then on top of that, the reason that Guy ended up dead was because he took Cheryl hostage and tried to kill Akira. Thus the other children could not help but feel excited as they listened to the story. Ario noticed Cheryl. It was the perfect chance for him to escape from all the other children who were bombarding him with questions. "Oh, it's the boss bath time. Sorry, but I have to go and guard the bath." "I'm sure you're tired. You can take rest for the remainder of the day." Cheryl believed that everyone who went to the wasteland that day must be very tired right now. That's why she said those kind words to Ario. But Ario shook his head and said, No, don't worry, I'm good. It's not really that tiring to just stand guard anyway." "Is that so? Well, it's up to you." Cheryl found his reply a bit weird, but she did not pay much attention to it and continued heading to the bathroom. Since she went out to the wasteland that day, Cheryl took more time washing her body. She carefully cleaned her body before she dipped herself in the bath. As her tiredness was melting into the warm water, Cheryl relaxed and recollected all which happened that day. Cheryl always organized everything that she needed to review every day. She would self-evaluate her actions and use them as references to how she should react in the future. But since she was more tired than usual, the only memory that was replaying in her mind was the memory that left the biggest impression on her. It was the moment when Akira saved her when she was taken hostage by Sebla. Cheryl smiled as she kept replaying that memory inside her head. Every time she did that, the scene would change bit by bit, making Akira's action look much more heroic and the scene became overly dramatized. Soon her smiling face turned into something different. Maybe because the scene that was playing in her mind had already turned into a completely fictional scene. She noticed that her body got increasingly relaxed as her head sunk deeper and deeper into the warm water. Engrossed in the soothing feeling, she eventually submerged her head in the water, but she was able to pull herself up in a panic before any accident could happen. That was dangerous. She knew that if she continued staying in the bath, it might happen again. Thus she told herself to be more careful as she continued enjoying the bath. The same thing repeated at least twice before she decided to finish her bath. Ario and Alicia were standing guard in front of the changing room. It was essential to make sure that no one tried to peek at Cheryl and got themselves kicked out of the gang. Alicia glanced at Ario. It was obvious from his face that he was awfully tired. Thus Alicia worriedly said to him, "Cheryl also told you that you can take rest, so why don't you go and do that?" I'm sure you're very tired too, right? Yeah, that's why I'm taking rest here. The other children would bombard me with questions if I take rest somewhere else. It's tiring to answer their questions. I've even told the same story for about 5 times already. Ario sounded really tired when he said that. When he went to the wasteland with the other children, he was carrying a weapon despite it being only a cheap gun. Because of that, the other children seemed to be comparing him with Akira, who did all the amazing hard work back then. They were asking Ario what he did in the wasteland. It's true that I was carrying a gun, but there's no way I can do what a hunter does on a daily basis out there, you know? Every time they asked me what I did and I said that I didn't do anything in particular, they would look at me with a shocked face. There are even some children who began complaining and telling me what I should have done, but they would immediately shut up when I say that they should take the gun the next time we go out to the wasteland. Those damn bastards. Ario sounded really annoyed. Alicia's expression changed as she heard his reply. It was a mix of worry and fear. There's a plan to go again. I don't know, you should ask Cheryl about that. To be honest, Ario did not want to ever go to the wasteland again. But if Cheryl told him to go, he then would not have any other choice but to go. Leaving that part aside, Cheryl's gang was actually a pretty comfortable gang. Thus he could not afford to make Cheryl angry at him and get kicked out of the gang. Ario's expression changed into something that showed more fear and worry than Alicia. So Alicia tried to cheer him up. I'll ask Cheryl not to assign you with the same members as this time if you get sent to the wasteland again. I'll be counting on you. By the way, it's not like you did anything that might anger Cheryl, right? Ario averted his gaze. Alicia noticed that and pressed Ario for an answer. Wait, what did you do? No, nothing. She should have forgiven me after sending me out to the wasteland today. Maybe I hope so. Seriously now, what did you do? Ario looked flustered as Alicia kept pressing him for an answer. There's no way he could tell his lover Alicia that he saw Cheryl naked. He tried his best to avoid having to answer Alicia's question. At the same time, Akira was taking a bath in his own house. He planned to go straight to the bed and sleep after finishing his bath. Although he did not realize it until he was in his own home, he was actually pretty tired that day. The moment he took off his augmented suit, he could feel all of his tiredness in one go. He was only able to avoid falling down to the ground after squeezing all of the power that he had left to keep himself up. Akira then quickly finished the minimum level of maintenance for his equipment and decided to take a bath first before going straight to the bed. Akira took his time enjoying his bath as he let his body float on the comfortable warm water. He could feel tiredness melting away from his body as he made sure not to fall asleep by accident in the bath. Akira, there's something I want to talk about. Yes. Akira looked absent-minded as he turned to Alpha. Alpha was also inside the bath together with him. Or to be more precise, she was projecting that kind of image into Akira's view. Alpha used her fictional image to the best of its potency. She adjusted her already beautiful body to fit Akira's taste. Normally, people would at least give some kind of reactions when they saw Alpha's naked body. But Akira's reaction was really dull. It was not clear whether it was because he was too tired to give any reaction or it was because he had already gotten used to it. Humans could really get used to almost anything. Seeing how Akira was looking at her with no more than usual interest, which was showing almost no interest in her body, Alpha thought a lot of things in the back of her mind as she struck up a conversation with him. Although a lot of things happened today, we also got quite a lot of relics. So then, when is your next plan to go to the wasteland again? Akira obviously looked confused. Next time? Are we going to do that again? Together with Cheryl's gang? Yep. With what happened today, I honestly don't think that Cheryl would accept the same offer next time though. In the first place, what about my ammo expense? I did use quite a lot of bullets today. I don't think Cheryl can pay for them. You know? Alpha smiled smugly. If it's about that, then there's no need to worry. Since there was no need to hide the destination, I made sure to take a general purpose subjugation request too. And with the number of monsters that you defeated, it should at least give you some money to cover for the ammo, right? I see. I did use quite a lot of ammo after all. It's good to know that I don't have to worry much about it. The ammo expense was paid from Akira's own wallet, and he did not expect to have to fight a swarm of monsters. It was good news for him that he could minimize the unexpected expense. But that was not enough as a reason to invite Cheryl again. But still, I think Cheryl would still reject that offer, you know? When Akira said that, Alpha looked back at him with a serious expression and said, I'm sorry, but I prioritize your growth more than Cheryl's interest. Also, I'll have to prioritize your training for the sake of my goal. Since I had to help you during today's escort mission, it means that you failed the training. I need you to get stronger, so it would not be a good thing to reduce the chance for you to train. And just like I told you before, Cheryl will also get some benefits from this offer. Akira looked hesitant. It was because he knew well that he did not have enough strength. Alpha frowned. If you really don't want to do it, I won't force you either. I don't want you to hate me for forcing you after all. Akira continued talking with Alpha after that. Although a lot of things happened, Cheryl did get quite a lot of profit in the end. So it was basically up to Cheryl whether to take that offer again or not. I'll at least ask Cheryl about it. If she agrees, then I'll do it again. Alright then. Next is about you. About me? If it's about the mistakes that I made today, can you do it tomorrow instead? Even if you tell me now, I might just forget it. Akira was only half conscious as he was enjoying the bath. It was not a situation where he could properly react to a review discussion. That's not what I meant. When that guy asked you what's so different between him and you said that it's all about luck, remember? I don't think that's true. I know more than anyone else how hard you're working yourself. After all, I always stick around you since the day we met. Not to mention, the reason why you were able to meet me was because you worked hard to the point that you were able to go to the ruin, right? That's why I don't think you're the same compared with that boy, and I don't want you to have any similar thoughts. Alpha smiled smugly at Akira as she said. In that smile, she was actually saying that she didn't make any mistake in choosing Akira. Akira looked a bit surprised when he heard her. His expression then turned back to normal as he said, It's not like I think I'm the same as him. I do think that I have worked hard before I met you and I keep working hard even after I met you. But that guy might have also given the same amount of effort too. He might have even given more effort than me. But it's a completely different matter whether his effort gave him result or not. Akira looked down as he recalled his past. His gaze was directed at the swaying water surface. I know that I'm giving effort, but I don't think it's anywhere near the effort that I gave before I met you. That's why I'm just lucky. I won't say that's it, but I think the contribution from my luck is too big to ignore. Which means that boy is just unlucky. That's why I don't really think that everything he said was false. There was not a trace of self-deprecation or empathy in Akira's face. It was just his objective evaluation of himself. I'm really happy to hear that you actually think so highly about meeting me. Alpha smiled teasingly as she slid closer to Akira. Akira immediately realized what he said and bashfully looked away from Alpha. After Akira finished his bath, he went straight to the bed and fell asleep. Alpha looked at the sleeping Akira and began her reflection. Alpha recognized and praised Akira's hard work in order to increase her likability. She even considered his personality when she said that, but Akira's reaction was duller than what she expected. She thought that the way she worded it out was counter-effective. There was a need to fix that flaw. Alpha had always been and would always be observing Akira. The next day, as previously decided, Akira visited Cheryl's base. He directly went straight to Cheryl's private room. The moment Akira put his rifle down and sat on the sofa, Cheryl sat on top of his lap and clung to him as if it was a normal behavior. Cheryl looked a bit bothered. It seemed that clinging on Akira while he still had his augmented suit on did not feel too good. She placed both of her hands on Akira's shoulders, extended her arms and complained straight to Akira's face. It's hard, can you take it off? No. Since Akira refused, Cheryl started to grumble. Isn't it fine? It's not like you'll lose anything. I'll lose my augmented strength. It's a pain in the ass to put it back on too. That's just too bad. Cheryl looked disappointed as her hands reached behind Akira's back, and she clung on him again. Akira, who started to get used to her, just sighed. So then Cheryl, where do you want to start? Alright. First of all, about the relics that we brought back, what should we do with them? Even if you ask me, You can do whatever you want with them. But you should at least decide your share and the other details. Akira tilted his head. My share? Yes, although we only lent you manpower, we did contribute by sending some of my gang members to the wasteland. So, it would be great if you could decide on the share that the other children could accept. But of course, I'll help to convince them no matter what you decide. These children went out to the wasteland because of Cheryl's order. They had to collect relics while under the fear of getting attacked by monsters, and to top it off they did get attacked by a swarm of monsters. Thus it was understandable that they would be angry if they only got a small number of relics as payment. Of course, Cheryl could shut them down by telling them what happened to Sebla who betrayed her. But it would not erase their dissatisfaction. That was what Cheryl thought. Akira noticed that Cheryl was misunderstanding something there. So he explained to her in order to clear up her misunderstanding. What are you talking about? Those relics are all yours in your gangs. That's why I'm telling you to do whatever you want with them. Cheryl stiffened when she heard Akira's answer. All of them? Yep. Including the relics from Dale and Colbert too. Seeing Cheryl flustered there, Akira found it a little weird. All of them, so those relics are included. Cheryl remained frozen as she replayed Akira's answer again and again on the back of her mind. She was making sure that she did not omit or mishear anything. She then concluded that she did not mishear it, and that there was no deeper meaning behind his answer. Since Cheryl was frozen there while clinging at him, Akira called her. Cheryl. Cheryl then stepped off from Akira and sat beside him. She sounded hesitant as she said with a low voice, I don't really know the details, but don't you need them to offset the ammo expense and other stuffs? I see. I made sure to get money from the other source for that, so there's no problem. Is that so? Then how about an extra reward? There were a lot of unexpected things that happened after all, like that fight against the swarm and the other hunter. Reward? Reward for the request, huh? You should actually deduct some of it. After all, I put you in more danger by letting those hunters come with us, and you also got taken hostage too. No matter what happened, the fact is that someone I should protect got killed, so it was basically a failure on my part, as my job was to escort you and your gang members. Since those relics are the reward for finishing the request, I'm fine with not getting any. I see. Akira's answer seemed to make Cheryl more depressed. She hung her head low. She felt like she just got into a huge debt that she would never be able to return. Akira did not understand why Cheryl was so depressed. From his point of view, she had to go through a lot of bad experiences in the wasteland. Not only he basically half-forced her to go along with his training, she got attacked by a swarm of monster, then the hunter who they gave a ride to also attacked her, and to top it off she was also taken hostage. Akira, who thought that he did nothing good for Cheryl, decided to give all of those relics to her in order to reduce his guilt. But there was a huge gap between their perspectives. Akira was bewildered while Cheryl looked depressed. There was an awkward silence between the two of them. Someone suddenly knocked on the door. Akira and Cheryl quickly turned to the source of the sound. Cheryl still looked depressed as she stayed quiet. Akira, who was at loss on what to do, answered in her stead. It's not locked. The door opened and Alicia entered the room. Cheryl, Katsuragi-san is here. Alicia noticed the mood between Akira and Cheryl. She then tilted her head in confusion. There were 3 people gathered in the base's guest room. Akira, Cheryl and Katsuragi. Alicia just left 3 glasses of drinks in that room before hurriedly excusing herself out. Katsuragi looked a bit confused, feeling the mood in the room. After he asked what was going on, he then sipped the coffee and said, Well, so that's how I heard that you guys returned back from the wasteland with relics, and I'm here today just to check those relics. Akira replied to Katsuragi. I see, so you're here to buy the relics, huh? But those relics are from Higuraka Residence Ruin. They're not those expensive relics that you usually handle. They're from Higuraka Residence Ruin? Why would someone on your level go to that ruin? There are no more expensive relics in that ruin, you know? Do me a favor and go to a ruin with better relics next time, alright? It was Cheryl and her gang who went there for the relics. So those relics are Cheryl's. Katsuragi frowned. It was obvious that he was suspicious of Akira's unexpected answer. They're Cheryl's? Didn't you hire them to collect the relics? It's the opposite. Cheryl hired me to help them collect the relics. Katsuragi knew well of Akira's ability. He then guessed how much it would take to pay a hunter with similar skill as a bodyguard. One thing was for sure, Cheryl should not have enough money to pay Akira. His suspicion got deeper. He then tried to ask for more information. Cheryl's gang doesn't have enough money to have you escort them, right? Akira sounded as if he was only making excuses as he said, well, about that friendly discount. If that's the case, then you'll give me a friendly discount too, right? Well, you know what, I guess I should rethink about my relation with you if you're in so much trouble that you can't pay for my reward. Katsuragi and Akira then laughed. Although both of them seemed to be just getting along with each other from the outside, they were actually carefully gauging each other's reaction. Katsuragi then changed into his business smile and looked at Cheryl and Akira. Well, since I'm here, can you show me the relics? There might be some expensive relics that amateurs can't recognize, you know? Unlike what Katsuragi expected, his offer was immediately accepted and he was guided to the storage room. The storage room was filled with all the relics that they brought back from the Higuraka residence ruin. Even after Katsuragi scanned the whole room, he found nothing but cheap relics that hunters usually found in Higuraka residence ruin. They're really relics from Higuraka residence ruin. I was hoping that it was just an excuse for Akira to store relics that he can't leave in his home in Cheryl's gang. But I guess I was expecting too much. The relics that Cheryl received from Dale and Colbert were placed inside her private room since she planned to give them to Akira later. If Katsuragi saw them, he would try to buy them from her. Katsuragi sighed. It was obvious that he had lost interest. So Cheryl, what do you plan to do with these relics? I'm thinking of selling them. Cheryl, who had somewhat recovered, calmly answered Katsuragi's question. She could not afford to show Katsuragi that her relationship with Akira was shaken a bit. Katsuragi then warned Cheryl. Just to make it clear, I won't buy them, you know? There's no need to worry, we're planning to open our own stand to sell them. We'll clean those that can be cleaned and fix those that can be fixed before putting them out for sale. We might also sell some of them to the other gangs that we have a connection with. Since Cheryl planned to go to the Higuraka residence ruin to collect relics, she had always been thinking of the way to exchange the relics into money. Her conclusion was to sell them herself, although she had some inklings as to how much she should sell them for. She had no guarantee whether it would go well or not. Katsuragi had lost interest in all the relics in that place, so he apathetically said, I see, well, good luck. Beside Katsuragi, Akira seemed to be deep in thought. Katsuragi went back right after that. He was a busy person after all. After Katsuragi left the base, Cheryl, who had regained her calm, turned gloomy again. Although she was calmer than before, it did not change her situation at all. She glanced at Akira and realized that he was thinking about something. Akira's gaze was directed to the relics inside that room. Cheryl looked at those relics again, but she did not find anything out of ordinary. She seemed confused and asked him, Is there anything wrong with the relics? If anything piqued your interest, I don't mind giving it to you. No, that's not it. Cheryl, you plan to clean and fix them before selling them, right? Yes. There's something that I want to ask from you. Of course. Cheryl quickly replied even before Akira told her what he wanted to ask of her. Akira winced back when she suddenly interjected like that. Then wait here for a bit. After he said that, Akira left the base. Not too long after, Akira returned back with a filled rucksack. He then unloaded everything inside that rucksack on the floor. Those were the relics that Katsuragi refused to buy from Akira the other day. Akira then turned to Cheryl and asked, Can you sell these relics too? Cheryl, who heard that, turned gloomy again. Akira himself thought that he was pushing troublesome stuff to Cheryl. That was why he thought it was the reason why she looked depressed. But in actuality, it was because she was expecting to get a much harder request from Akira. If that was all that he asked from her, it would be not even close to enough to repay her debt to Akira. That was why her expression turned depressed again. Their perceptions of the situations were completely opposite. Cheryl then asked Akira, Is it okay if I ask you the details in my private room? I want to ask about the price and how to sell them. After all, they're your relics, so it's not like I can just decide the price on my own. I see, you're right. Akira and Cheryl then returned back to Cheryl's private room. He then explained to Cheryl, who was sitting in front of him, about the details of his request. Akira wanted Cheryl to sell them for a high price as possible. There was no time limit and it was okay if she could not sell them at all in the end. He also wanted the other related information such as when and to whom Cheryl sold them, for how much they were sold, how long it took for Cheryl to sell them, etc. Although he asked a number of things, all of them were easy requests. Cheryl listened to Akira's explanation and understood what he really wanted from his requests. Basically, Akira wanted to check the relic market, and he wanted to do that through Cheryl. He wanted to make sure if the relics that Katsuragi would not buy from him were really cheap relics, or was it that they could be sold at a high price as long as he knew where to sell them, or that maybe there was actually a way to process them into something that could be sold at a high price. If Cheryl sold them in her stand and someone bought them at a high price, then there was a good chance that Akira's guess was correct. The relics that Akira gave to Cheryl would only collect dust in his house. Even if they were sold only for a small price or even if no one would buy them at all, Akira would not lose anything. Of course, there's no need to worry about it too much. I'm okay with any result. I know that you guys are busy too. So your share is half the selling price. I guess that's all for me. Do you have any questions? I understand. I don't know how high I can sell them for, but I'll try to do my best. Cheryl smiled invincibly at Akira. There was no trace of hesitation or doubt in her smile. Akira felt relieved seeing her reaction. Since there was no restriction or limit in his request, Akira thought that she could do his request as a side job, so it should not put too much burden on her. But Cheryl focused more on the fact that Akira did not place any particular expectation in it. Unlike yesterday's escort request, this was a request from Akira that would clearly bring some profit for him. It was a good chance for her to return her debt to Akira that she kept piling up. Cheryl thought that if she could make enough profit for Akira, if she could prove to him that she was useful, then Akira would not easily abandon her. No matter whatever it was, Cheryl wanted to be useful to Akira. She must become someone useful to Akira. Cheryl thought that her situation was pretty bad since she had become dependent on him, as well as all of the debts that she had to Akira. Thus, this request from Akira seemed like a perfect opportunity for her. If Cheryl expressed her happiness, Akira might find it suspicious. She had regained her composure enough to notice that and just smiled at him. Akira thought that Cheryl had calmed down and smiled in return. Although both of them took the situation in a completely different manner, both of them were smiling at each other. Akira thought that it should be okay to invite Cheryl to the Higuraka residence ruin again right now. But right when he was about to invite her, Cheryl suddenly asked him, "So then, Akira, do you have any other business after this?" Not really. In that case, would you please accompany me to go shopping? Cheryl smiled widely when she said that to Akira. It was not like Akira had any pressing matter to take care of, so he really did not mind going. The moment he was about to say yes, his information terminal suddenly rang. It was a notification for a message. When he checked it, it was from Elena and Sarah. The content of the message was about the next schedule to go exploring the ruin again. I'm sorry, something came up. Just invite me again next time. I see. It's really unfortunate. But since you said to invite you again next time, it means that you're willing to accompany me, right? Yeah. Thank you very much. I'll be looking forward to it. Cheryl was delighted with that promise. Although there was a little bit of displeasure since Akira did not prioritize her, she tried her best to hide it from him. Rebuild World Chapter 84, The Truth About Exploring an Unexplored Ruin. Akira planned to go to the unexplored ruin together with Elena and Sarah again. Just like before, he met up with Elena and Sarah near the border between the wasteland and Slum City. The situation was the same as Alpha planned to stop giving her support once Akira was out in the wasteland. Alpha donned a full-body battle suit with a fastener on her upper and lower body. The glossy fabric stuck tight to her skin as it pronounced her already charming body lines even more. The fastener in front of her extended from under her neck, all the way down between her legs, and to the back. She let that fastener open down to her belly. Her fair skin was clearly exposed through that opening, showing that she was not wearing any underclothing. If the people around Alpha could see her now, there was no doubt that she would gather a lot of attention. Although it showed less skin than her usual swimsuit, there was not much of a change in its seductiveness. Akira saw that and stopped himself from making any comments, thinking that it was at least better than her usual swimsuit. Clearly, he had more or less gotten used to it by now. He saw Elena and Sarah heading his way as the meeting time was getting closer. Alpha then smiled and told Akira that she would stop her support. So then, good luck for today. Alright. You can call me anytime if you feel lonely. Okay? In contrast to Alpha, who smiled when she said that, Akira pouted. Alpha then just giggled and vanished from Akira's vision. Before Elena and Sarah arrived there, Akira took a deep breath and returned his expression back to normal. Elena and Sarah stopped their vehicle next to Akira's. Akira smiled at them. I'll be in your care for today. Elena smiled and replied, but somehow, her smile was a little clouded. We'll be in your care too. But there's something I want to ask you first. Akira, do you have an auto-drive function on your vehicle? Yes. Can you set it to follow behind us? Sure. Okay, once you set it like that, can you get onto our vehicle? There's something I want to talk about. Oh. Alright. Akira did find that a little weird. Even so, he set his vehicle in autodrive to follow behind Elena and Sarah's vehicle before hopping into their vehicle. Once Elena made sure that Akira had set himself in, she then started the vehicle and drove to their destination. Sarah, who was sitting in the driver assistant's seat, stood up and turned back to Akira, who was sitting behind her. She then apologetically said, "Please let me apologize first, we're really sorry." What happened? It seems that someone discovered the ruin that we went together the other day. Akira was obviously a little surprised. He did expect that it would happen sooner or later, but he did not think that it would happen so fast. I see. But it's not like it's Sarah-san and Elena-san's fault. Or like, do you have any idea why that happened? Elena, who was driving the vehicle, answered Akira's question. Nothing. Or at least, we've done our best to make sure that wouldn't happen. Well, even if the information about the existence of the new ruin leaked from the selling route that we've employed, there is no way they would know about the location of the ruin too. And according to my scan back then, no one was following us either. Akira just smiled lightly and said, "Well, it's just a pure coincidence then. So I don't think it's your fault. Not to mention that it might be because of something that I did. After all, I went back straight to the city the first time I returned back from that ruin. So it might have been me all along." It was indeed unfortunate that other hunters knew about that ruin, but that would happen sooner or later anyway, and this time it happened sooner than expected. That was all Akira thought. Elena and Sarah frowned when they heard Akira's answer. Elena then mumbled, "So you're not suspecting us at all, huh? Aren't you least bit suspicious that we sold the info about that ruin? I did tell you that the info of an unexplored ruin alone can fetch you a lot of money, remember?" Not at all. Why can you be so sure about that? The reason, Just my intuition, I guess. There was a short pause before Akira continued. He was thinking of any excuse as to why he thought so and conveyed anything that came up in his mind to Sarah and Elena while half joking. Moreover, if it was Elena-san and Sarah-san who were selling the info for money, I'm sure both of you would come up with a method that would bring you a lot more money, like selling the info piece by piece, right? Well, that's just my intuition though. Elena's and Sarah's serious-looking expression softened when they heard Akira's reply. Elena laughed and replied with a joke as well. That's true. If it was me, I would do it in a more profitable manner. If it's you, I'm sure you'll mix some fake info while selling it. After all, it'll fetch you more money while leaking less info, right? Sarah also jumped in with a joke. Elena laughed and said to Sarah, "But of course. I'll sell them as expensive as possible too." She then smiled and said to Akira with a calm voice, "Akira, thank you for trusting us. I'm honestly happy that you do." There were many reasons why a team of hunters broke up. One of them was trust issues. Exploring the old world ruin means that they were putting their lives on the line to search for expensive relics worthy of that bet. And those expensive relics were the very thing that made these hunters doubt each other. Thanks to that, there were many hunter teams which broke up and ended up pointing their rifles at each other. But Akira completely trusted Sarah and Elena. He did not doubt them at all. Elena was extremely delighted with that fact. Elena, who was starting to feel embarrassed, decided to change the subject. All right then. That's it for this matter. Now to the next subject, listen closely, okay? Okay. Although we're heading to the same ruin that we visited previously, it might be pretty dangerous this time. So I need everyone to be extremely careful. If anyone gets some bad feelings or any other reasons that make you think it's better to withdraw, don't hold back and tell the others too. We'll immediately withdraw when that happens. I just want to put that out first. Akira, you're okay with that, right? Yeah. Let's be extra careful this time. By the way, Elena-san, why do you think that the ruin would turn dangerous this time? There were no monsters around that ruin when they visited last time, so Akira was a bit confused why Elena thought it had turned dangerous. Elena then answered his question. When info about a new ruin comes out in the market, it will include all the info regarding that ruin, like its location, the interior map of that ruin, the monsters around and inside that ruin, the relics that you can find inside that ruin, and many other kinds of info. But this time, according to our investigation, no other info except the location is available in the market right now. A lot of hunters will flock to that ruin if they know they can find expensive relics in that ruin, so isn't that just because the people who sold the info didn't want that to happen? Of course, that's also one of the possibilities. But there's also another possibility. It might be because no one returned back alive after diving into that ruin, so no extra information about that ruin comes back to the city. Or the companions of the hunters who dove into that ruin, waited outside and killed them on their way back. That would explain why there's no other info other than the location of the ruin. Or maybe the people who sold info deliberately only sold the location to make others explore that ruin and wait for the info about the interior of that ruin to be available in the market. That way they can prepare themselves better for exploring that ruin. Hearing this, Akira nodded with a serious expression. I see. Let's be extra careful this time. Akira completely erased the thought that the ruin should be safe just because he did not find any trouble the last time he visited that ruin. On his way to the ruin, Akira was at a loss whether he should call for Alpha or not, but after hesitating for a long time, he eventually decided not to do it. After all, unlike last time with Cheryl, Akira had no extra luggage this time. Not to mention he had Sarah and Elena with him too. They had also decided to withdraw the moment any of them thought that things might get dicey. So Akira decided to do his best on his own for the time being. Unlike last time, they went to the ruin directly rather than taking any detour. When they stopped their vehicle behind a wreckage near the ruin, they saw a completely different scene compared to the previous time they came there. There were countless corpses of biological monsters scattered around the area. They were riddled with bullet holes. There were also remnants of mechanical monsters that were blown up with some kind of explosives. And of course, there were also empty magazines, bullet casings, and other equipment, as well as dead hunters among them. All of them were the remnants of fights between hunters and monsters. Akira scanned the area and mumbled, "That's a hell lot of them." It was a huge mess, the rubbles from the explosives that both the monsters and the hunters used, flesh and blood of the biological monsters and hunters, mechanical parts both from hunters' equipment and the mechanical monsters. All of them mixed together and scattered all over the area. It could be inferred that a group of hunters fought a big swarm in this place. Sarah also scanned the area and said, "If these hunters came here for the ruins, then where did all these monsters come from? Did these monsters come from the inner part of the ruin? Elena, did you find anything?" Elena checked the signal from her information gathering device. "It's all right. There's no monster around the area. If these monsters did come from inside the ruin, it seems that the hunters have killed every single one of them." As Akira approached the entrance to the ruin, his expression turned grim as he noticed that the fight was fiercer around that area. If there were this many monsters in this place, it was actually a good thing that the location of this ruin leaked out. Basically, we had other hunters scout the inner part of this ruin for free thanks to that. Elena agreed with Akira's opinion. "You might be right about that. The scariest thing about an unexplored ruin is that it has as many monsters as the unclaimed relics inside it, and we have no information about both of them at all. Looking at this, it is better to assume that no one was able to return back alive from searching the ruin, and that's why there is not much info about the ruin available in the market. Either we just got lucky when we came here last time, or someone made a huge blunder inside the ruin. Kira, we can withdraw now if you want to. I'll leave that decision to Elena-san. At least for me, I don't think we should withdraw yet. There was a trace of hesitation in Akira's voice. It showed that he carefully made that decision after considering the possible danger. Elena smiled happily and said, "All right, let's go then." Sarah seemed a little bit excited as she joined in. "I look forward to seeing your performance, but don't push yourself too hard. Okay?" Akira, Sarah and Elena stood in front of the stairs leading down the underground ruin. The wreckage and rubbles around the entrance looked as if they were shoved out of the way by something huge, and that trace continued all the way inside the ruin. It seemed that there was some kind of powerful monster inside. Akira took his CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun off his vehicle. He did not forget to stuff his rucksack with ammo too. Akira prioritized filling his rucksack with ammo rather than reserving space for relics. He was planning to throw away some of his magazines in case he found expensive-looking relics later. After all, it was better to find himself having to throw away ammo rather than finding himself running out of ammo. Thanks to his augmented suit, Akira did not find any trouble carrying all those ammo. Although the energy consumption of his augmented suit increased, it should still have enough energy to last for the day. Sarah and Elena were also gathering their equipment from their own vehicle. It seemed that they were making sure that they had everything they needed, since they noticed the ruin was more dangerous than they thought. Elena then asked Akira, "Akira, are you ready?" "Yeah, I'm ready." "All right then, let's go." Elena pointed her rifle to the interior of the ruin and pulled the trigger. The grenade launcher equipped on her rifle launched a canister that vanished deep inside the ruin. Elena and Sarah started going down the stairs after that. Akira followed suit after them. While going down the stairs, Akira suddenly asked Elena, "Elena-san, what did you do back then?" "Back then? That's a mini information gathering device. I used it to get more accurate data of the area and to check for any monsters." "Oh, so there's something like that, huh?" "That one is a canister type that can be launched from a grenade launcher, but there are many other types that you can use, you know. Some of them can be controlled manually or set to automatically explore the floor. There are even controllable drones that you can use to explore the area." "That sounds really convenient. How much do they cost?" "They're pretty expensive. The drones can even cost up to 1 million orum per drone. It's all good if they returned after exploring the ruin, but sometimes they get destroyed by the monsters or the connection gets interrupted and the drone crashes. There are even cases when they return back while bringing some monsters together with them. Not to mention, if you get unlucky, some monsters can trace back the drone and detect your location." "I see, so that canister type, how much does it usually cost?" "That's about 10,000 orum per canister. It's pretty expensive for a single-use equipment, so I plan to retrieve it later if it's possible. The reason why I didn't use it last time was because it would be a waste if something breaks it. So I just thought that there was no need to use one back then. But this time it seems that the ruin has turned more dangerous than before. That's why I used it just to be safe." Elena seemed a bit flustered as she replied. She had done that all for the sake of maximizing the possible profit from the exploration. After all, if they ended up in red because of that, it would beat the main purpose as to why they explored the ruin. Since they decided to bet their lives on exploring the ruin, it was important to return back with more money. In order for them to minimize their expenses, they had to put their lives in more risk. It was indeed a harsh world. That was what Akira thought. As Akira went down the stairs, he noticed the traces of something big and heavy running up the stairs. But the stairs were not that damaged, so it did not cause much trouble for Akira and the others as they walked down. It showed just how amazing the old-world building was. After they went down the stairs, they went through the same hallway that they went through last time. But the interior of that hallway was so much different compared to the previous time they visited the place. Unlike last time when they had to use a flashlight to explore the hallway was bright enough without any extra illumination this time. Looking at the shadow that cast straight below them, they knew that the light came from above, but there was no lamp-like object fixed in the ceiling at all. Elena looked around and said, "So this facility is still active, huh? I wonder if some hunters went to the deeper part of the ruin and did something to turn the facility back on." The interior was bright enough for them to see far deep into the ruin. There were traces of explosives, bullets, and blood on the hallway, showing that fights happened there. Akira stared into the deeper part of the ruin and said, "There are traces of battles here too. There are also traces of something big and heavy passing through the stair. It's really weird that there's no dead monster or hunters in this place. Looking at the traces, the battle should have happened a few days ago. And judging from the blood splatters, there should be at least multiple dead organic monsters or at least human corpses in the area. Since there were traces of mechanical monster wreckage above the ground, it meant that there should be at least some leftover mechanical monsters too." Akira thought that it was impossible for all of them to reach the surface without getting killed on the way. Sarah made a guess and said to Akira, "I'm not really sure either, but I think that the cleaning drone might have cleaned them up." Although the old world ruins were left unmanned for years, some of them were always kept clean and in tip-top shape. It was all thanks to the cleaning drones and the self-repair function that was still active even right now. Those kinds of ruins were relatively more dangerous, since any traces of monsters were regularly cleaned up, making it harder to gauge the danger inside that ruin. Not to mention the security functions might also still be active and they would try to eradicate any trespassers. "It seems that there's no monster around, let's carefully go deeper." With that signal from Elena, they continued exploring deeper into the ruin while keeping their guards up. They eventually reached the hall where they collected some relics the previous time they came there. They did not meet any monsters yet. Although there were traces of battles here and there, they did not find any dead corpses from those battles either. The way forward was branching into two hallways. They noticed that there were traces of something big and heavy having passed through the right hallway. The destroyed ticket gate near it showed the strength of that unknown thing. Elena turned to Akira and Sarah and asked them, "Which way to go?" "Left." "Let's go left." Sarah and Akira did not hesitate when they answered Elena's question. All of them agreed to go to the left. When they continued to the left hallway, they found themselves inside an underground city. There were shops and stands lined up inside, but most of them were already in a destroyed state. And unlike inside the hallway, there were traces of battles complete with the corpses of the organic monsters, wreckages from the mechanical monsters, and the dead hunters. Elena's expression turned grim, but it was not because of the number of the dead hunters scattered in front of her, nor was it because most of the relics were destroyed by the explosives that were used in this place. She turned to Akira and Sarah. "Akira, Sarah, are you guys ready? They're coming." The moment she said that, Sarah and Akira moved to her front and readied their rifles. Akira put his rucksack down and lined up extra magazines on the ground around him. Sarah also did the same as Akira. From the goggles that he was equipping, Akira could see information from his information-gathering device as well as from Elena's information-gathering device. He could see countless signals coming in his direction. Judging from the movements of those signals, it was rather obvious that they had noticed Akira's position. More and more signals kept appearing in the detection range. The monsters in that area were still alive and kicking. They were only taking a short rest after cleaning up the hunters that went in before the trio. Akira pulled the trigger almost at the same time as Sarah. As gunshots echoed through the area, it signaled that another fight had started. Sounds of monsters came out from deep inside the underground city, as well as from the already destroyed shops in the area, as they quickly gathered at Akira's location. There were all kinds of monsters. Some of them were carnivorous monsters with large strong legs. Some of them were half-cyborg dogs with conspicuous mechanical body parts. There were even missile pods with legs that burst out missiles randomly as if it did not care if they hit the other monsters. Those monsters ran from behind wreckage to wreckage while closing into Akira's position, but Akira quickly took them out together with the wreckage that they were using to hide with his DVTS minigun. The powerful DVTS minigun also made a quick work of the monsters that were caught moving from one wreckage to another. The bullet storms destroyed everything, both the monsters and the wreckages. As for the monsters with long-range weapons which were shooting from far away, Akira would take cover behind sturdy-looking wreckage and use his CWH anti-material rifle, while relying on the information received from his information-gathering device to aim at them. The powerful piercing bullet from his CWH anti-material rifle could easily pierce through the rubble and the monster hiding behind it. Elena was also providing support fire while shooting some mini information-gathering devices into the deeper part of the ruin to perform more accurate detection. She then sent the location of monsters with long-range weaponry, as well as the trajectory line of the projectiles that they shot to Akira and Sarah. She was also sending the precise locations of the monsters that were approaching Akira and Sarah to make sure of their safety, while providing them support fire. Sarah used the information from Elena to accurately aim at those monsters. She used her A4WM repeater grenade launcher to shoot the monsters that were hiding behind the rubbles from above them, or by bouncing the grenade off the holes on those rubbles. Sarah trusted Elena's information and kept blasting grenades into those monsters. Most of her shots hit the vital points of those monsters like their heads or their cannons, which then caused a localized explosion. Although they had the upper hand in that battle, Elena's and Sarah's expression somehow looked grim. Sarah then asked Elena who knew the best about the situation they were in. "Elena, about those monsters though." "Yeah. Some of them are the same type of monsters that we found in the Kazusuhara ruin underground city." "I see, so my guess is correct, huh?" Sarah's expression turned grimmer than before. The underground city located under the Kazusuhara ruin was filled with powerful monsters, enough to make the city management set up a forward base there. During their forward base aid request, Sarah and Elena had to fight back those monsters that were coming out from the underground city. There were even times when they were overwhelmed by some of those monsters, but at that time they were able to receive reinforcement from the other hunters who were standing guard and the tanks nearby. Thus they were able to fight back those monsters without any trouble. In case if those powerful monsters were mixed in the swarm that they were facing right now, then they were indeed in a very bad situation. Elena then continued, "As far as my detection goes, these monsters are relatively weaker than the monsters that we faced in the underground city. But still, it's not normal to find these monsters in this place." Sarah then turned to Akira. "Akira, are you okay over there?" "I'm fine." "That's good to hear. Some of these monsters are dangerous. There's no need to try saving your ammo. Use your full power." "Understood." Akira's answer was firm. There was no trace of panic or fear in his voice. Sarah and Elena smiled when they heard his answer. Judging from his answer, it seemed that Akira was able to hold himself just fine in that battle. Thus their focuses that were unconsciously leaning toward worrying about him, in case if he was in danger, shifted to the monsters in front of them. Thanks to that, it greatly reduced the time that they needed to clear up the monsters. Even without Sarah's recommendation, Akira was already using his full power without worrying about his ammo expense. But he had to still worry about his leftover ammo. He carefully gauged the enemy, and used the openings to quickly replace the empty magazine of his rifle, before immediately returning back to shooting, and pushing back the monsters that were approaching him. Since he had no other choice but to use his bullets, he was trying to use them as effectively as possible. As not to make any mistakes when reloading, he would throw his empty magazines far away from him. But after some time, the number of empty magazines around him had significantly increased. Because of the absence of Alpha's support, Akira's shooting skill was lower than usual, and also his actual skill was not enough to efficiently take out the monsters in this situation. Akira was actually compensating that by shooting more than usual. As such, he was using more ammo. "I still have some reserved magazines left in my rucksack. When I have to use them too, I'll call for Alpha. That is if Alpha can still provide me with support in this place though. I guess I should try to ask her now to confirm that while I still have the chance, huh?" Akira hesitated for a bit, but he quickly made up his decision. "No, that kind of pessimistic way of thinking will be fatal in this situation. Moreover, if I can't handle this situation myself, that in itself is a fatal flaw that will definitely get me killed sooner or later. I have to get stronger. That's why I have to handle this myself." Akira pulled himself together and continued shooting. He was trying to get stronger, he was also putting extra effort to get stronger, and for that sake he placed himself in more danger. The source of that desire was nothing more than his own will to get stronger. But in reality, there was another reason that he himself did not realize as to why he was trying so hard. As the fight continued, the sound of gunshots that echoed through the underground city summoned more and more monsters. Those gunshots would not stop as long as the hunters were still fighting the monsters. Then eventually the gunshots stopped. The last person who was holding the trigger was Akira. As the final bullet that pushed through the barrel of his rifle pierced through the head of the last monster alive, it signaled the eradication of the monsters in the area. And with no targets to shoot, the battle came to an end. The underground city was wrapped in silence. Akira looked around his surroundings while still on high alert. 5 seconds passed, then additional 10 seconds. The silence still continued. After another 10 seconds, Elena smiled and said, "No more signals. It seems that there are no more monsters around. It's all right now." Elena and Sarah finally lowered their guards. Akira let out a big sigh. There were not many magazines left. Akira smiled lightly. He felt more confident since he was able to survive the battle without Alpha's support. Sarah smiled and walked to Akira. "You look pretty calm there. You did well. There were even some monsters from the inner part of the underground city mixed in that swarm. Normal hunters who never faced those monsters would at least have some hard time fighting them, you know? Well, I was using my ammo without holding back after all. Although, at that point it can be said that I was already hard-pressed. Had it continued any longer, I would have racked a huge ammo expense since I used quite a lot of ammo to kill those strong monsters that Sarah-san and Elena-san warned me about. So those monsters are the ones from the inner part of the underground city, huh?" "Yep, that's right. They are actually pretty weak compared to the other monsters that you can find in the inner part of the underground city. For the bigger monsters you'll have to get help from a tank to kill them, you know. But I don't think we'll encounter any of them in this place. And even if we do, they're pretty huge, so we can just return back to the narrow hallway. There's no need to fight them here." Elena smiled and joined in. "Now then, since we're also in red right now, let's gather some relics from this place to make sure that we end up with more money than we use." Elena then scanned the area around her one more time. That particular area of the underground city was already half destroyed. After all, both the monsters and the hunters who fought in that place did not care what happened to the ruin in that area. Although the structure itself was still standing strong thanks to the old world technologies, the relics inside it did not share the same level of durability. That is, if we can still find good relics in this area though. Elena smiled bitterly when she said that. Rebuild World Chapter 85 How the Information Spread. Akira, Sarah and Elena started gathering relics. Although they encountered some unexpected fights, it was not enough of a reason for them to just go back home. Indeed, it was important to return back alive from the old world ruin, but it was also equally important to come back home with relics. After all, it was not like they went out to the old world ruin with their lives on the line just to return back in red. They dug through the rubbles, dead monsters, and corpses of hunters, searching for relics. Akira filled the empty space in his rucksack with relics. He chose the relatively still good-looking relics that he could find since most of the relics in that place were either already destroyed or drenched in blood or oil. Some of the relics were thankfully still fully intact. Relics with strong casing were left untouched by the blood and oil outside. Akira was searching for those kinds of relics. He suddenly raised his voice. "Akira, what's wrong?" I found underclothes for women." "Really?" Sarah shrieked in delight. Just like what she told Akira before, she was in dire need of durable underclothing. If it was possible, she wanted to get more of them. It seems that blood had slipped through its wrapping though. It was as Akira said, the wrapping of that underclothing was actually torn and some kind of liquid had seeped through that opening, thus turning its color into something strange. "I see, that's really unfortunate." Sarah sounded very disappointed. Akira then left that underclothing on top of rubble near him. He had no plans to put that inside his rucksack as he quickly returned back to look for more relics. He then found something else. "Oh. Akira, what's wrong?" "Nothing, just another underclothing, but... It was the second time, so Sarah calmly asked Akira. "It has a bullet hole." It seemed that a bullet had randomly pierced through that underclothing. Sarah knew that it was not Akira's fault, but she then smiled at Akira and asked, "Akira, what kind of bullying are you playing here?" "I didn't mean to bully anyone." Akira simply answered Sarah's question. After all, it was not like he did that on purpose. Sarah, who looked a bit annoyed, seemed to realize something as she smiled mischievously. As she directed her displeasure after getting disappointed for the second time into another direction, she then smiled teasingly at Akira. "Or is it like you want to see me wearing that?" And no. Akira flusteredly answered her question. His face had turned beet red. Sarah looked completely satisfied with his reaction. Elena sighed exasperatedly and said to Sarah, "Stop teasing him already and move the rubbles aside, will you?" Yes, I know. There was a good chance of finding intact relics around that place, thus Sarah focused on searching relics around the same area with Akira. There were all kinds of shops in the underground city, but compared to the type of relics that they found, they were only able to find a few different types of relics. The other hunters might have already carried away some of the relics from this area, or some of them might have gotten destroyed from the battles that happened there, or they might have turned into dust after being left in that place for years. Whatever the reason was, it did not change the fact that only a few relics were left around. There was nothing that Akira and the others could do about it. They might still be able to find some relics if they moved all the rubbles aside and searched carefully. They could also dig out relics from under the crumbled shops. But of course, they did not have enough time to do any of that. There was a good chance that they would encounter monsters on their way back, thus it was better if they focused only on collecting small relics that they could easily carry back with them. But even so, it was enough to fill up Akira's rucksack to the brim. Although there might be some relics in bad conditions mixed in, it was still better than coming back empty-handed. Because of all the ammo that he used in the last fight, Akira was able to bring back quite a lot of relics with him. Sarah suddenly came to Akira and pointed her finger at the relics on top of the rubble. "Akira, if you're not planning to bring them back, can I take them instead?" It was the underclothing that Akira found. One of them had suspicious-looking liquid seep through the wrapping, while the other one had a bullet hole. That was why he did not consider taking them back with him. "Sure. Wait. It's not like you're planning to use them, right?" Akira looked a bit weirded out. He thought that they were not in a usable state. Sarah laughed and said, "Of course I won't use them like that. I'm planning to bring them to a specialist and have them fixed. If I'm lucky, it will be as good as new and it's way cheaper than buying new underclothing." "So there are specialists for this too, huh? Sure then, I don't mind if you take them." "I see, I'll go ahead and take them then." Sarah then put them inside another transparent wrapping before placing them inside her bag. That transparent wrapping piqued Akira's interest. "Sarah-san, what's that plastic bag?" This is a plastic bag to preserve the relics. I usually use this to carry relics that look fragile or easily damaged. This is just a cheap bag. If you use the expensive bag, it can even protect the relics from gunshots too. It's just a small hack that you can employ to increase the quality of relics that you carry back home." Akira looked amazed. "So there's something like that too, huh? I guess I should buy some too." "That's right. It's really convenient to carry dirty relics inside this bag. You won't lose anything by keeping some handy too. But I don't recommend replacing the original relics wrapping with this bag. After all, the original wrapping might actually be more durable than this bag." "I see." Akira just received another advice on how to be a good hunter. Getting such new information was one of the benefits of exploring a ruin together with the other hunters. They finally finished gathering relics in that area. Although there was an unexpected fight, they were able to harvest a good number of relics. Elena then asked Sarah and Akira what they planned to do next. "Now then, what's your next plan?" "I don't mind going back to the city now, but personally, I want to go further a bit to get more information about this ruin. Since we've killed most of the monsters around this area, this should be a good chance to do that." Akira looked to the inner part of the ruin. He remembered that his original aim when he came to that ruin was to look for something that was located deep down there. It was the very thing that was indicated by the pointer in his vision when he was searching for that ruin. It was for the Lion Steel Corp information terminal. That's right. The relics in the deeper part of the ruin might still be intact. It might be a good idea to at least check them. After Akira found an unexplored ruin and the info about that ruin spread among the other hunters, he had lost most of his reasons to go to that ruin. But even so, he thought it might be a good idea to at least check the terminal inside. "I still have enough reserve ammo too. So I guess we can continue going deeper." Since Sarah also agreed, they decided to continue going deeper into that ruin. The underground ruin that they were in was not that big. The whole area was illuminated by unknown light sources, but thanks to that, they were able to see clearly the interior of that place. There was also a staircase leading to the surface, But according to Elena's scan, the entrance was buried under rubbles. It was not very surprising since if that staircase did connect to the surface, someone else would have discovered that ruin before them. There were traces of battles here and there. It could be inferred that the relics in that place were also left in a bad shape. Elena finished scanning the area. She did find another hallway, presumably connecting to the other places in the underground city, but she could not see how far that hallway went. So she thought that it was a good place to finish the exploration for that day, and decided not to go any deeper. But then she suddenly stopped. Her expression turned serious. Sarah, who noticed it, found it suspicious as she quickly readied her rifle and closely watched her surroundings. "Elena, did you find something?" "Somebody's there." Akira put his guard up. But he did not feel any human presence, and it was confirmed by his information-gathering device, which did not detect any signal. Elena noticed Akira's misunderstanding and explained it to him. "It's fine. It's not like someone is hiding using a camouflaging sheet or something. I'm getting some kind of signal from behind that door. It might be from a hunter who came here before us and somehow survived until now." Elena was pointing at a door not too far from them. That door was bent in a horrible form, probably by some monsters, as it did not seem like it could be easily opened. As Akira and Sarah turned to the direction of that door, a voice came out from a crack behind that door. "Hey! Is someone there? Someone's there, right? Answer me." The person behind that door was shouting in desperation for anyone he could find in that underground city. After Akira, Sarah and Elena looked at each other. They walked toward that door. As the man behind that door caught a glimpse of the trio, he shouted in delight, "Thank goodness! I'm saved! You guys are hunters too, right? What happened to the monsters in the area?" Elena answered his question as the representative of their team. "We've killed all the monsters in the area. Anyways, what are you doing in that place?" "We were running away from those monsters when we ended up here. Please, help us." "We? How many people are with you?" "With me included, there are 5 people over here. The other 4 are also inside this room. Can you please open the door? It's all good that it was strong enough to withstand the monster, but now it's bent and we can't open it. Can you guys do something about it?" There was a short silence before Elena turned to Sarah and Akira. "What to do? Should we help them?" What are you talking about? You shouldn't be hesitating here. We're also hunters just like you. We should help each other when we're in trouble, right? I'm sorry, but we have had experiences of meeting people like you in a similar situation. But they ended up trying to kill us instead. So it's not like I can simply trust you guys. Not to mention that there are so many dead hunters out here. It means that basically you guys abandon them just to save your own lives, right? Well, it couldn't be helped. The monsters were too strong. We had no chance to win. We just got lucky that we found this door close to us when the others didn't even get the chance to evacuate here too. As a team leader, I chose to prioritize the life of my own team members. I can't ask them to risk their lives just for the other hunters whom we just met exploring the same ruin." "I see. Well, I can understand your decision. So. Basically, you'll understand if I use the same argument to leave you there, right? I have team members that I'm responsible for too. Please have mercy." That man pleaded from behind the door. Elena turned back to Akira and Sarah. "So then what should we do?" Sarah stepped up first to answer that question. "Let's see, we can at least open the door for them, right? After that, well, let's have them escape from this place with their own power. There's no need for us to escort them all the way back to the city or to the surface." "You're right, I guess we can do that much. Akira, are you okay with that?" "Sure, but then what should we do to open this door?" When Akira said that, Sarah smiled smugly and said, "Let's kick it down." Sarah then stood in front of the door and said to the guy behind that door, "It's gonna get dangerous, so get away from the door if you don't want to get crushed." After she said that, Sarah used the full power of her nanomachine augmented body to deliver a powerful blow to that door. The banging sound indicated just how much force her kick had delivered to that door as the door got bent even more. Sarah then continued kicking that door. Although it bent more and more, the door itself was still standing there. Sarah frowned as she noticed that the door was stronger than she had thought. She then mumbled, This door is pretty strong. Akira came and stood next to Sarah. She understood what he meant as she smiled at him. After they looked at each other for a few split seconds, they kicked the door simultaneously. Both of them used their augmented strength, which allowed them to carry heavy weaponry unthinkable for a normal human, to deliver their kicks on that door at the same time. The door was sent flying with a loud bang. The heavy door flew and landed right in front of the guy who was behind that door just a few minutes ago. That guy stared at Sarah and Akira with his jaw dropped. Elena just stood on the other side while smiling bitterly at him. Now that the door was down, all the hunters trapped in were able to leave the room. All of them looked extremely tired but also relieved at the same time. Since they ran to that room to save their lives, they must have been psychically exhausted staying inside that room. Sarah then said to those hunters, "We're going back home now, but don't tail us. You guys should go back home on your own." Elena then added, "Or at least keep your distance that we deem to be acceptable. If you guys are too close, we'll see that as a hostile action." The leader of those hunters, Ravin, flusteredly turned to Elena and Sarah and said, "Wait for a sec. Are you going to just leave us behind?" "Yep, that's what we just said, right?" Elena showed no hesitation when she said that. "I'm sorry, but we're being utmost careful right now. Or is it like you want to fight us here?" Elena's and Sarah's smiles vanished. It was not like they were showing hostility toward Ravin and his team, but instead it meant that they were serious about what they said. Ravin looked at Sarah and Elena while being overwhelmed by their pressure. In his eyes, both Sarah and Elena were beautiful ladies. He figured that they might have gone through a lot of difficult situations thanks to their beauty, which made them be extremely cautious against strangers. He then turned to Akira. His eyes were pleading for help, but Akira then apologetically said to him, I'm sorry, but just recently I gave a ride to some hunters who asked for my help, and one of them tried to kill me. So I understand Elena-san's and Sarah-san's decision." "Who the heck was that bastard?" Ravin cursed his situation. The fact that they got locked inside that room was enough of bad luck, that he did not think he would get hit by another bad luck so soon. If I'm not mistaken, his name was Guyver. I heard that he had a huge debt, so he tried to kill me and the other hunters to get his hands on more relics. "We don't have any debt, okay? You guys have no debt, right?" Ravin shouted as he turned to his team. The other hunters then nodded at him. After hearing what Akira said, Elena turned to Akira and asked him, "Akira, were you okay?" "Yeah, I didn't get injured and I was able to kill him, so it ended without any problem." "I see. I'm glad to hear that." Elena smiled. Ravin placed both of his hands on his head. He was at loss on what to do. Akira, Elena and Sarah refused to go together with them. At this rate, he and his team would really get left behind. There might be some monsters lurking around somewhere, and even if they were able to reach the surface, they still had to go back to the city. And with their current reserve ammo, their chance of survival was really low. Ravin then tried to negotiate with Elena. All right, let's do this instead. I'll send an SOS request to you. If you guys escort us back to the city, well, since there are 3 of you, we'll pay 3 million Orem for the reward. It's not a bad offer, right?" If Ravin sent an SOS request, then it would be an official request sent through the hunter office as the proxy. It carried more weight than just a simple promise. Elena was also a hunter. If it was a request, then she might as well consider it. She then thought for a while and said, "Well, that's not a bad offer." "Right." Ravin's expression relaxed for a bit, as he felt that he finally got something that might help him salvage his situation. But Elena then said to him with a serious face, "But it's a different story whether you can pay for it or not, right?" After he heard Elena's question, Ravin began to panic. He then desperately pleaded to her, "Of course we'll pay. What is it now? Do you have a bad experience of this thing too?" The last time we received a similar SOS request, the requester gave us a hard time when we asked him to pay for the reward and the ammo expense. The request even mentioned that the ammo expense will be paid by the requester. Well, we did make him pay in the end though, but it was really a huge pain in the ass. What the heck? What's wrong with you guys? Why did you guys meet so many of those bad people? Ravin shouted in reflex. He thought that there was a limit on how bad his luck could be, But that did not seem to be the case. By the way, that guy's name is Katsuragi. All right. Then how about this? Old world relics. We'll give all the relics that we found inside the room. I don't know for sure if they can get you 3 million orum, but it should be able to get you quite a lot of money. They're still in good shape after all. So how about that? If this did not work, Ravin had nothing more that he could offer. That was why he looked really desperate. Elena turned to Sarah and Akira again. What do you guys think? Judging from Elena's intonation, she leaned more towards taking that offer compared to the previous offers. But it did not sound like she was looking forward to taking that offer either. It was more like she was okay either way. Akira then asked Ravin, "Can you tell me what kind of relics you have?" "They're mostly clothes. It's not like those clothes that you can use in place of hunter armors. They're mostly normal clothes and some underclothing too. Well, I'm not sure myself if I can call them normal clothes though, like, old world clothing sometimes have a very weird design, right? What can I say? The culture is just so alien for us." "I see. Well, since it seems that you have something to pay me with, I don't mind taking your offer." After he said that, Akira turned to Sarah. Elena smiled and looked at Sarah too. Sarah seemed a bit embarrassed as she returned a smile and said, "All right then, let's take that offer." Ravin and his team let out a big sigh. They were greatly relieved that Akira, Sarah and Elena decided to take their offer in the end. They then walked to the hallway leading to the surface. It was the same hallway they passed when they went down there. Elena was talking with Ravin as to know how they ended up inside that room. It was in order to gather information about the area. Ravin understood what Elena was trying to do. For the hunters, information about a ruin was something that they could sell for money, so normally he would not share the information that he had so easily. But since Elena was the leader of the team that eradicated the monster swarm that he and his team could not fight, he chose to avoid souring her mood if it was possible. Just like Elena and Sarah who did not trust Ravin and his team, Ravin also could not completely trust Elena and Sarah without any reason. He thought that when the push came to shove, they might abandon him and his team. So in order to buy more time, he started his story from when he left the city rather than going straight for what happened in that ruin. Since Elena might tell him to just skip the unimportant part of his story, he glanced at her to check her expression. But Elena seemed to be listening to him just fine, so he continued his story starting from how he got the information about that ruin. There was a pub in the lower district that Ravin frequented. That day, he and his team were enjoying cheap beers while talking about their plan in that pub just like usual. In reality, it was not like they were talking about anything in particular. With the alcohol mixed in their blood, they were only talking about random stuff. The moment they veered from the main subject about where to go next, it was obvious that their discussion would not be productive. At that time, a guy suddenly came to them offering the location of a ruin that was just discovered recently. That kind of thing was a common story for fraud and scams. A lot of hunters were fooled by similar occurrences. After all, if they got lucky, an unexplored ruin could turn them rich in a single night. It was understandable that such a talk would easily lure those hunters. But not all cases were scams. The possibility of such information to be true was more or less the same as the possibility that it was a scam. There were cases when hunters found an unexplored ruin filled with monsters that they could not handle. Thus they did not have any other choice but to earn money only by selling that information. There were also cases where hunters from a gang or people working in a corporation secretly sold classified information about relics or ruins. And last but not least, some people intentionally spread information about ruins and relics in order to incur damage to the competing corporations. Although Ravin and his team hesitated at first, they decided to buy that information in the end. There were many reasons why they decided to do so. The information about the location of that ruin and the information about the inner part of that ruin were sold separately, but both of them were sold at a relatively cheap price. Their deal was that Ravin would pay a portion of the price up front. He then would go to that ruin to gather relics and then pay the rest later. Compared to the information about the inner part of that ruin, which cost quite a lot of money, the information about the location of that ruin was pretty cheap. Not to mention, he could go and verify the authenticity of that information before paying the rest of the money. So, even if that was a scam, it would not cost him much. And in case if that information was genuine, then he might be able to strike it rich in one go. This gave enough reason for him to accept that deal. That guy, who sold the information, had given the same offer to the other hunters too. Some of them accepted his deal, prepared themselves with enough equipment, and went to that ruin. On their way to their destination, Ravin and his team regained their logical faculties and started to doubt whether they got scammed. But when they arrived at the coordinates they had received, they did find a ruin that they never knew of until then. Ravin then happily sent the remaining payment to that guy, and waited for the rest of the information about the inner part of that ruin to be sent into this information terminal. But at that time, that guy was busy making deals with the other hunters and did not have the leeway to respond to Ravin. As they were waiting for the information, more and more people arrived at that ruin. Now that many hunters knew there was really an unexplored ruin in that place, they began spreading the information via their own channels. Some of those hunters waited just outside the ruin like Ravin and his team, but more and more hunters started thinking about going ahead and searching the ruin. Eventually, one of those hunters just could not wait for the information about the inner part of the ruin and decided to dive in. Soon after that, more and more hunters got swept by the flow and decided to go into the ruin without waiting. Although no one knew for sure how big the ruin was, they guessed that it would not be as big as the Kazusuhara ruin. So in short, the number of relics inside that ruin was limited. If they waited too long outside, the other hunters might take out all the relics inside that ruin and leave nothing for the hunters who came in late. All the hunters in that place thought so too. Ravin was pushed by that line of thinking as they also decided to go into that ruin. When Ravin's story reached that point, Elena suddenly interjected. "There's a hallway right after the stairs leading down, right? Do you still remember how the hallway looked when you went down?" "Well, it looked just like a normal hallway to me." "Was it bright inside? Was there any trace of battles? Did you see any monster corpses?" "Yeah, it was pretty bright. As for the traces, we were in a hurry so I didn't really pay much attention. As for the monster corpses, I think there were some in the hallway. We were running while avoiding those corpses, so I'm sure about that. I think those corpses are from the monsters killed by the hunters that went in first before us. So as for the traces from battles, there should be some traces left from those fights." It seemed that the state of that hallway had changed in a short span between when Ravin's team went there and when Elena and her team arrived there. "I see. You can continue your story." After Elena said that, Ravin thought for a bit before continuing his story. "Then after that, we looked around and ended up in that area. When we were collecting relics together with the other hunters, suddenly a huge swarm flooded out from the hallway we came. We did try to fight back, but we were overwhelmed by the number and the strength of that swarm. It seemed like some strong monsters were mixed in that swarm as well. We basically had no chance of winning that battle. We then ran inside that room and locked the door. We just kept ourselves locked inside while hoping that the monsters would be gone. And we waited until you guys saved us. That's all. When you pass through that opening, there's another hallway other than the one leading to the underground city. Right? Did you guys check that hallway?" Ravin was planning to feign ignorance, but when he saw the look in Elena's eyes, he immediately gave up. "Well, we did. There were no shops in that hallway, so we quickly returned back and went to the other one." "What was it like inside that hallway? Do you have any data about the interior of that hallway? If you're going to explore an unexplored ruin, you at least do that much, right?" Well about that. "So you do, huh? Give it to me." Ravin looked extremely displeased. "Please give me a break. The relics that we found inside that room are the most expensive things that we found, you know? And we're giving them to you. I'm planning to make up our loss today by selling the information about the interior of this ruin. If we don't do so, it'll definitely affect our hunter activity in the future. And now you're telling me to just give it away for free? In that case, you can sell it to us first. I'll give you 500,000 orum for the information." "Are you really going to pay for it?" "That's if the relics that you gave us really worth more than 3 million orum. If they don't, then I'll take that information for free as compensation." "Damn it, okay. Ravin did not have much choice as he gave Elena his general-purpose data storage. If he did not give it to her, she would doubt whether the relics that he gave were really worth enough for accepting his SOS request. Elena docked that data storage into her information-gathering device and analyzed the data in it. When she was done, she was able to see topological data of the area that she did not check before, including the hallway that they did not go to. Her expression immediately turned grim. Sarah, Akira, we need to hurry up and get out of this place. After she said that, Elena increased her pace. Although they did not encounter any monsters the last time they passed through that hallway, she was moving even faster than she would in a safe place. Akira and Sarah looked a bit surprised, but they quickly matched their paces with Elena's. Ravin and his team pushed themselves to follow the trio's pace as well. As Elena was walking so fast that she was close to running, Sarah asked her, "Elena, did you find something? I have a bad feeling about this, so I want to get out of this place as soon as possible. I've analyzed the topological data that I received from Ravin. According to that data, there's a station on the end of the other hallway. It's a station for those underground subways. Akira, do you understand what a subway is?" Akira tried to remember what Alpha told him about the subway. If I'm not mistaken, it's about those trains that run under the ground, right? Yep, that's more or less correct. Because of the monsters, there are not that many subway stations in the Eastern District. You can only find them in big cities. But it seems that it's common to find them in the Federation of Nations Central District. I heard that they use it to connect different nations in the Central District. I wonder if that's true or not. But putting that aside, the subway runs through underground tunnels. I see. So then what's so bad about the subway? You remember that I said some of the strong monsters that we found in the underground city were mixed in that swarm, right? Then judging by the fact that this facility is still active, we can assume that the subway is still functional too. Sarah noticed what Elena was trying to say. Her expression also immediately turned grim. She then tried to confirm her guess with Elena. So in short, the train might have carried the monsters from the Kazusuhara ruin all the way here, huh? Good grief, some of those monsters in that ruin can only be defeated using a tank, you know? It's rather strange since this place was so safe the first time we came here. At that time this place was completely dark. So in short, this facility was still inactive. Someone who came after us must have done something to activate this facility, and thanks to that, the underground subway now makes a brief stop in this place. Sarah sounded as if she was asking for Elena's confirmation. Well, even if that's true. Those strong monsters are huge monsters, so it's not like they can pass through the narrow tunnel to come here, right? So even if some of those monsters came from the inner part of Kazusuhara ruin, they're only the relatively weak monsters, right? Which in that case we should have no problem to go against them, right? It was true that all the monsters that they encountered until now did not pose much danger for Elena and Sarah. After hearing Sarah's guess, Elena relaxed a bit. You're right about that. I guess I was too worried. Elena smiled. She then turned to Akira to apologize for making him worry. But his expression was grimmer than before. Elena, who saw that, wondered what was wrong. Elena-san, can I ask you something? Sure, what is it? There's this monster called Greedy Crocodile, right? It's a monster that evolves by eating other monsters. So are there greedy crocodiles inside Kazusuhara ruin? It's not like the inner part of Kazusuhara ruin is filled with them, but it's pretty common to find them there. I'm just speaking hypothetically, alright? What if some of those greedy crocodiles were carried here when they were still small through the subway, and they quickly evolved after eating all the dead monsters in this area? That's completely possible, right? Akira then looked at the traces left inside that hallway. Those traces indicated that something big and powerful had passed through that hallway. It's not like I'm being too cautious, but I think that it's the reason why, although there are so many traces of battles in this place, we don't find any monster corpses. Now that I think about it, doesn't the trace grow bigger and bigger as it goes deeper into the ruin? Elena and Sarah then looked at the traces left on the floor. It was as Akira said, the trace inside the ruin was bigger compared to the trace in the hallway. Elena then said, "You're right, that's definitely possible. As I thought, we should get out of this place as soon as we can. I don't want to meet that monster in case if it returns back to this ruin." Sarah and Elena agreed with each other. That's true, let's hurry up. Right after that, they immediately started running toward the surface. Ravin and his team were barely able to keep up with them. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.